Доброго дня. Дякуємо всім, що прийшли.
So hello, thank you everyone for joining us. During this day of occupation of Crimea, of course, we will remember, we'll analyze the lessons, but of course we will also speak about the future. As tomorrow and the day after tomorrow will be free only if we choose freedom here and now. And it depends on which decisions we take here and now. So to open the forum at the time of Crimea, Age of Crimea, I invite the dissident, the political prisoner, the person who has done and is doing everything possible for the Crimea to be the place of freedom, the Member of Parliament of Ukraine and the leader of the Crimean Tatar people, Mustafa Dzhemilev.
So, Mr. President, the distinguished ambassadors, Your Excellencies ambassadors, the members of the government, the member of the parliament, I am pleased to welcome you at the forum that is currently dedicated to the yet another anniversary of the Crimean occupation, and that is dedicated to the question of the reintegration and freeing of Crimea. Mr. President, I would like to express the gratitude for your intent as far as I have been informed to sign a decree today that has been offered to you by more than 150 members of Ukrainian parliament, that has been supported by most all of the political parties and fractions in Ukraine, except for one pro-Russian political party that we currently have in the parliament, the decree to identify, to mark the 26th of February as the day of Crimean resistance against the Russian occupation. It has the great significance for all of the Ukraine, for all of Ukraine and especially for the people of Crimea. It's quite clear that the resistance against separatism and occupation has not only been started on the 26th of February, it started much earlier than that and it continues now. The resistance, notwithstanding the harsh terror of the occupants, is still ongoing. But this very day, the 26th of February 2014, has been the pinnacle of the clashes between the people loyal to their motherland, the citizens of Ukraine, and between the separatists and the provocators, and the so-called Cossacks and the volunteers who have been organized to come closer to the square in front of the Parliament of Crimea, who have been driven there from all of the regions of Crimea and all the regions of the Russian Federation, in order to make the members of the Parliament of Crimea to approve that decree to join the Crimea to Russian Federation. On that very day, they didn't manage to do that. The traitors and the provocators have been thrown back, but in the early hours of the 27th of February, the Parliament of Crimea and the Council of Ministers of the Crimea, the premises have been occupied by the people without any marking signs, without any labeling signs, who were actually the members of the GRU, the military intelligence of Russian Federation, that made the members of the Crimean Parliament to vote for the decision that was in Russian interests. Unfortunately, we didn't have the decision to neutralize the weaponized bandits at this point. But then, the 20,000 military base that has been located in Sevastopol has been also taken into action. The military helicopters and the military plane were sent to their support and to their aid. The military vehicles and the columns of the cars with the Russian regular militaries were coming to Crimea in order to occupy the peninsula fully. Currently today, our forum, and I would like to say I know that this forum is also being broadcasted to Crimea, to the occupied Crimea itself. And thus, having this opportunity, I would like to address the people of Crimea, the residents of the peninsula. And I would like to address them with the language that will be understood by all of the residents, even the occupants. So, highly respected residents of Crimea, my comrades, for 6 years already our land has been occupied. The Russian occupation, annexation of Crimea, and a month later, Russia has also intervened to the eastern parts of our country, which has brought the sorrow and tragedy to a lot of our people. In Crimea, there are dozens of people who have been tortured and murdered. There were hundreds of arrests with following terrible incarcerations, the constant rummaging through the people's private. A lot of people in Crimea were forced to leave their houses and to be relocated and looking for asylum in the continental Ukraine, because in the occupied Crimea, all of the democratical freedoms have been liquidated and annihilated. The peninsula has been turned into the worst years of the Soviet and communist regime now. For 6 years in a row, there has been the hybrid war that has been brought up to our land. It has already cost us more than 4,000 of lives of our comrades, of our counterpart people. We have thousands, thousands of people who have been left disabled after the war. And there's a lot of losses from the aggressors also. There has been the huge material loss for both sides, Ukraine and the Russian Federation, because of the sanctions that has been implied for the Russian Federation for their actions. The Crimean Peninsula, that was famous for its natural resources and its recreational centers, is now turned into the huge military base. The huge military base that now carries the threat for the all Black Sea basin. For the people of Crimea under occupation and thus the isolation for the civilized world, there's no other bright perspectives in their situation. The country that has occupied the peninsula is constantly and continually changing to the one big northern Korea that has become now the symbol of the totalitarian regime and violence. There's only one way out from this situation. All of the sides should follow the rules of international law. All of the sides should follow the resolutions of the international organizations dealing with this question. They should follow the decrees of the General Assembly of the United Nations, the Parliamentary Assembly of the European Council, and the International Council of the OSCE. What means that the occupational forces should be retrieved from our territory, that all of the losses that have been created by the annexation should be reimbursed, and all of the people responsible for the annexation should be driven to the criminal responsibility. There's no doubt that Crimea, sooner or later, will definitely be unoccupied. There's no other options, because the rude violation of the international law, the international violations of the border and capturing the territory of the other countries in the 21st century is the big threat and challenge for the all civilized world, and the civilized world cannot take it. But how soon the Crimea will be returned to Ukraine, it depends. It depends on many factors, and it also depends on the people of Crimea itself. We know that the occupant is violent and lying, and they're cutting out any different sorts appearing among the people. They take all of the methods possible to do that. But when we're speaking about the future of our children, the destiny of our motherland, land. We should think about our duties and our responsibilities in front of our children. And I would like to ask all of you to change your fear into despise toward the occupants, with all of the principles and values that will follow, the principles of peaceful, non-violent resistance to the occupants. There is a lot of wise proverbs that say the person who really believes of the only one will treasure their life that much if their life are not unworthy. I do believe that in Crimea we have a lot of patriots who do not believe about, who not only think about their own life, but do only think about the future of their children. The glory to the patriots of Crimea, glory to Ukraine. I would like to express my gratitude to all of you, especially to all of our distinguished guests today who joined us here. I'm really grateful that you have left all of your important deeds and all of your important tasks. You've joined us here at this forum. So thank you very much for that. And I would like to pass the floor to the sixth President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, all of the participants. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the forum. So you know, very often any speeches include lots of figures, lots of facts, lots of quotations, and rather serious thoughts and ideas. But I'd like to begin with rather simple, obvious points, the axioms which really don't need any proof. The week consists of 7 days. The planet of Earth is round and the Crimea is Ukraine. Our society can have any contradictions and discrepancies about lots of issues, but this does not lead to any doubts or quarrels. Here, the Ukrainians, for 100%, are unified. And so, coming back of Ukraine is an undoubtful part of our national idea. 6 years ago, Russian Federation annexed the Crimea. 6 years ago, our lives have changed. We've understood that we are living in the world where memorandums, unfortunately, almost are not worth anything, and the system of international law and international security is not perfect and vulnerable. So today we do everything possible to stop the war at Donbass and not to lose daily our best Ukrainians. And for that, all of our efforts are leading to. And it does not mean that the Crimea is getting out of the agenda or can become the price of peace at Donbass, peace in Ukraine. We will do everything possible for Crimea to have again a Ukrainian banner above it. Yes, it's a very hard, complicated task for us, which cannot be solved even tomorrow, but there are some things which we can and have to do even today. First of all is the support of the citizens which reside in the Crimea or have the Crimean registration. Lots of them are awaiting for comeback to Ukraine. That is now, because of their own security issues, they are not speaking out about that loud. It doesn't mean that they don't exist. And they need to know that the state hasn't forgotten about them. During the previous years, really the authorities, and in any corner and any billboard, announced that the Crimea is Ukraine. But in reality, the Crimean residents are getting Ukrainian birth certificates through a very complicated court procedure. They cannot open even an account in the bank. The financial monitoring includes them into the risk group, and they don't stand a chance to get a loan. So I consider that this is unacceptable and shameful for Ukraine. It's shameful for every Ukrainian. 6 years, we've got those issues, but only now they're actively solved by the government. And as well, it's important which kind of Ukraine is seen by the Crimean inhabitants, those who cross the checkpoints. This should be a comfortable, safe, bright country with normal roads. And I do apologize now, please, for my words with the working toilets. That is why we pay so much attention to the comfortable checkpoints for the people, and we've done that. Simultaneously, in spite of this attractiveness, I'd like to emphasize that those are temporary constructions. Besides that, the states, together with the Soccer company, till the end of the year will open at Jangar, a big hub to serve the citizens. This will be the full-scale center of administrative services provision, the zone of relaxation, and other rather important objects. And also we made a deal with President Erdogan, with Turkey, to construct 500 of apartments for the Crimean refugees and internally displaced people, and very soon the Turkish representatives are coming to Ukraine to choose the landlords for the construction sites. Of course, we understand that we need to fight for our youth in Ukraine, Ukrainian youth which lives in the Crimea, to simplify their access to the educational services and to help and support their welfare in Ukraine. We need to speak to the Crimean inhabitants what the state does for their protection. That is why it's so important, very important, to provide the broadcasts onto the Crimea. People need the source of the objective information there about the modern and contemporary country. And also I'd like to assure you that the ATR TV channel will go on with its broadcast. No one can deprive them from the state support. This issue will be solved as soon as possible. And also we are working now on the implementation of important elements and components of the transitional law. Justice. And very significant is the historical fairness as for the Crimean Tatars as the root people of Ukraine. So today we are acting for the sake of the future. But let us not forget about our past. Let us remember the names of the first victims from the Crimea: Rishat Ahmetov, Sergei Kukurin, and Stanislav Karachevsky. Those who were kidnapped: Timur Sharmaidan and Ervin Ibrahimov. The journalist Mykola Semenov, who thankfully is in Kiev already. The law human activist Server Mustafayev, who unfortunately so far is in prison. So we managed to bring back lots of our citizens to Ukraine, among them the Crimean political prisoners Adam Bekirov, Alexander Kolchenko, Volodymyr Baluch, and Oleg Sentsov. The latter, by the way, Oleg gave me as a gift the jar which he held in the Russian colony. We made a deal with him to fill it with the labels of other freed our political prisoners, our Ukrainians. So today we managed to bring back during the recent times to their homes 111 citizens of Ukraine. I'm an optimist myself, I will be honest with you, but I consider that this jar so far is only half empty. That is why every day we do everything possible to free every our person, and we believe, really believe, that very soon this jar will be full to the edge. Ladies and gentlemen, today, exactly 6 years ago, in Simferopol, there took place the biggest meeting for the support of the integrity and unity of our state. So, paying respect to the courage and heroism of all of the participants of this meeting, today I am signing a decree about the day of the opposition to the occupation of Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. This day will be celebrated every year on the 26th of February. The comeback of the Crimea to Ukraine is not just my aim as a president or the position as a citizen of Ukraine. That's not only our common dream. This is the reason for security on the planet of Earth. This is the renovation and the restoration of faith. The faith into the international law and our beliefs into fairness. We know that the world community supports us, does not come down and goes on with this work, I would even say this huge fight. And we know that this day will definitely take place. And I believe in that. Our champion, Alexander Usyk, will conduct a fight in Sudak. Jamala will give the concert in Koktebel. Oleg Sentsov will present his new movie in Yalta. And Majlis of Crimean Tatar people will be able to come back to their own home, to Simferopol, to Schmidt Street, to the premises, building number 2, to their own native and lawful premises. We are celebrating this day and will definitely celebrate it closer to the monument of Lesya Ukrainka in Yalta and Ismail in Simferopol. All of that will definitely happen. And the whole world is interested in that, because the full-scale end of the war will take place at Donbass, but the full-scale peace will take place in the Crimea. Thank you.
Ми дякуємо.
We thank the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, for the speech and for... It will go on in several minutes with our work, with this discussion and this conversation.
Мой муж Зикиреев, сервер. Мы познакомились в Крыму, в городе Бахчисарай. Мы уже 22 года вместе. 11 октября ровно 22 года мы вместе. В день его ареста 20 лет было, теперь 2 года без него. В 5:50 утра ворвались в дом, постучали. Мы им открыли, они предъявили постановление на обыск. Начали обыскивать дом, пошли по всем этажам дома. У нас дети спали, все проснулись, начали плакать, пищать. Они говорят, успокойте детей своих. Ну, в общем, провели обыск, забрали его и увезли. Когда прощалась с ним, обняла его, вспомнила, что у нас сегодня годовщина свадьбы. Они хотят показать, наверное, что-то со своей стороны, что он виновен. Я не знаю, что, для чего эти экспертизы. Это все ложные, надуманные экспертизы. Эксперты, которые делают лингвистические или какие там вот эти экспертизы, голоса определяют. Это все надумано. За разговоры в общественном месте, в мечети, то есть это была мечеть, им предъявляют такие статьи. Статья 205.5, часть 2, и захват власти. У нас 13 детей. Старшие, большие уже помогают. Очень сложно. Особенно без отцовской ласки, без любви его. Он очень хороший отец. Он очень за них всех заботился. Он больше папа, чем я мама. Потому что, когда они болеют, он всегда с ними был. Он полностью смотрел за ними, лечил, в больницу возил. Все лечение он по часам, все выдавал таблетки, лечил их все сам. И с рождения он купал детей всех сам. И до сих пор вот последнюю родила, пришлось научиться. Последняя у нас родилась без него уже. Аиша. Ей 1,5 года сейчас. А она его не знает. вообще. Только фотографии, да, в телефоне у меня на заставке его фотография. Если звонок звонит, баба кричит и сразу берет трубку. Ну вот, фотографии, конечно, показываю. А так мы на суды ее не брали, никак не могли показать. Мы выписку с роддома отправили ему фотографии, все. Я с каждым письмом отправляла ему фотографии, на которых дети. И как-то через адвоката он передал мне обратно эти фотографии. Каждая фотография полностью подписана про каждого ребенка, с какой любовью он к ней относится, к каждой дочери, к сыну, к старшему, младшему. Он очень любящий отец. У меня даже младший сын говорит, он последние дни очень часто видит про него сны. Вот ему 3 года исполнилось 11 октября. Однажды он вышел на улицу вообще. Вышел, мы слышим звук дверей. Я говорю, ты куда пошел? Я пошел бабаку спасать. Я, говорит, его возьму на руки, побегу, и никто, говорит, меня не догонит. Вот настолько они видят, что тюрьма — это плохо, что там мы объясняем, за что он сидит, то, что его ложно обвиняют, там туда-сюда. И он понимает, что это все неправда. И говорит, где вообще папа живет? У него же есть дом. Почему он не дома с нами живет? Это 3 года ребенку. Он вот такие вещи говорит.
Можливо, хтось не знає, 168 дітей на цю хвилину, чиї батьки...
For now are whose parents are political prisoners in the Crimea and also in the prisons of Russia. So we are speaking about the future. So now I invite to this floor the Ministry of the Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Mr. Vadim Pristaiko, and of course, so please come up to the stage. And of course, we know how critically important the international solidarity is and the pressure of the international community onto Russia and the sanctions mode. But it seems to me lots of Ukrainians are a bit in doubts whether it is enough, whether it is substantial, what else can be done, and what else besides what we have. This is what speech of the Mr. Minister is about. So esteemed leaders of the Crimean Tatar people, esteemed leaders of Majlis, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear colleagues from the diplomatic corps. So this is the days where 6 years have passed from the occupation of the Russian troops, which turned out to be the beginning of the long Russian-Ukrainian war, which is going on, including part of our Donbass. This anniversary makes us to analyze closely what has happened and how to act further, to define what has been done and what has to be done for the freeing of the Ukrainian territories. In my speech, I will deal with some of the details of the international part of our but I won't find better words than Mustafa Dzhemilev and our president how to make Ukrainian people free from what is happening now. I will begin with some of the achievements and tasks. Since the first days of the occupations of the peninsula, the diplomats have concentrated their main efforts to achieve and to consolidate the international support for Ukraine. Thanks to that, the UN, the EU, NATO, the European Council, UNESCO, and other international organizations have approved the basic political solutions to support territorial integrity of our state and not acknowledgement of the attempt of the annexation of the Crimea. Within the UN, there is the international coalition of the states which support the Ukrainian issue. Yesterday, I just came back from the United Nations. I've been to New York and Geneva. I had the meeting with the Secretary General of the UN, the President of the session, the High Commissariat, and we were speaking that this support exists and it needs to be strengthened. The international partners have approved the Crimean package, the personal and sectoral sanctions, which conduct very substantial political pressure into the aggressor country. We've begun the work with the international court instances, including the International Court of the UN, European Human Rights Court, the International Criminal Court, the International Tribunal of the Sea Law, which show the very consent support of Ukraine in the Crimean issue. But the efficiency of the international policy is not enough so far. for its transformation into the process of deoccupation. As for Ukraine, we have the very important issue about the national policy about the temporarily occupied Crimea. It has to provide the restrictions for the cooperation with the Crimea in different spheres and responsibility for its abuse. The development of the national legislation and the legal practice could commission the geographic and the restriction of the sanction policy of the West, and to become the basis for the strengthening of the political pressure onto Russia Federation, maximization for Moscow, the occupation of our peninsula. So, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, 6 years is the very long period for us Ukrainians and the whole world community to be able to make some of the common conclusions. The main lessons of the foreign policy are the following. First of all, the occupation and attempts of illegal annexation had deep consequences, as they seriously undermined the authority of the whole international law system and conducted the system and broke the system of the international security. If somebody hoped that it will work out, somehow it never happened. The usual world order will restore only when the Crimea comes back to Ukraine. So far we have the hybrid warfare, not only against Ukraine, but the whole democratic world against the EU, the USA, NATO. Secondly, the policy of the help to the aggressor. This is the utopia when we have something in common with Russia and its empire ambitions. The Crimea hasn't become the prize to stop the war in the center of Europe, as some of our foreign partners and lots of people in Ukraine, we have to acknowledge, thought about that. The Crimean success made the Kremlin leaders only pushed for more bloody actions, and it is considered in the Kremlin as the weakness and provokes to its expansion. That is why, when they saw the inability of Ukraine to make the military oppression to the aggressor, and also the lack of readiness of the Western countries to respond unto the violations of the international law, Russia invaded Donbass, hoping that it will be able to grasp, if not the whole of Ukraine, then the majority of it. The Ukrainian people and Ukrainian army stopped them, and the efficient diplomacy, as well as the successful consolidation of the international support, and the adversary had to stop at the limits of the beginning of 2015, but they didn't stop the war, unfortunately, and they didn't refuse to have this final aim. Thirdly, it is necessary to strengthen attention of Kiev and the whole international community to the occupied Crimea. The hard fights and lots of losses at Donbass in 2014 and 15 made us to restrict Minsk agreements only in the issues of Donbass, and maybe it led to certain marginalization of the Crimean issue, which has become the second important in the world policy. And Russia considers Crimea to be a closed issue, which it shouldn't be considered. Though I'd like to remind you that the Minsk agreements never mentioned that the Crimean issue is off the agenda or delayed. That is why Donbass and Crimea issue is not the clever, and I would say this is the wrong issue. Crimea should be mentioned at all of the international platforms, in all of the negotiations with Russia and security forums. Moreover, it could be possible in case if we found a separate Crimean International Forum. Let it be without Russia first. Later we'll make them come to the table of negotiations. Fourthly, the international political pressure onto the aggressor should be even more efficient, intense, and irreversible. In case of Russia, sanctions as the only way to regulate the military conflict with the peaceful political diplomatic methods. The active sanctions, of course, are very expensive, but the war and the discreditation of the main provisions and the principles of the international law are even more expensive, because the law of the international trust has the financial dimension without even mentioning the consequences of the affair. And if the sanctions don't lead to expected effect, it doesn't mean that they have to be abolished. Vice versa, the logic tells us that they have to be strengthened. As the practice witnesses, the reboot attempts of the relationship with Russia only encourage it for the new war aventures. Fifthly, the Crimea is extremely multifaceted problem, and not a single one should be excluded from the views of the Ukrainian people and the world community. But a very painful painful is the humanitarian issue. Crimea is not only the occupational regime for the whole population, not only murders, arrests, and the murders of the Ukrainian patriots. This is the prosecution of the whole people, the Crimean Tatar people, who in 1944 have already become the victims of the genocide of Moscow. And neither we nor the world have the right to forget about that, not for a second. And lastly, we cannot believe lots of the politicians who may be even sincerely convinced that the Crimea has been lost forever. We know that Russia is a huge country with a huge army, but it is anachronistic and it is constructed onto the fake political myths, which is historically doomed. If we are sure in our strength and the strength of the political democracy, if we are really striving and fighting for the political fairness and national dignity, we will for sure win. Thank you so much. Glory to Ukraine.
Таке слово.
The word occupation, I do believe that we have heard a lot today, also the reintegration, but I do believe that when we are speaking of Crimea, maybe this word does not sound like something tangible. But Oksana Koloda, who is the Minister of the Decay of Veterans and Temporarily Occupied Territories and Internally Displaced Person, is going to give us a clearer understanding of what are we doing in this direction. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to say that it is a great honor for me to be here today and to talk to you about the question of reintegrating Crimea to Ukraine. And what is my Crimea? I have asked myself a question while I was preparing for this presentation, for this speech, and I've understood that Crimea, for each and every one of us, and for me personally, the Crimea was always, for me, the standard of this family leisure, of the homeland of Christianity for Ukraine, the homeland for the Crimean Tatar culture. Maybe someone had a different understanding of Crimea, but in any case, Crimea for us is the place of freedom and tolerance. It had been like that, and still like that for us. Starting from 2014, we've been living in a different reality. Together with tolerant and free Crimea, we have a completely different picture in front of our eyes. We see the military occupation, we see the treason, we see the political, cultural, language, religious repercussions, militarization of the general population. According to the human rights activists, in 2014, we had 86 ramages have been noted down, 176 arrests, and also the interrogation, the so-called conversation, 33 arrests, 33 final sentence on political prisoners in Crimea, more than 200 cases when the incarceration has been prolonged, 78 cases of violation of the right for just courts, and also violation of the psychological and physical health, 69 cases of tortures against the political prisoners. Based on political and religious motives, we have more than 90 people persecuted currently in the peninsula, and the number is constantly growing. Among those people, we have Nariman Mehmedieminov, Remzi Bakirov, Osman Arif Mametov, Rostam Sheikh-Aliyev, Ruslan Suleimanov, and the human rights activist Emir Usain Kuku and Server Mustafaev. Those are the new reality of the occupied Crimea. And I know that now people in Crimea are able to see us, and I would like to address each one I've mentioned today. I would like you to know that we're following all of the processes. We know and we remember about you, and all of that will be definitely included into the One Prosecution Act against the Russian Federation, who is the aggressor in this case. On the realities of militarization, in the center of Ukrainian Crimea, our Crimea, we are basing the interests, the human interests. In the center of the militarized Crimea that has been stolen for us is about militarism, it's about showing off your weapons, it's about limiting the human freedoms. Whether it's our internal problem, no, it's not. It's the problem for all over the world. The president has already said, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has also noted down, it's also about the countries that are neighbor countries in our Black Sea Sea Basin. We have to understand it, and everyone understands it, that in the center of the region, a powerful military base has currently been created of more than 27,000 square meters area. What does it mean for us in practice? As far as you know, the Iskander rocket missile complexes have been placed in Crimea with radius of action in more than 5,000 kilometers. It's not only about Syria, but it's also about Romania, Bulgaria, and some other European countries. On the new trends of placing the missiles on the territory of Crimea, it won't take a long time to do that. There's a different format of the arguments that we might use. You might say that at administrative line we're protecting only Ukraine for the Russian world. No, I do believe that we are protecting all of the Ukraine here. And understanding this factor, we have to start the dialogue, first of all, with a Budapest memorandum guaranteeing countries. We have to start the dialogue on practical scenarios of reintegrating Crimea. That's all of people inside of our country and outside of our country. We should have no illusions on the possibility of avoiding the Crimean question in an overall strategy of reintegrating all of the temporarily occupied territories and restoring the Ukrainian sovereignty and integrity. The sanction policies. The sanctions are only one of the elements of the long-term reintegration of the temporarily occupied territories. The main task of it is to make toxic every single person who's violating the rights of the people under occupation and supports the Russian Federation legal actions. For those, first of all, speaking about the people who had numerous fake elections provided, have given the Russian passports and continues to do that, has been participating in constructing the Kerch Bridge, supported the military objects of Russian Federation, illegally continues to provide the archaeological sites, prosecutes Ukrainian and Crimean Tatar identity in Crimea, closes the temples and religious establishments now. We are coordinating this direction with our partners, United States of America, Canada, the countries of the European Union, and I do hope that this process shall continue. What are the main characteristics of the totalitarian society? First of all, trying to control the actions and the thoughts of the people. When we have chosen in 1991 to go in our independent way, we wanted to build democratic, pluralistic society, which means that the freedom of expressions and freedom of thoughts are the main basic values of the Ukrainian choice. We understand that all of those values are unacceptable for the Russian world that has started its expansion to the territory of Ukraine from the very first days of Ukrainian independence. And as a result, we had this pro-Moscow attitudes in starting from 90s, and the violation of Crimean and Tatar rights starting from 90s also. Ukraine has stated on the pluralism and democratic institutions building things that. We have to clearly understand that the annexation of Crimea hasn't started in February 2014, but has started long time before that. With the peculiarities of the immigration policies of Soviet Union, with the cultural assimilation, with aggressive propaganda campaign that was following the ideas of supporting the ideas of the Russian world towards its borders. In 2014, all the occupation of Crimea has been finalized. It has been started on the television broadcast decades before that. The annexation of Crimea is not only about the Green people, but it's also about the closed Ukrainian churches, closed Ukrainian and Crimean Tatar schools, imprisoned people who have been imprisoned because of their political or language characteristics, the prosecution of Ukrainian and Crimean Tatar identity. The Berlin Wall has been standing for 20 years. There was a whole generation of Germans has been born who have lived in the reality of totalitarian Germany and the Stasi rule. But in 1989, the wall has fallen, and the justice has been restored and the integrity of Germany has been restored, and we know that the lie can never overcome the truth. Totalitarianism never lasts. Crimea, sooner or later, will be once again the part of Ukrainian integrity and sovereignty, and the main task for us as the Ukrainian government now is to make it obvious for the Ukrainian people, for the Ukrainian citizen, for both sides of the line. In Crimea and in continental Ukraine, Crimea is also always Ukrainian. That is why we also should have the overall Ukrainian agenda on Crimean identity. We're speaking about the long-term complex strategy of reintegration of the temporarily occupied occupied territories. And though, however we preserve the unique geographical peculiarities of the peninsula, we still are interested in people, first of all, the people's attitudes and self-identification, their consciousness. How we would like to return Crimea to Ukraine. We have been talking about that for almost a half a year inside of our government team, and we have identified the following directions: education, culture, and the truth. And the truth and given the access to information, those are the main three whales of this our strategy of reintegration. And we are drawing our attention to children and young people towards that. Currently at the temporarily occupied territories, and I mean Donbass and Crimea, we have more than 1 million children. Around 300,000 have been born after 2014, and those children are under constant influence of anti-Ukrainian propaganda, and they live in the reality of the foreign agenda that has been imposed on them. We believe that in the long-term perspective, propaganda will definitely win over the truth. Unfortunately, it's always like that. But in long term, the truth will prevail. And the main task for the Ukrainian government is to provide the access to high-quality Ukrainian educational and public services. I will give you a couple of figures. From 2016, we have the program of the acceptable education, available education. With the support of this program, we have more than 600 children who have attended Ukrainian schools from Donbass. From the educational center Ukraine Crimea, 153 children have been admitted to the Ukrainian higher education establishments, and more than 195 has been last year. But even though there's a positive dynamics, it doesn't refer to our needs and our political interests overall. So we want to have the political reintegration through education, and we have to empower this direction. That is why the governmental team, based on the task from the President of Ukraine, has provided the concept of the reintegration of the children and young people from the temporarily occupied territories. How can we engage the young people to Ukrainian educational establishment? The answer is really easy, giving them additional competitive advantages. First of all, we're speaking about improving the quality of education, the opportunity for the cultural and educational development, developing your creative potential, and the following employment of those children who will study in Ukrainian universities. Children from Crimea and Donbass, they have to understand that the Ukrainian diploma will open the whole world for them. And I am now speaking about the high-quality Ukrainian education that can be provided. In the same time, the diplomas of the educational establishments at the temporarily occupied territories will only give them the window to Russian Federation. Unfortunately, it is like that. The effectiveness of any kind of propaganda will only be identified by the level of the totalitarianism, the level of the closeness of the totalitarian society. As soon as people will have the opportunity to think, to analyze, to compare, to juxtapose, the totalitarian attitudes stop working, and we have to work on that, and we have to continue dealing with that. Implementing of an effective informational strategy is the task number one for Ukrainian government, and I do believe that Volodymyr Borodyansky will have more to say on this issue. We have to understand that there's no quick results. No quick results are ever possible. Propaganda is painful and propaganda is lasting, and we should work with that and fight propaganda at all of the levels. Ukraine, for our citizens, based on the temporarily occupied territories, as the President has already mentioned, Ukraine should start with a smile of the border guard at the checkpoint, with comfortable conditions and the checkpoint, with easy access to the administrative services. The big opportunities that the Ukrainian passport will provide to Ukrainian citizens, and I would like to tell you that the governmental team has done a lot in that direction. So we have to follow to some tactical tasks now, and we have to find the resolution to some tactical tasks now. First of all, simplification and the facilitation of the certificates of birth and certificates of death, and I already hope that this project through the draft law will be approved soon. Then regulating the work of the checkpoints, facilitation and simplification of the trespassing of the contact line based on the process of the digitalization that has been now held in our country, broadening the educational opportunity and improving the work of the distant education working center that we're currently working on together with the Ministry of Education. The institutional mechanism to implement all of the culture and educational programs that have been working with children of Crimea and Donbass can be the so-called foundation of the Crimean reintegration that we currently created together with the Ministry of Culture, Informational Policy, Youth and Sports. That is why it has to have additional budgeting and the support of the small individual and the collective educational grants in the cultural sphere also. Summing up, I would like to once again task all of you, dear friends, this main forum task is to provide the pro-Ukrainian agenda in reintegrating Crimea. The most important fact in our meetings and our dialogue around the relevant question is important. Those are the problems of the global scale. But I would like to ask you to step aside from the theoretical thinking and just slogans. Our main task is to develop and implement the complex strategy and step-by-step reintegration of the currently occupied territories. The state can only moderate this process, and we're only speaking on coordinating the works of different bodies and different institutions of both executive government and the local government. But if all of this, the civil society should also be an active part on that. That means you. We do hope for your support, for your help, and of course for your critiques. Crimea is Ukraine, and Ukraine is about all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we constantly have been speaking about propaganda starting from this very same day, and Russian propaganda in Crimea, and Ms. Minister has said about the truth, has spoken about the truth. And there's a huge question about that, how to do that, how to make the truth deliverable, how the truth, make the truth to be heard in all of the possible measures. So we would like to invite Volodymyr Borodyansky, the Minister of Culture, Youth and Sports.
Добрий день.
Good day. So, today, 6 years ago, a couple of thousand Crimean Tatars, Ukrainians, have joined the streets of Simferopol under this motto of Ukrainian support. Today, we believe we marked the 26th of February as the resistance to Russian occupation on the state level. The occupation and the annexation of Crimea has been the turning point of Ukrainian history. The tragedy has left us without a lot of illusions that we had before. There is a big seduction for us, a big temptation for us to only consider the annexation of Crimea, as only Crimean problem. But the peninsula grew bigger than itself. All around the world, after World War II and after the Yalta Conference agreements, we have the critically fewer tries out to review the borderlines. The story of reviewing the borderlines can be now mentioned in one hand, but it has never been done by the nuclear state, and it has never been done in Europe, the revision of the borders. Crimea, for Russia, has become the declaration of war. But the war has not been declared for Ukraine solely. The war has been declared to European values, the freedom, dignity, collaboration. And Crimea has become the starting point of a lot of processes and events that took place not only in Ukraine but all around the world. The influence and the consequences of the events should follow. And also, Crimea has been a revelation for Ukraine about Ukraine itself. Crimea has told us how to be Ukraine. And we have now understood a lot of the previous mistakes we've made. We have understood that if you will not create and if you will not protect your own informational space, then your informational space will be created by those who believe that the solar existence of Ukraine and Ukrainians is a mistake. Crimea Crimea pseudo-referendum has taken place on the 16th of March, but Ukrainian channels have not been available since March 5. When we had Plivakacha, the wake songs and Maidan, in Crimea, they could only see that from the point of view of Channel 1 and Channel 2 from Russia. We reacted with delay. Russian propaganda slowly crawled from media with the Ukrainian residential address. So currently we're trying to find the recipe of the informational cure of how to overcome it. But unfortunately, we don't have this cure in place. And that is why we have the need to search for an effective instrument to fight disinformation. And this is why we have the simultaneous threat to create a repressive machines.
Those searches showed us another mistake which needs to be corrected. This is the renovation and the restoration of trust to the law enforcement authority, and which is even more important, to the court, the restoration of trust of the society as a whole. But it's not it. Besides the informational space, we have the cultural space. And in spring 2014, Ukraine got rid of the mistakes as for the Crimean Tatar people. Moreover, we saw how together they helped the blocked Ukrainian military units, how they didn't acknowledge the occupational authorities, and today Crimean Tatars is one of the most discriminated and prosecuted by the occupants groups. We need to remember about that, and we will. The Crimean Tatars are the root people of Ukraine, which poses an additional responsibility for Ukraine. We don't have the right to speak too much about the problems those people are facing. We don't have the right to bring those issues behind the brackets. And I will remind you separately that the human rights issue shouldn't depend on the opinion of the majority. The Ukrainian national movement knows what it is to be a minority. During the last 6 years, we're living in the epoch which later the historians will name the post-Crimean epoch. The time has changed, the circumstances, and us, we also have changed, and we know that today the peninsula has become the territory without any broadcast. So people who are awaiting for the comeback of the Ukrainian flags are now under radars. They are silent for their words not to be used against them. But it does not mean that they don't exist. That is why I'd like them to know that we remember about them, and we need to become their voices. Even this year, we are founding the online courses of Ukrainian and Crimean Tatar languages for children and grown-ups, for everybody who desires to have an opportunity to preserve the connection with Ukraine in spite of their location. We are opening a separate program for the Crimean Tatar projects and the initiative of the Ukrainian Cultural Fund. We are correcting the mistakes of the past to support the Crimean Tatar broadcaster as a stable and independent on the political whimsies, expanding the opportunities for the support of the state, of the displaced media which highlight the Crimean Tatar topic, to do that in coordination and with the direct participants of the Majlis. The cinema, movies about the Crimea, its history and modern challenges connected with the temporary occupation will get additional points at the pitching beginning with this year. Ukraine is ratifying the Second Convention about the protection of the cultural values in case of military conflict. This document will become the law reason to support the Crimean Tatar legacy in the temporary occupied Crimea, and will give the opportunity to bring the aggressor country to responsibility. We're using international mechanisms to protect our Han, Vorontsov, Khersones palaces, the monastery of Subkhach as well. We will counteract the illegal archaeological actions and the movement of the historical monuments to the territory of Russia. The program, which has been refounded in 2020 as for the mobility of the youth, includes the involvement of the youth from the territory of Crimea and Donbass, and we will expand those opportunities further on. The art institutions, which are located in the sphere of the management of the Ministry of Culture and Sport, will open their doors for the simplified entering of the students from the Crimea this year. We need to remember about Crimea not in February only. We need to make our citizens know that their motherland remembers about them, that they can get passports, the birth certificates, for them to come and to study in the Ukrainian universities, they need to know that they will be happily met. And besides the smaller motherland, they have a bigger one. Ukraine is waiting for you. Ukraine is the country of opportunities. We need lots of things to do. We need lots of things to have time to do. We have more tasks than time, and that means that we cannot afford ourselves to lose time. Thank you. And of course, we still have to listen to the people who are now in Crimea, and especially for the forum we have the short speech of Nariman Jalal, the first deputy of the head of Majlis. So let us watch it. I greet you, esteemed participants of the forum. For the second year in the row, my native land is under the boot of the Russian soldier. For the sixth year in a row, the Ukrainian army has left the Crimea. For the sixth year in a row, the Russian authorities are prosecuting the Ukrainian citizens in the Crimea, murdering, kidnapping, putting them into prisons, torturing, and making them silent. For the sixth year in a row, the majority of the people in the Crimea are afraid to speak truth. They are afraid for their own freedom and lives. And for the sixth year in a row, the inhabitants of the Crimeas have to leave their own buildings and premises and homes and to find asylum in other places. For the sixth year in a row, we are not capable to precisely formulate our strategy of the restoration of the territorial integrity of Ukraine and sovereignty of our state. Why is it happening? Because Ukrainian society and thus the authorities are still in the prison of the obsolete stereotypes and cliches. Very often they are afraid to act courageously, to acknowledge their mistakes and to change themselves. As it turned out, the majority of the Ukrainians still consider a friend the one who is the adversary, the one who put the gun into the back of their brethren people when the latter had hopes and came to Europe with their faces. And simultaneously, the Ukrainian children in the schools, Ukrainian military, are still taught that their long adversary are those who during the independence fight, during the Orange Revolution, during the Independence Maidan, and in spite of the occupation are still going on to believe in Ukraine, to fight for its freedom and consciousness. Thus, still, the Ukrainian and Crimean Tatar people have much more in common in their history and memory. We have common victories and defeats. We simultaneously value freedom and the right to solve our own fate. We really remember well because of whom we lost our state for hundreds of years, and we can lose it again. And the most important thing, we similarly see our aim: free life in the lawful, democratic state, which can freely teach you your own native language and use it to earn for your life worthily, without corruption, to achieve your personal success and to make this investment into the success of the whole society. To achieve this aim, it is totally possible only giving the hand of help to each other, understanding each other. Together, we have won at the Zhovty Vody and closer to Konotop. But one by one, we have lost the Zaporizhzhia siege and the Crimean cans. So Ukraine needs to understand that in the Crimea, its citizens are not waiting for the new checkpoints at the administration border, and they're not waiting for water in the northern Crimean channel, but a very precise and understandable perspective. If you want, they are waiting for hope for freedom. We understand that Ukraine is very hard. Not everything can be managed. There can be mistakes, and we definitely know that the adversary is rather strong. But we want to see not the political discrepancies, but the consolidation of the efforts, the real internal political dialogue. We want not to have the peace for the sake of peace, but the wish to get victory. We'd like to see Ukraine the one for our wishes to live in it, not only to fade away, but vice versa to become stronger. And our faith in it would be given to those who are being born and brought up in the occupational conditions. But to achieve that in the situation when Ukrainian TV channels are not broadcast in the satellite for the Crimea, when we are staying face to face only with Russian propaganda, when the political or commercial conjuncture just wins over the state interests, it's just impossible. The history gives us a chance to become really independent political nation. But for that, we need to become really free, to get rid of those rusty Russian links which still are on our wrists. I do wish for the Ukrainians to acknowledge themselves as the title nation, not just to bear this title as the bright medal on their chest, but to feel responsibility for everyone who is living with them on the same land. I wish for Ukrainian authorities to use the historical opportunity to get rid of the past and to take the decision about the right for the acknowledgement of the Crimean Tatar people. I wish for the Ukrainians to remember how 6 years ago 1,000 of Crimean Tatars in Simferopol were shouting out, Nariman Zhilyalov said that we need to be courageous and bold, that we lack some of the precise strategy, and so the question, which the strategy could be, what can be done in the legislative form, what can be done by the parliament, by Verkhovna Rada, which are those opportunities against the restrictions of the Crimean humanitarian policy, this is the question to Nikita Poturaev, the MP of Ukraine and deputy head of the Committee on the Humanitarian and Information and Policy Issues. Hello, dear colleagues and guests. I will try to be very short, in the nutshell, to express in my sphere and to speak about some of the important points. First of all, just now, the Crimean inhabitants are raising the question about the restrictions to the access to the Ukrainian TV channels, which now exist. We need to understand that this is not the issue of only commercial profits of the broadcasters. This is the issue of the international legislation in the sphere of intellectual law, as we cannot have the uncoded broadcast for the Central and Eastern Europe, what you purchased for the territory of your own country only. But what we began to discuss in our committee as the changes and amendments to the law draft about the media, which are now still being discussed, but still we have very serious attitude towards, which will oblige all of those TV channels which have the over-national coverage and using the radio frequency resource at the national level, they are obliged to have international editions, satellite editions of the TV channels with the product which is cleansed from the point of view of the copyright at the satellites. Maybe not at the land one, but at the satellites at least. We consider that media as the business with the high social responsibility have to properly understand that. And also one more, even two novelties. First of all, the law on media foresees, and we've taken it as directly from the European directive, media directive, it would allow, and will just mention that every broadcaster in its air must have at least 20% of the product produced by the independent production offices. This is if we had this law on media now adopted, and the chances have been for that, it would get rid of the issue which appeared for the support, which was allocated for the ATR TV channel. There won't be any questions in the Treasury why the money should be allocated to purchase the production products, because ATR is cooperating with the production and the money from the state budget should be allocated for the production. If there had been any loan media, it would never happen, and the ATR would purchase any product from one or any number of production offices. And also, we foresaw in the changes which have been offered by the societal broadcaster to introduce the opportunity to purchase from the independent production offices some product content, which would allow them also, if they wish to, we cannot impact that because our state broadcaster is independent, but we can still recommend together with the parliament and we as the civil society. So why didn't the state broadcaster purchase it from the production offices, including ATR? They never purchased it within their funds, which they had allocated this year. They did not purchase any programs on the Karen-Lee language or Ukrainian language, which would be still devoted to the issues of Crimea, not only the issues of the Crimea. Those are very precise points which we are working on in our line committee. My colleague and comrade Volodymyr Bordiansky has already mentioned that the fight for the comeback of the Crimea is in the cultural space and has to achieve the high-quality new level. We need changes into the course which has been mentioned about the Crimea, the change of the course of history. This is not the work of my committee, but my friends from the Committee of Education have already mentioned about that. We need books which would open the real history, discover the real history of Ukraine and its relationship with the Crimean Khanate, without which the national fight of Khmelnytsky, without this union, without the help from the Crimean Khanate, would be just overwhelmed with bloodshed, as all the previous rebellions. And since the childhood, we need to teach our children that only with the union with the Crimean Khanate, the Ukrainian state was restored in the 17th century. We wouldn't have Ukraine without it. It would never take place. And there should be books about that. There should be history courses about that in the schools. There should be movies about that. So, concluding, I'd like to say that recently I came back from another session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the OSCE. As the head of the delegation, the head of our parliamentary delegation, I took part in all of the meetings of the committees, all of the events which took place there. So I'd like to emphasize that there was not a single time when there was an issue of Donbass which would be separate from the Crimean issue. There was not a single time when our friends and partners from Europe, the United States, Canada, and all the countries, well, of course, except Russian Federation, there was not a single time when the issue of war of Russia against Ukraine was raised. Our friends never forgot about the Crimea. They definitely and permanently reminded about Crimea and Donbass. Crimea and Donbass. Unfortunately, this is the tragic pair in all of the speeches of our colleagues. So that is why we know that we can also rely upon the strong international support at the level of the heads of the states, at the level of the parliaments of the states. I'm deeply sure on that. And now, we are sharing my opinions with my colleagues about, well, I wouldn't like to use this word, but still I will say politically correctly the article of Mr. Surkov, who is one of the ideologists of the Crimean occupation and the military interference into Donbass. How he was just superficial contemplating onto the Ukrainian nation which never took place, Ukrainian state which never took place, and we would never know how it would exist, in which borders, how superficial his attitude is towards our president and every one of us, the citizens of Ukraine. I don't know whether we respond to Mr. Surkov, who he is, for us to respond to him. At the level of the fraction in the parliament or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I think that it's worth for Mr. Surkov in his meditations to achieve such nuisance, just to remember that once the Soviet Union, which they are praying for and they try to restore, has just begun to ruin through the cracks and be split up in parts, beginning with the Baltic countries. So I'm sure that the end of that monster which bears the name of the Russian Federation will begin with the comeback of the Crimea home to Ukraine. And it will happen. Thank you.
And just to sum up our, let us say, very official session, because we have a lot of executives and governmental servants from the cabinet of ministers and in parliament have been telling us about their action, and we would like to wrap it up with Dmytro Lubinets' presentation, the member of the Ukrainian parliament, the head of the committee of the parliament of Ukraine on the question of human rights, the occupation and reintegration of the temporarily occupied territories. He has to now explain us some of the things that has already been done, because a lot of people believe that maybe the checkpoint or the administrative service provision buildings is not that much, but we understand why it's not that, why that's very important. Good day, dear citizens of Ukraine, who are here today, the ones who are seeing us today, who are watching this broadcast, and especially the people who currently live in the territories currently occupied. It has already been said today many times that in 2014 the occupation and the annexation of Crimea has been the violation and the breaching of all of the international standards and all of the international agreements that Ukraine has signed up. But we just don't want you to forget behind these international definitions. We want you to forget about the people. 2.5 million of people who have been living in Crimea are now the hostages, and they never wanted this referendum to take place. What they really wanted to live in their own country, in Ukraine. We have to understand that the members of parliament, they should think about the changing of the legislation after they will see the problem with their own eyes. I will give you an example. For the very first time in 6 years, the committee that I am the head of, on the committee on the 12th and 11th of February has gone to Kherson region, and we have seen what are the conditions of trespassing of this imaginary border between Ukraine and Ukrainian Crimea. We have seen how the line looks like. We have seen the Chonhar and Kalanchak checkpoints. We have seen what are the conditions that our citizens face every day. And we wanted to outline that during last year, the conditions have significantly changed. We have seen the modern premises, normal conditions where the people are able to receive their passports, to receive Ukrainian documents, receive Ukrainian passports. We have seen how the centers of the administrative service provisions have been opened directly at the checkpoints. And I would like to say that this is very positive. And today, Ms. Minister Oksana Kuleda has mentioned that there has been a draft law that they've been working on so that there was no additional obstacles or barriers to retrieve the certificates of birth or the certificates of death to the Ukrainians who live in Crimea. And we're emphasizing that a lot. The parliament is ready to vote for that. We have to clearly understand understand that reintegration is about people. And if any person would like to receive Ukrainian passport, if any person would like to receive the passport of the citizen of Ukraine, this procedure has to be clear and simplified and open procedure. We are strongly waiting for this draft law to be given to us, and we're going to vote for that. The next point that we also say, if we're thinking about people, then why for all of these 6 years the Cabinet of Ministry has not worked on the amendments of the law about the free trade zone of Crimea that is discriminative towards the people who have resided in Crimea? We do not clearly understand why throughout all of this time, when we have been mentioning it for many times already, when the human rights watchdog organizations have been drawing this attention to that. The people living in Crimea are not considered to be residents of Crimea. They cannot take away their property because there's going to be the border duties acquired to them. And if we say we are caring about the people and we have to care about the people, then first of all we should change this discriminative law. We have voted on that on our assembly, that based on our committee we have the working group created that is going to be working on the fastest amendments of this law as possible. Another thing I wanted to point out, the question of sanctions. We should not forget about people who have helped to annex Crimea. We should continually working on improving and updating our sanction list. And what is most important, we should broaden the sanctions against the Russian Federation, against the public servants in the Russian Federation who are currently supporting the annexations and the occupation of our lands in Ukraine. Our committee has not only had this in-field assembly, our committee has also had an initiative on holding the public hearings that's going to be held on the 18th of March. And by the way, having this opportunity, I would like to invite the representatives of all of the governmental establishment to participate. That is going to be the second parliamentary hearing in the recent years. We would like to listen the points of view from the executive government, from the Cabinet of Ministries, of in what way the recommendations of our first parliamentary hearings that took place in 2016, how all of those decisions have been implemented. And the final thing that I would like to say, that the issue of Crimea and the issue of Donbass, they're not only interconnected, this is the very same issue. The very same issue. And as a person coming from Donbass, there is a personal tragedy for me. The military action that are taking place on the territory of Donetsk region. My family is constantly living there, and as a person coming from Donbass, I always emphasizing that we will never let the people to manipulate with this question, that you can solve the question of Donbass by actually living the Crimea under occupation. It's not possible. The single aggressor is the Russian Federation. The question of Crimea and Donbass is one question, is a unified question. And I'm really, really grateful for President for mentioning that. When we are speaking of Crimea, we remember about Donbass. Every time when we speak of Donbass, we keep in mind Crimea. We remember Crimea. This is our main issue and main challenge. We may have different attitudes. We may have different sympathies. I do believe that like all of us might support different political parties with different colors on their colors. But we have to keep in mind that our main colors is blue and yellow. This is about our flag and our country. And we're all together, led by the student, led by the representative of the president in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, together with the members of parliament from all of the political parties. If we will keep that in mind, and if we will work every day to return Crimea and Donbass to the Ukraine, then it will happen. And what we would not just, we have to get together. Thank you very much, and glory to Ukraine. Worse than Orwell. That is basically in the next part, the title of our next output. We'll have the really short, brief lecture by Peter Pomerantsev. It's going to be held in English, so if you will believe that you will not be able to understand, you'll have the chance to take the headsets for the translation. And as far as you have some time to do that, I would like to explain it briefly to you. When we're speaking of George Orwell, then you all recall 1984, one of his famous novels. The occupation invasion of Crimea. In the media field all over the world, we have started speaking on fakes. It was a serious conversation on the post-truth epoch has been established. The first person who has been doing that was, by that time, the British journalist, television producer, who has basically become the author of the books on propaganda, on the current informational war, Peter Pomerantsev. Peter Pomerantsev, Nothing is Truth and Everything is Possible, has spoken about the Russian television, and this new book that is called This Is Not Propaganda, The Adventures in War with Reality, is the result of his travels around Ukraine and around the whole world that gives us a clearer understanding of how we can resist to propaganda without losing our values. So please, Peter, the floor is yours. And I would like to ask all of the people who would like to listen, Peter, in translation, not forget to take the headsets. So please, Peter, we're welcoming you.
In the summer,
Влітку
my father, a Ukrainian, at that time young writer who wrote in Russian, went for a swim. This was in Odessa. It was a warm day. He swam out to sea. And when he came back, he found two men standing over his clothes. They brought out their passes. They were from the KGB. And they told him to get dressed quickly. He was being detained. He had to get dressed very quickly, and he had to put his trousers over his wet swimming trunks. And all the way in the drive to the KGB offices, and during the interrogation, as he was trying to act dignified, to try to pretend that he wasn't scared, all he could think about were his wet swimming trunks, which were sort of sticking to his body and leaving a damp patch on his trousers. And he realized, of course, that these mid-level KGB colonels of the 1970s, they'd done this on purpose. They liked to mess with people's heads. He also realized they were kind of greedy. The reason they'd arrested him in Odessa in August and not in Kiev, where he lived, was because they wanted a holiday by the seaside. They could arrest him, interrogate him, and then go for a swim. They had detained him for the terrible crime of reading books, for reading Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago and Nabokov's Invitation to a Beheading, which was censored during this time. They would throw the books on the table during the interrogation and say, "You'll get 7 years prison and 5 years internal exile for this. Tell us who gave you the books. Tell us who you've been giving the books." He refused to cooperate, following the old dissident mantra of, "I've never seen these before, I don't know what you're talking about, goodbye." And after a while, they released him. They allowed him to go back to Kiev, but the interrogations continued over many months. After work at the library in Kiev, he'd be picked up and taken for more interrogations. All his family were interrogated, all his friends. But strangely, at the same time, life went on. He got married. His fiancée conceived. At night, he would take a little shortwave radio and try to tune in through the fog of jamming to try to listen to Western radio stations, trying to get news about arrests of his other friends in the Soviet Union, but also to hear some jazz and rock and roll, which was so hard to listen to in the USSR. Everybody prepared for the worst. His mother-in-law told him that if he were to go to jail, she would bring him sausages cut right to left. That was a sign that they'd managed to get information about his arrest to the West, and it was being raised at human rights conferences. If she brought sausages cut the other way, they'd failed. Now, I'm not going to get into all the adventures that followed afterwards. My father would end up being exiled. I would end up being brought up in London. And the reason I tell this story, not really a small story in the great history of Soviet and Russian oppression, is that it has within it the various assumptions, formula, and ideals with which we always associated a democratic information space. I mean, most obviously, we have here the tension between freedom of expression, the right to read and to say what you want, against oppressive censorship. We have here the desire for media pluralism. You know, my father trying to listen to radio that was banned in the USSR. We have here kind of a yearning for a marketplace of ideas, this great theory of the democratic information space, that the more information we have, the better the quality of democracy. And somewhere here as well is the sense that the powerful are scared of the truth, and thus they want to censor and oppress it. That's the world and the drama described by Orwell in his books, a world where the state tries to crush the individual and tries to make them believe in its lies, that 2 + 2 = 5. And 40 years later, in many parts of the world, this drama is still playing out. Most resonantly for us, it's happening right now in Crimea, where we see Russia, as it did in the Soviet Union, but really as it always has done, trying to break people and take away their rights to freedom of expression, to justice, and to personal security. However, in the work that I do at the London School of Economics, we look at a larger picture. And actually we find that in a lot of places, in Latin America and South Asia and Europe, but also I think in Ukraine, we see a new set of challenges emerge, which turn our old understanding of what a democratic information space is on its head. And that is the challenge we face today. So, for example, can we really still talk of a marketplace of ideas where the best information will always win out through some theory of rational choice, when, in today's environment, you can create disinformation at such scale through troll farms, through search engine manipulations, that it makes it impossible to find the truth, and people become utterly confused, give up on the sense that there is an objective reality, and turn to dictators to guide them through this dark and complex world. Does media pluralism automatically lead to better debate in a world of vicious polarization and factionalism, where we see people hide themselves in their own little realities and become unable to communicate with each other anymore, to the point where any hope for common democratic coexistence is undermined? I was very struck by this when I went back to Odessa in 2015 and 2016, at the height of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. As you remember, it was a time when there was a terrible, tragic fire in Odessa, and the information war was raging. In a way, this Odessa was so different to the one my father was arrested in 1976. In a way, everything that he'd hoped for had been fulfilled. It was a city of, and it is a city, of dozens of TV channels and social media sites. But this information abundance had also brought challenges. I saw a vicious information campaign being waged by Russia, using troll farms and paid-for propagandists to inflame tensions in the city, trying to make people fearful, trying to convince that the fire where 40 pro-Kremlin supporters had died was actually an organized mass slaughter, trying to push the city through information manipulation into a conflict that would give Putin an excuse to invade. And across the world, I see a kind of upside-down situation. In the Philippines, in Turkey, in many other countries, we now see regimes not merely arresting critical journalists, as they did in the Soviet Union, as they do in Crimea, but attacking them with troll farms and cyber militias, which spread lies about them, calling them fake news or not patriotic enough. And when the journalists say, hold on, this is an attack by the government, and it's an attempt to actually censor us, the regimes in Manila, in Ankara, in Moscow, in so many other places, say this is just freedom of expression. These are just concerned online citizens criticizing you. This is what you always fought for. And in a sense, they're right. There is nothing in Article 19 of the Declaration of Human Rights. Article 19 is the declaration that defends freedom of expression about disinformation. It is not a legal category. It only talks about the freedom to receive and impart information. So for these critical journalists and activists, there's no philosophical or legal way to stand up to the attacks of cyber militias and troll farms. So what do we do in this new world? How do we take the values, the ideals that dissidents like my parents or people today in Ukraine are fighting for, and which I still believe in, but make sense of them in a completely new environment where the old formula have been brought into question and have been hijacked by the people who want to take away your rights? So the small research initiative I set up at the London School of Economics, we try to answer that question. I do think regulation can play a role. It's a small role, but it's a very, very important role. And we spend a lot of our time thinking about how do we regulate online, internet disinformation? What do we mean by it? But to come up with clever regulation in this space, you have to really understand how disinformation online works. It's not about one piece of content, one lie said by one person online. What makes the internet unique is how you can scale with such ease this content. I would encourage you to think of disinformation online not in terms of content, but in terms of types of behavior. Yeah? Deceptive behavior online. The problem is not the one piece of content in Odessa, but the fact that there's a troll farm that's pushing it out, that's creating the illusion that these are real people, when actually it's a campaign run from St. Petersburg. I'm not talking about individual anonymity. That's fine. I have no problem with an individual being anonymous for safety, for satire, for whatever reason. I'm talking about mass coordinated campaigns. That's the deceptive part. That has nothing to do with freedom of expression. Actually, that takes away the freedom to receive information of the person who's looking at it, because he doesn't understand who is behind the campaign. Is it a real person or a troll in St. Petersburg? I think we can regulate this type of mass, inauthentic, deceptive behavior without disturbing the principles of free expression. We have to think more about regulation. Do we need oversight of algorithms? Algorithms, the computer programs that show you what you see online. Do they need oversight to ensure that the content that they show is fair and accurate and balanced? So when you type in Crimea in London or Paris, you don't just get Russian propaganda, you actually get accurate, truthful information. But if we need oversight of the algorithms, we have to ask who will be doing that oversight? What will be the controls over that oversight? So that's the regulatory part. We have to think about the systems behind the disinformation. That's where the regulation needs to be focused. But regulation can only ever do so much when it comes to information and culture and narratives. What we need to start thinking about is a new type of media, a media that gets up every morning and thinks about how does it counter the purposeful polarization that the propagandists are pushing. That's the common thing that we find in country after country. The aim of the propaganda is to divide, to break down civil discourse, to make democracy impossible. Because democracy depends on trust and being able to communicate with each other. That's their aim. That's what they were doing in Odessa, trying to push people apart so democracy breaks down. So that means a media and editors getting up every morning and thinking about not how they'll boost their own side, which is the easiest thing to do, and which sadly, and this is very true in many democracies, is what most media do. How do I get my population, my side of the group, my side of the country, hyped up? And I don't care about the other side. They're not my audience. Instead, we need media that thinks, how do I reach those alienated audiences? The ones that might still be watching Первый канал or Russian-sponsored YouTube personalities. And how do I start working with them? Now, how do we do that? In our little research initiative, we think about this in 3 ways, essentially. First is to constantly think about the effect of a piece of content. We can measure this through focus groups, through online analysis. Is the content that you're producing, is it stoking rage, or is it helping to inspire a fact-driven conversation among the audience? I'll give you one example. I was up till 4 a.m. watching the American Democratic debates. They're structured like a reality show. Yeah? If one candidate attacks another candidate, the other one has 35 seconds to respond, and then the one who attacked him has 35 seconds to respond. They're structured and designed for people to hit each other, like in a reality show, or like in a wrestling match. In a way, I think Ukrainian debating shows have taken this to another level. Much research has shown that this sort of debate makes viewers cynical, doesn't help people understand the issues, reduces politics to personality games, and ends up leaving people less engaged with real policy. So can we do debating shows in a different way? Instead of having them attack each other in this cheap reality show, can we set them policy aims and then ask them, how are you going to collaborate to solve this? Make it solutions-orientated, which will force them to talk about reality, to talk about facts, and it'll force them to collaborate. That's just a very small example. Yeah? But I'm just thinking, editors need to start constantly thinking about the effect of their media. But also, we have to start thinking about our audiences much more, to understand them much better. What are the values that unite people underneath the surface polarization. I think Ukraine has much to teach the rest of the world when it comes to this. When I was in Odessa in 2015 and 2016, I talked to local Odessan officials who explained to me that in order to counter Putin's information war, they needed to find what all Odessans had in common. Not to play into the divides, but to find what was in common. And they explained to me that they understood Odessa, because they were from there, much better than Putin. And that actually, for all the ethnic divides in the city, Odessans saw their city as a rich, wealthy town of merchants. And so the information campaign they did was to show how separatism, how allying with Russia doesn't bring wealth and prosperity, it brings destruction and oppression. They didn't have to make anything up, they just showed what had happened in the Donbass, putting up posters everywhere of the destroyed Donbass. Because that's what Russia always brings. It always brings destruction and oppression, while Ukraine is the one that can bring peace and security. And this last year I was in Odessa again. This time we were doing focus groups in Odessa to understand even more deeply what do different parts of the Ukrainian population have in common. Purposefully, we brought people into one room who'd voted for different people in the last presidential election, some of whom detested the Soviet Union, others who said they liked some things about the Soviet Union, people who could speak different languages at home. And as the focus groups went on, as we got people to talk, we found that actually these political identities are very superficial. We found that even those who... And when I go up oppressions of the Soviet regime, it's Chernobyl, it's Afghanistan, it's the 1990s, and what all Ukrainians everywhere have in common is surviving this. And they all have this incredible ability to adapt, to survive, to find resilience. Whether it was the small story of my father in 1976 or the incredibly moving stories I've heard today about Crimea and about people who refuse to be broken. Thank you.
And again, thank you, Mr. Peter Pomerantsev. And yes, his achievements exist, and his books will go on being translated into Ukrainian. And we can debate, we can discuss, because we are waiting for this format of conversation. So now I'll call here to the stage Larissa Denisenko, the human rights activist who will moderate this discussion. And please, Genduz Mamedov, Daria Sviridova, Ivan Lishchinov, Oksana Zolotyrova, and other members of this panel discussion, please get ready. Just now, while we are putting the chairs here, everybody is getting ready. Larissa will introduce every single one of you, and while it's going on, we'll watch one more story of the relatives of political prisoners, in particular Mehmet Bilalov and his mother, while we are getting ready. I'm mother of Mehmet Bilalov. Mehmet has the best education. He's graduated from Sevastopol National Technical University. He's an engineer radio technician. For the first year he did not enter, so he entered to the preparatory course. And this was the case when I was called. And I asked him, what has happened? He didn't know. So I came to the dean and he said, every Friday your son leaves. He's not in the university on Fridays. And I said, but he told you that he's going to read Friday namaz, the prayer, every Friday. No, he never told us that, the dean said. I said, well, maybe somehow you can solve this issue. Okay, even the dean agreed with that he can be free on Fridays for the prayers. So he's graduated in 2014, I would say even 2013, and he didn't even have time to get the diploma because Russia came. There were certain issues with that, so it turned out that he has high education, but he doesn't have a diploma. So he has the son. On the 16th of January he will be 3 years. And Mehmet was taken, he was 8 months. He doesn't remember him. And of course we're always telling him that his father is a good one. And he always comes up to the picture and says, "Father, Father, Babaka" in Crimean Tatar. So we're all living close to each other. If we live in this street, at the neighboring street we have the guys taken from the first Bakhchisarai, and they are imprisoned as well. And the second street have the imprisoned people. So when our children were taken, 6 streets around where all had people, they were surrounded and they were never let out. At 6:15 they came and knocked into our doors. They knocked very powerfully. Just opened the doors and that's it. We opened, my husband opened the door. My son Mehmet followed him. And they put both of them to the wall. They made them raise their hands. And then the husband said, "Please, let me put down my hands because I've had a surgery, oncological surgery, had cancer." So it was not that easy for him to stand. And they said, "It's okay, you will stand." But later they let him put down his hands. And Mehmet was also allowed to do that, to come up, because the investigator began to read the decree for the interrogation, and there was no lawyer, and I instantly said, "I won't do anything," because I was the hostess at the household. I asked what was the reason, what do you want, what are you searching for? But the investigator was loud and very clear. "No, I don't allow for the lawyer to come. I have both sons who are active participants. How can I say? During the celebrations, they organize the holidays, they help. When the guys were becoming political prisoners, the families got some support. Someone was installed the lock or the video surveillance. Everybody solved our issues. If something has to be done, they always were very active to help and support. They always helped. And we had more than one search. We had 2 searches. The second search was at my second son's. There, because he put a like of the symbols online, so the second son had to leave for him not to get imprisoned. So before we begin, hello everyone, my name is Larisa Denisenko, I'm the Human Rights Activist and the Ambassador of Tolerance of UNDP in Ukraine. I would ask you please come to the first rows, because in fact the governmental panel, the parliamentary panel, as they always do, they left. I do hope they didn't live forever, but you can move closer. I can see Dmitro. Dmitro, I can see. Not everyone left. So please, come closer to the first rows, because we are now coming to the expert discussion. And there are some points to discuss, because this direction of the state policy, the legal one, the court one, is very full. And we can speak a lot. about what has been done and what will be done further on. I would ask all the speakers, please come up here and to the stage. Please take your seats. Please, I ask you, Irina Marchuk, Ivan Lishchina, Daria Sviridova, Oksana Zolotaryova, Igor Panochny, please. All of you, you can take any places. Valeria Lutkovska, please, please. I will take this place if you don't mind.
Thank you very much. I'm really pleased to see all of you. And, you know, before we start this conversation, before we start this discussion, and I do hope that we will have this opportunity also to discuss all of those issues with our audience. Well, before we start that, I would like to refer to Peter's Pomerantsev's speech when he mentioned the methods of KGB and the Soviet methods, the methods of KGB that have been a part of the legacy for the modern Russian Federation, in my opinion. The KGB methods are basically about that the technique and the normative regulatory approaches were much more important there and much more important than the approach, the human-centric approach, which means that the techniques and regulatory are much more important than the human rights and freedoms. And right now, when we see how the Russian Federation acts, we have to be absolutely conscious that we have this 2+2 in law, and we have to prove that it will equal 4, because it's not obvious for all of the people as it turns, as it gets. And I'm really pleased, and I'm really satisfied with work and each and everyone who is about to speak up today, this panel, because these are the people who are proving every day that 2+2 is 4, and they will never step out from this position. And it's very important and valuable that on everyday basis you're holding yourself back. You are still being people. You are still being people who are, notwithstanding all of the legal idiocies that currently exist, not minding those different points of view that have among the people who are working with the international law, who are not standing on the same position. The hybrid war creates the hybrid lawfare and law war. So in order for us to understand it better, I would like to ask the first person to speak up, to start with a theory based on the example of what was going on right now. I would like to invite the experts of international criminal law, Irina Marchuk. She is coming from the University of Copenhagen, and I would like to ask you, Irina, to step up here if it's much easier for you. So we have the microphones here, and they work. You can hear me? Yes, good. I do believe that this is a professional habit, that if you're a professor, you're always standing here. So that is why I have decided that I would like to speak a little bit about the legal war, about the lawfare from this spot. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. It's a great honor for me to be here today and to have this opportunity to share my opinions about the lawfare that is currently being held against Ukraine by Russia, and also to join the speakers who are protecting the interest of Ukraine. And as far as I have the international legal background, I would like to mention what is the hybrid lawfare, and I would like to try to answer the questions. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time, so I won't be able to answer the questions. I do hope we will have some time for discussion. First of all, I would like to we have this defense lawfare that Ukraine has in strategy. What is trying to be proved by Ukraine on the international courts? What are the difficulties for Ukraine in the international courts? And maybe just to give a couple of words of giving some of the desires for the future, what Ukraine can improve in its strategy of the hybrid war. The lawfare is the term that is being used in English, that has been introduced by the General by the generals of the U.S. Army, by Charles Daniwa, who has introduced this term and who has been providing the first definition of it. That is the strategy of using, especially in legal using of the law and legislation as an alternatives of the traditional action. This term has been popularized. This has been used by the political scientists and given them the different meanings, both positive and negative. In positive meaning, the lawfare means the strategy that a specific state follows in order to reach their geopolitical goals against the state, a different state, by making a country to follow their obligations according to the international law. In the negative meaning, it's not using it, but violating the international law when the most powerful works in the legal frame of the adversary. When we're speaking about the lawfare, when we speak of lawfare in the context of the Ukraine and Russian conflict, that we can say that lawfare has both positive and negative meanings in this case. In positive case, Ukraine is now persecuting Russia in many different international legal platforms, as far as Ukraine has provided a lot of appeals against Russia, and Russia is currently leading the so-called counter-legal war when they're trying to violate the terms of international law, when they're misunderstanding and misinterpreting the terms of international law, like the tools of self-actualization, the right to humanitarian intervention, or one-sided secession. So, of course, when we are reading through the news, then there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that can be read about the current appeals, about the current cases that have been held in the international courts, but a lot of people believe that there's only one single court in Hague that will overcome or will do all of the sentences of all of the conflicts that we now have and will decide the final destiny of the aggression of Russia against Ukraine. Fortunately, it's not that case, because none of the single international courts has the mandate to deal with the aggression cases, and Ukraine has the specific strategy of working on different international legal platforms, and Mr. Prestaiko has mentioned that the International Criminal Court is now processing a couple of cases. It's the pre-court preparation stage, and I do believe that we have the record number of the interstatual appeals. We have 5 now against Russia. We have more than 6,500 individual appeals by the citizens of Ukraine to the International Court. Also, the courts have been held, the Ukrainian cases have been held in the International Court of the UN, and there's a lot of arbitrages that are listening to. The arbitrary processes has been started on the illegal incarceration of our sailors. There is the maritime arbitrary cases about the access of the Black Sea and Azov Sea basins and the Kerch Strait accessibility. We also have the arbitrary appeals on expropriating foreign investments in Crimea. So there's a lot of numbers of appeals that have been provided, and we have to clearly define what are the courts that are dealing with it, because all of the courts have different mandate. Whether this defensive lawfare is a good strategy? Yes, of course. If we position ourselves as a European civilized state, then the only right strategy would be to use the international law just to protect our own interests and the territorial integrity. Ukraine is not a unique stage. Ukraine is not a unique stage because Ukraine follows the rules of the experience of other countries like Philippines, or they are now have provided the appeals against Russia, China, United States of America. The defensive lawfare gives us the opportunity to find the trustworthy facts. We have spoken a lot about the informational war that includes propaganda, fake news spreading, misinformation and disinformation, and international courts are very those platforms that are the arbitraries of the truth, because the international courts are the institutions that will be heard by the international community. One thing when Ukraine makes the political statements and by saying that Russia violates international law, but the other is the sentence, the ruling of the international law court. And also, we know that this kind of appeals will help us to improve the reputational pressure, the reputational tension on Russia, and to support the provision of the sanctions on the international level, and also will give the opportunity for Ukraine to ask for reimbursements. What Ukraine is trying to prove in the international courts, there's a lot of misunderstanding and there's a lot of misinterpretations about that. Ukraine is not trying to prove the illegal using of force. Ukraine is not trying to prove aggression. They're not trying to prove the illegal exercising of the Crimean people of their rights for self-actualization. We're not trying to prove against the one-sided secession. We're trying to work in the international mandate. For example, International Criminal Court will speak about the individual criminal responsibility for the international of crimes and crimes against the humanity. Like, for example, other courts are only dealing with the violations of the mandate that has been taken according to the Convents of the Liquidation of Any Types of Racial Discrimination and a Convention on the Financing of Terrorism. We have to understand that we're using different legal standards in different courts. In order to identify the responsibility of Russia as a state, we should have the effective control. And if we want to prove that effective control, if we want to prove that the conflict in the East is the international military conflict, we have to prove the overall control. In order to have this mandate hearings in the arbitrary courts, we have to prove that Russia has the factual control of the territory. Those are completely different standards of evidence building, and thus we have to keep that in mind. What are the challenges for Ukraine in the international courts? There's a lot of challenges, and I do hope that the representatives of Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Foreign Affairs will tell us more about that, because they are working directly with those cases. The first biggest problem is the limited access to evidence on the territories that are currently occupied in the east of Ukraine and in Crimea. The problem is that we had a lot of information that has been documented on many different violations and crimes and the violations of human rights, but we do not have enough evidence on the international platforms on the effective control of this territory by the Russian Federation. It has already been mentioned before today that we have to prove that 2 plus 2 equals 4, because we all know that Russia has this effective control on those territories, but according to the international law, in the international courts, we should prove it once again, because it only after we will identify and evidence that there is this effective and factual control, we can only then speak that Russia is responsible for the numerous human rights violations on the territory of Crimea. We also need to have the coordinated efforts on preparing the international courts and evidence base. The facts that we're providing to the international courts is the same, but international courts are working with those cases in their competences baseline. So we have to work with the evidence, with the first sources, primarily sources, not secondary sources. And that was the critique that has been mentioned out by the representatives of the Russian Federation at our most recent hearings on the European Court, when they only said that their representatives of Ukraine are only using the secondary sources like the reports of the international organization, reports of the OCE, and Ukraine has no primarily sources to produce. But Ukraine has appealed against that. We have provided a lot of primarily sources, but it's also very important so that we would once again emphasize it during the hearings all the time. And our lawyers have been working with their colleagues who represent the interests of Ukraine in the international law, and we have communicated the importance of engaging the primarily sources as evidence-based during the hearings in Hague or Strasbourg. Also, Ukraine sometimes deals with controversial narratives in international courts. For example, in the international courts in the UN frame, we said that Ukraine follows the policy of the cultural division. Then, a couple of months ago, in the European Court on Human Rights, we say that the Russian is now prosecuting the people in Crimea. What is that? Discrimination, persecution, or cultural annihilation? We have to find what's the right legal term. Whether whether we should treat some of the actions that have been taken against the civilians. Should that be the international crime? Should it be crime against humanity? Should it be acts of terrorism? We have to have the one position about that. And the final thing I would like to say, what we can improve. Russia is a very serious opponent. Russia has a lot of money invested to protect their legal position in international courts, and Russia hires the top international lawyers. So it is very important for us to have the factual evidence. We need to have the unified position for different international courts, and creating the joint working group that will include the representatives of many different ministers that are responsible for Ukrainian appeals and cases in international courts. For that work group will coordinate this work, and if there's needed to have the consultations with the experts on international law. We also need to have the effective strategy of communicating with the civil society, with people. The people have to understand what Ukraine is doing to protect its sovereign interest and what is being done in every particular international court, and so that it will be communicated in the language that will be comprehended by the broader audience. We also have to ratify the Statute of Roma, because there's a lot of measures that can be taken, but it's all coming up to the need of ratifying the Statute of Rome. We want the international community to respect Ukraine. We want the international community to follow the international law when they speak of Ukraine, but Ukraine is not doing anything in order to fulfill its own obligations according to the international law and to join the Statute of Rome as 128 other countries did. The situation in Ukraine, the situation in Crimea and in the east, it creates the big challenge for Ukraine as for the state. But Ukraine also has the potential to become the engine behind promoting the international law, and we have to use that in full. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would like to pass the floor to the other speakers, please. Thank you very much, Irena. I'm really grateful for this very broad scope of questions and open questions that you have pointed out, and I do hope that currently we will have the opportunity to answer to these questions, especially Ivan Lishina and Oksana Zoltaryova. I would like to ask you to identify who's going to be the first to speak, because those are two different fronts. We are of the international justice. One person is responsible for that in the Ministry of Justice, the whole team working there, and not just only one single team of the Ministry of Justice, and there's a different direction that is being headed and led by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I think Ivan will start. Ivan Lishina, the Deputy Minister of Justice of Ukraine. So please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Well, at the very beginning of the lawfare, at the very beginning of the military actions that have taken place and any actions that have been had in this lawfare, we had this decision made to, first of all, to evaluate what are the international forums, what are the international courts that Ukraine can appeal to, that the state can appeal to, or the separate citizens can appeal to, or some of the investors or stakeholders can appeal to. So thus we have delegated the work between the ministers and departments. First of all, the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has dealt with this question. We have identified that the Ministry of Justice is going to be responsible, it is responsible for the European Court of Human Rights, and work with this court in some of the directions that I'm about to tell you later on. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is now currently leading all of the other international courts and all the other international court processes when Ukraine is speaking on behalf of the country, on behalf of the state. Well, of course, there are the directions of the individual cases, individual appeals towards European Court. We also have some of the appeals for the international arbitrary tribunals, and as far as I know, only based on the agreement between Ukraine and Russia on the protection of the investment. There's also the work of the General Prosecutor's Office and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the directions of the International Criminal Court on the European Court of Human Rights. well, the Ministry of Justice as well, in every state there are the 3 rules that have to be fulfilled in the European Human Rights Courts. It also can be the defendant, and right now there are like more than 8,000 cases when Ukraine has to be defending its interests, and out of 6,000 cases are the ones that are connected to Crimea and Donbass. There is also the direction where Ukraine is the third party in the case, and we have a couple of cases where there's no Crimean cases, those are Donbass cases where the responsible is Russian Federation, and Ukraine only entered this case as the third party, and they only provide the additional information for the appealer. And also the state can be the one that can be the actor who appeals in the intra-state appeals. We now have 5 of those. 3 of that are connected to Crimea in some way. So this is the big Crimean case that has been sued in 2014, March 2014. It covers all of the violations of human rights in the Crimean Peninsula. Well, first of all, it has been concentrated on those violations throughout the occupation process itself, but we're also appealing with the specific information about the new violations, systemic violations that have been held in Crimea after the occupation.
The second case is the case of the political prisoners. It is a bit broader than the Crimean political prisoners only, but it also covers the political prisoners who are now located at the Crimea. And the third case is the case of the sailors who were taken by the Russian Federation in the Kerch Strait. There are elements connected with the Crimea there as well, in the sense that Ukraine, among its claims, says that this taking was illegal because it took place in the territorial waters of Ukraine. So, this is what concerns the Crimea. There are 2 more cases which are connected with Donbass. This is the big Donbass case, and there is the case about the children who were taken from Donbass to the territory of the Russian Federation, but recently they were taken back after this claim was given to the European Court of Human Rights. As for the stage, all of the cases are now at the stage of the consideration of acceptance, so the Russian Federation has expressed denial as for acceptance on all of the applications. All of those refusals are just copies from the ones which were done before on the Georgian cases, because there are 2 state Georgian cases, Georgia 1 and Georgian 2, and as for Georgia 2, Russia expressed the same claims and remarks, and they were also did not considered by the European Court of Human Rights. As for the Crimean case, there has been the first meeting held of the European Court, where the sides have expressed their positions about the acceptance. So again, we are now expecting for the decision about acceptance. We are hoping to get it this year about Crimea, and secondly, the meeting on the acceptance on Donbass. We consider it will be also got in autumn this year. Just for now, we don't have the precise information, but we have some of the hints that it will take place in autumn. The position of Ukraine. Why there is a necessity of interstate announcement, why there was not enough to have personal announcements. It is connected with the mass character of violations, of the administrative practice of the violations which took place, especially during the first days of the occupation about Crimea. It is connected also with the points that to collect certain information, it was properly mentioned above, a big issue is to collect the information. We just don't have any official decree for the 75th Air Assault Unit from Pskov to go on the 21st of January, for instance, of 2014 to the using the big assault ships to Sevastopol. We know it happened. We have the witnesses which approve that, yes, it took place, and they were taken in this way, that they were arriving and they were having an order to arrive and to begin the blockage of the Ukrainian military airports nearby Sevastopol. We have the witnesses who directly witnessed all of that. There are witnesses which got the information directly from the military, who was just blocking our units. But obviously, we don't have the signed, I don't know, by the high, the general staff. So we collected information from the open sources. For instance, one of my favorites is the announcements at the website of one of the Cossack units. It seems one of the Cossacks units about the conference conduction in the Crimea on the 26th to 27th of February 2014, where they gathered the people, men with the military training. They even said, for the agrarian conference in the Crimea, we need men with military training up to 40 years old, and so on. All of this information was collected, systematized and given, and it concerns the invasion. Why are we interested in the invasion? Because Russian Federation, in comparison with Donbass, acknowledges that they have the effective control in the Crimea, but they are not sure about the date, since the 18th or the 21st of February or March of 2014. The 21st of March is the date when there was the constitutional law on the Crimea joining, acting, and the 18th is the date when the treaty about the joining of Crimea was signed, and also, as they say, about the 16th when the referendum was taken. And it's very interesting how they formulated it, because they said that the efficient control is since the 21st, but since the 18th, the Crimean authorities, which used to be Ukrainian legal authorities as they consider under the axiom of superioration, since the 16th they have become on the way towards their independence. I don't know what's that legal term is, the way onto independence. And on the 18th they have become the Russian ones. But the efficiency was working on the 21st. Who controlled the Crimea from the 18th to the 21st is not known at all. So all of those points are highlighted by us. We're showing that to approve our position that really the Russian Federation has got the efficient control in the understanding of the European Court on Human Rights. And I understand that the European Court does not precisely define what that control was, whether it was efficient or just general or general and efficient. In the previous decrees they used both terms or separately those terms, but it is important that for the European Court it is the fact, it is not the legal wording. This is not the certificate that since this date this is the efficient control. Those are the facts which have to be proved for the circumstances, and the main circumstance is the boots on the ground, that is the availability of the troops on the territory which has been under control. And in those cases, it's not that easy for the Russian Federation to say that there were no boots on the ground, because the president of the Russian Federation in the movie The Crimea, The Way to the Motherland, directly announces that those were the Russian troops which controlled Crimea then. So as for Crimea, the position of the Russian Federation is not that stable. They understand that themselves. But it's a different story about Donbass, because they say there are no Russians there. And if there are no Russians, we need to collect as much information as possible to prove to the European Court that they are there. As for, in fact, violations, we and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are considering the maps we are having, the documents according to which We are providing some of the applications, the European Convention, some of the documents and papers by the Ministry of the Foreign Affairs. The case is that every paper, every document, and every tool is rather unique. And for each of them, there is the certain practice of the forum, of the authority which uses it. That is why there can be a feeling that Ukraine proves some one thing in the one authority and the different thing in a different one. But in fact, Ukraine is proving the same. But the certain wording depends on the forum where this wording is given to. And if we say that the illegal tortures and disappearance and kidnapping are the articles, the 5th, the 3rd and the 2nd article of the European Convention on Human Rights, this is how we formulate our applications. We complain about the violation of the article number 2, number 3 or number 5 of the European Convention, how the European Court interprets those documents. It's obvious that the structure of the violation and of other tools will be different, and it will depend on the wording of the document and the court practice. That is why I don't see any perspective in any consolidated claim in a unified document where it's written that we claim that Russia has violated this rule or this right. This right can be violated, those actions can be violated by different wordings with different rights and different tools. And the wordings will be different, but the facts are the same. And we share information with the Ministry of the Foreign Affairs and the General Prosecutor's Office, because this is the right thing to say, that the description of the facts has to be unified, more or less, according to these or those documents and what we're trying to prove. This is what I'd like to say. Thank you. Thank you, Ivan. In fact, for non-lawyers, I'd like to clarify it a bit. Ivan answered the open question of Miss Irina about why the terminology is not in consent. And the answer is that different conventions have their own terminology and notions. There can be different law reasons, legal reasons, which are opened in different courts according to what the convention shows. But in the end of the day, I'd like to give the floor to the director of the Department of International Law, the Ministry of the Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Ms. Oksana Zoldareva. Please, the floor is yours. Yes, thank you so much. I see lots of acquainted faces. If I didn't have enough time to greet with you, I greet you from here. Unfortunately, the reason why we are here is absolutely not positive. But still, we are living in this world, the new world for us during the last 6 years, and we will go on living for some time like this. The hybrid threat, the hybrid warfare claims from us different types of hybrid responsibility. So I would instantly like to say, before I begin the conversation about our affairs, I would like to speak about the cooperation and to go on from Ivan's words, to go on with the proofs. At first, we did not understand who is saying what. Not from day one, but in some time, gradually, after we began sharing opinions, we formulated all of the cool teams which interact and support each other. We have such teams which present Ukraine in the International UN Court. One of the witnesses on the case on the funding of terrorism is just present here. On the Convention on Liquidation of all of the types of racial discrimination, I can't even count how many witnesses are present here today, how many people who were involved and who we are grateful for during those years, for their time of the development and processing of the documents of the witnesses. As for the Convention on Sea Law, unfortunately we don't have here a single person who would represent it, but we have Mr. Admiral of the Navy of Ukraine who really helps us now fighting in some of the aspects on the UN Convention on Sea Law. Every international institution has its own rules of proofs. It has its own proofs, which we can substantiate upon. Ivan was right to say that sometimes we have the lack of the primary documents. But putting together some of the secondary documents, we can speak about some of the violations and some of their proofs. What's also important, that we are working directly with the investigators, directly with the prosecutors who are conducting this case, with the people who suffered of the illegal actions against Russia. We are communicating with the people who have become victims of the terroristic acts in Mariupol. We are communicating with the Crimean Tatars, with ethnical Ukrainians, which have become victims of the racial discrimination in the Crimea. And according to their witnesses, we are creating our case. And besides gratitude, I'm also leading to the last words of Ivan about the consolidated claim, and that today, in fact, this idea about the consolidated claim is sounding once in 2 years, every 2 years. Everything began in 2014, when this was the first time we heard the phrase, when Putin comes to The Hague. I will give the floor to my colleague from the prosecutor's office to answer this question, when finally Putin will be found in The Hague. And during all this time, we all also heard those claims, and the Ministry of Justice, when will you create this one big claim against Russia? The international law, the international order of law is very complicated. And this retrograde one, we have only two mechanisms of bringing of the side to responsibility. The first one is if it is foreseen by the international treaties and contracts between the sides. In our case, there are several treaties between the sides, between Russia and Ukraine, which foresee some of the argues within the international court institutions. Our relationship are going on with the Russian Federation, that not a single bilateral treaty does not include the reference that we can come, because it was violated, to the international court institutions. Some of the claims and argues are solved, and misinterpretations are solved only conducting some of the consultancies with the Russian Federation. It's obvious that the way of the direct negotiations with the Russian Federation, which will be only about the negotiation, is not the way we can now use and go along. The other element is that when the states agree to bring this contradiction to the consideration of the International Court institution, they can create some separate tribunal. They can create some separate tribunal, and since 2014 we applied for the Russian Federation for 4 or 5 times to create either a tribunal or any ad hoc chamber, or to give this case for the consideration to the International Court. As of today, we didn't get any answer. And I think that the last time was during the hearings in London in January or in December last year about the Yanukovych case, and we also expressed our readiness even to begin the consideration of those cases tomorrow in any international court institution. So now we need to concentrate. Oh, I do apologize. There is the third mechanism where we can create some tribunal or the case can be given to court. This is when there is the decision of the UN Security Council about that. But it's obvious that the order of the forces having Russia and China and other countries in the UN Security Council, we cannot rely upon the creation of any special tribunals. So this is what we have, and in 2014 we calculated that we have such conventions. In fact, only 7 of them. 4 of which are under the umbrella of the Convention on the Counteraction with the Funding of Terrorism and the Convention on the Liquidation of all the types of racial discrimination, which include the compulsory provision about the opportunity of consideration of those cases by the International UN Court in case if those sides have the misinterpretation or different interpretation of the conventions, and if the sides have any of the pre-court procedures for those argues. And really, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Valeria, remembers those wonderful hours in Minsk during the negotiations with the Russian Federation on the conventions on the liquidations of all the types of racial discrimination, in the Convention on the Funding of Terrorism. We've created 11 rounds of negotiations, and only after that we could apply for the International UN Court. What was our claim about the Convention on the fight with the funding of terrorism? It concerns, first of all, the east of Ukraine.
What we are saying that with the Russian support, that has been the acts of terrorism, like taking down the MH17 flights, like the shelling of the civil quarters of Mariupol, Kramatorsk and Volnovakha. Speaking of the Convention on Liquidation of all of the types of racial and discrimination, I would like to say that we're also trying to prove that the Russian Federation has the continuous policy of the cultural annihilation of ethnic Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars. And having said that, they are violating the Convention on Liquidation all of the forms of racial discrimination. The international law, once again want to emphasize, the international law is a very slow tool. The first negotiations taken place in 2015, we have provided the lawsuit to international court in 2017, and it's only last November we were able to receive the first ruling on the UN international courts. And the UN international courts, they've refused to prove all of the amendments by the Russian side about the mandate, so we didn't have to prove that 2 + 2 is 4. We're proving that, like, 2 + 2 is not 3, is not 5, is not 158. So right now, what we are waiting for, we're waiting for the Russian Federation to provide its counter memorandum till the 8th of December 2020. We had 13 months to prepare our memo, and now they also have the 13 months to prepare their own counter memo. And as soon as we will receive it, it's not going to be public, but once again, we do believe that those parts that will be corresponding to each one of you, each of the stakeholders. So under the NDA, we will definitely share it about all of those cases that the Russian Federation is going to take on our address. We understand that there will be the space for the fakes, and we understand that there will be different violations on Crimean Tatars, on Crimean Tatar Mejlis, because the Russian Federation currently says that there's no problems with human rights in Crimea, that everything is completely great there, that all of the representative institutions of Crimean Tatar people are working. But we will try to work on that, and we do hope that the Mejlis and the civic society in Crimea will help us with that. Another case that we're dealing with is the Convention of UN on Maritime Law, and we have also said that we had these consultations in place, and it's now being dealt with by the arbitrary tribunal that has been created according to the Convention of Maritime Laws of the United Nations. It's made up of 5 arbiters, and we're now saying that the Russians had violated the rights of Ukraine in the basins of the Black Sea, the Azov Sea, and the Kerch states. We are now straight, and we're now saying that Russia is basically violating the rights of Ukraine. We now have had the first ruling on this case, and of course what we would like to have the complete victory, and that we're used to those victories after we had one in the UN international courts and then the National Maritime Tribunal. We have got used with victories, but unfortunately we do not have Perry Masons in this world. We do not have those people who win every case they take, but we have just lost one, not lost, but like we didn't win 1/6 of it. We didn't win 6 lawsuits because we have managed to fight back with 6 of the cases by the Russian Federation. We're slightly disappointed that the arbitrary tribunals that are in a slightly defensive position. They didn't want to interpret the norms of international public rights law. They only wanted to deal with the international maritime law. But still, the arbitrary tribunal, they have acknowledged that there is no discussion of the Crimea jurisdiction, and Crimea is Ukraine, and it's not public yet. It will be publicized. It will be published in the recent 2 weeks, and then we'll be able to read out through these rulings. And now the case is moving forward. We have some time to provide the updated memo because part of our claims cannot be processed further. We're now working on building the right line of defense and to build up the right claims. We are still 100% preserving the question of the code breach and all of the legal relations that are being built around Azov Sea. We are still speaking about the fossil resources, the so-called Boyko wells and the Boyko wells that are currently working there in the occupied territories. We are continuing to work on that. And if Ivan Lishina has mentioned the sailor case, that I should also continue to saying about that, what the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is doing on that behalf. In point of view of the Ministry of the Foreign Affairs, the actions of Russia, they're violating the general principles of the international maritime law and international street law on the autonomies and authorities of the sea vessels. What does it mean? That any kind of states cannot detain and judge the sea vessels according to their law, according to their jurisdiction. It's not really, it says that the people at the ship, the crew working at the vessel, is the part of the ship. So the authority of the ship and sovereignty of the ship also is being exposed to the crew of the ship and the vessels. As far as you know, we had this 19-1 resolution on the International Maritime Tribunal that's forced Russia, that's made Russia to free both the crew and the vessels and return them to Ukraine. Let us say specifically covering it up with the people exchange and their own goodwill. Russia has fulfilled this sentence and this ruling, but we are not stopping with that. We would like to prove it in the court that the Russian Federation has committed a crime towards Ukraine, has committed a crime towards those sailors, towards those people, and towards our vessels, our ship. So we will continue in the further proceeding of this case in the tribunal. We will continue on working on another memo. We're now working with our Navy and our maritime forces, maritime army forces. We are analyzing the evidence. We are collaborating with all of the captains. We're really grateful for this collaboration in building up our memo. I would also like to emphasize in the end, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this while we're fighting in courts? We're not only fighting in courts just to sit there nicely in international courts. What we want to have is the restoration of justice. We're only interested in restoring justice. All of those cases, they cannot be considered in the financial equivalence. It's not about money, it's not about hryvnias or dollars. We want Russia to stop violating the law and violating the rights. If Russia will now say, like, okay, you had those losses on 10 billions, now you have 4 billions, we will not accept it. Even if they say this, now we have 11 billions, we have to restore our rights. That is why the state institutions exist that protect the rights of citizens. On the other hand, the legal entities that are appealing to protect, for example, their investment, they're following their commercial interests. And for them, the number and the figure of the reimbursement will be also important. For us, it's also important for them to regain the specific figures that they are up to. And as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we're supporting all of the claims that have been provided by the legal entities in Crimea. Thank you, Oksana. By the way, we have 10 minutes for 3 speakers. According to our schedules, I'm really respecting the right of every person for lunch. That is an unbreakable rule, but it also can slightly correlate with our time frame, so it might slightly be shifted. So I would like to ask for your understanding. So we would like take around 15 minutes out of our lunch break. We can do that in 45 minutes for just to have the opportunity to listen Mykola Semano, because he's starting our work after lunch. But okay, I'm not going to pose a question for Igor when Putin is going to be in gag, when he's going to be tried in gag, but speaking on the work on gathering the evidence, you know, the General Prosecutor Office is working on gathering the evidence, first of all, and it's very important for us to understand that we are here not closing our eyes to any crimes, so we're not leaving any crimes without investigation. So I would like to ask Ihor Ponochny, who is the prosecutor of the General Prosecutor of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, to speak about that. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to see many familiar faces here and many familiar people here. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of today's event, because this kind of forum, it really gives us the understanding that the Crimea issue and Crimea question is still very relevant for us. The level of guests, the level of participants give us the understanding that the issues of Crimea cannot be on the second run. That this is one of the most relevant questions, one of the most relevant issues for Ukraine today. 6 years ago, the active phase of occupation has started. It was 6 years ago, in front of the building of the Parliament of Crimea, there was a meeting held to support the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. And it has started with the prosecution of the pro-Ukrainian participants of that meeting, of that rally, and the Russian Federation has started their work by prosecuting the participants of those rallies and meetings. And after the occupation, the state and the law enforcing institutions have faced many challenges they have never seen before in Ukraine. They have never been in Ukraine as a challenges. And those are the challenges on investigating the violating and the pace of war, the violations of international humanitarian law that the Russian Federation started to violate from the very beginning of the occupation, from the first days of occupation. So throughout all of those periods, with the active support of the many NGOs and watchdog and human rights protecting organizations, we have now accumulated the needed knowledge, and we have started or actually established our effective work on providing the effective investigation, effective documenting of the violations and the crimes of war that have been committed in Crimea. What is very interesting, that we have provided the notification of prosecution. We have completed it for all of the justice establishments or the prosecutor establishments in the occupied Crimea who have been persecuting the participants of the pro-Ukrainian meetings in 2014. So we have provided these notifications for 26 residents of Crimea. Those are the judges of Simferopol courts or the Supreme Courts of the Crimea. And we also have provided these notifications on investigation for the representatives of the Russian law enforcement. So this was the first step. The prosecutions were the first steps of the Russian implementation of the occupation policies, because those cases against the organizers of the meeting was the very one. There was the sample of what the Russian punishing machine can do in Crimea. For they can start using the international norms of the humanitarian rights, that they can use the crime and crime procedural legislation in the different territories, that they're going to be using that in retrospective case, because they provided the legal evaluation of the actions that have taken place before the occupation, before the factual occupation, before the 21st or 18th of March, when they've started to have the effective control of the territory of Crimea. So those were the first cases when they had the very strict violations of the Convention of Geneva on protecting the rights of the civilians throughout the war conflict. That's not the only one, it's just the sampler results. Considering today's date, we have much more investigations in place, and the evidence that we have in the framework of our investigations are much more to cover. We're not only working with our national mechanisms of legislations, we're also collaborating with the international criminal courts, and for a couple of the recent years, together with human rights protecting organizations, we have 7 additional notifications for the prosecutor of the International Criminal Courts. They are at the phase of the pre-work. They're all been published in the annual reports of the prosecutors of the ICC. And I do hope that in 2020, the General Prosecutor of the ICC is going to start the official investigation on the situation in Crimea, because the amount of the information and the amount of the evidence that have been provided to the prosecutor's office of the ICC is sufficient, and we have already had this in the answer of the prosecutor's office of the ICC that we have had the meeting a couple of weeks ago. So answering the question when the leadership of the Russian Federation is going to be trialed in The Hague, well, I cannot give you the precise dates, but I would like to guarantee that on our behalf we would like to make this time as sooner as possible, because it's up to us to do that. There's not any single country, any single state, any other court establishment will do that. So it's only the duty and responsibility of the Ukrainian state and the Ukrainian side to provide the just punishment and just evaluations of these actions, to provide the just punishment to those criminals who have annexed our territory and who's trying to occupy it now. But very briefly, I also would like to say that it's currently much easier for us to work because, like, starting from last year, the General Prosecutor Office has already created the the division on investigating the military crimes, and this division is providing us the organizational aid, and this division works in the framework of the General Prosecutor's Office, and this is basically the main establishment that accumulates all of the policies of the law enforcement system on investigating the crimes and the military conflict. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk to you. Thank you very much for not forgetting about Crimea, and I do hope that this kind of events are not going to be dedicated to some specific dates, but they will be held systematically, because Crimea is Ukraine. Crimea is Ukraine, like whatever you believe. Thank you very much. Igor Panachomny, the General Prosecutor's Office of the Crimean Autonomic Republic. And we have saved some time for a very serious discussion about the justice and the measurements of justice. We have some time to discuss memory. We have some time to discuss the victims the victims of the war, and I would like to ask Daria Sviridova, the constant representative of the president in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. Daria, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good day, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to all of the participants of the forum, and thank you for your attention to Crimea, which is my personal front line with our struggle for the justice. I am from Crimea, coming from Crimea, and I do understand that I cannot be not emotional when working with a couple of those issues. You know, like right now I was sitting here and thinking that for me, the lawfare is about very particular actions of the people that I worked with, that my colleagues worked with. And those are the specific people, the specific names. Starting from this case of the 26th of February 2014, and why we got here together all this time, the 26th of February, 6 years ago, for the right to say that Crimea is Ukraine, very specific people of Ukraine, and I do believe that maybe those people should be known for the people. Maybe they have been persecuted, like Demchihos and other people. They have have been imprisoned for 3 years for just the right to say that Crimea is Ukraine. These are the names of the people that the president has mentioned. Those are particular victims of war. Those are the political prisoners. For example, the 9th of March, and I don't know whether that each of the Ukrainians know that the 9th of March 2014 at the square in Sebastopol, on the day when the pro-Ukrainian event has been held, maybe the final pro-Ukrainian event that has been held in Sebastopol, we had one of the pro-Ukrainian activists who has been detained, who is currently incarcerated, and Mykola Sheptor. And I would like to say that there are many names like that, and we have to remember about them. We have to know them. I would like to have the names of the people who have been now missing, the people who have been detained. They have to be remembered by each Ukrainian. So this is the war for the victims, on behalf of the victims of the war. The list of the people that we're currently protecting of those international platforms and forums, there's a very long list. But I would like to say another front line that is currently really relevant, that is now being fought by the courageous lawyers who are sometimes the sources of the evidences of the violations that have been conducted by the crimes conducted by the Russian Federation. But directly today, in Rostov's court, Emil Kurbedinov, Lil Kurbedji, they are protecting the interests of our political prisoners, and they're documenting the crimes of the aggression of Russian Federation, the violations of the international law, violation of human rights. The Crimean lawyers are doing this courageously now, and I would like to personally thank them. That it was a very important and dangerous work that they're doing at their legislation front line.
I'd like to say that we cannot underestimate lots of reports which have become possible thanks to the work of the human rights organizations. I myself recently represented the human activists community, and I do understand what huge bulk of work since the first days of work was conducted by the human rights activists, by the journalist initiatives which documented the crimes since the first days of war, who have been working with the victims, documented the witnesses. So yes, during the first days of the war, the state was not always capable to be correspondent to those challenges, and that is why it has been done by the human rights organizations. I can't list all of them because it will take all of my 5 minutes, but I'm grateful to each of them. Lots of them are present here in this hall, and we need to understand how important this work they're going on to do today. But really, today is the 6th year of the war, and we need to acknowledge that for the 6th year of the war, the work of the state on the investigation of the crimes is constructed in a very productive way. Today, my colleagues have already mentioned about the coordination which has been conducted, how we work with the documented crimes at the international platforms. Undoubtedly, it's very important, and it's worth to mention about that, to acknowledge that having such a scarce resources of the state, it is very important to strengthen and facilitate, to foster the state structures whose competence is documenting investigation of the crimes and presenting of our legal positions at those international platforms. But the issue of documenting the crimes and the victims of this war is also an issue of memory. What has happened and took place. It seems to me that the huge amount of facts which have been documented by the human rights activists and law enforcement will be in the decisions of the international courts. Sooner or later, it will become the achievement as it used to be, to find this trust and communication between the human rights activists and the legal authorities, to share proofs base, to use it at the international legal platforms. I do hope that once those witnesses and base and proofs will be given to other state institutions, which can guarantee the objective, unprejudiced reconstruction of the events of occupation, the memory about all of the occupation events, the victims of the occupation, accusations, and it will prevent any of the speculations. I do hope that these materials will be given to the Ukrainian Institute of National Memory and the future Commission of Truth, which will be created and will speak about all of the events of the conflict, not only the ones which have been investigated, but also which are important from the point of view of the memory, to prevent speculation about our memory and the occupation events. And concluding, I'd like to say that if we say directly about myself as a representative of the representation office of the President in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, those two aspects, the right for the memory and the irreversible character of the punishment for the crimes, are important moments of the concept of the transitional law, the national moment of which was for the first time today approved at the state level as a task by the President of Ukraine for our authority, where it is defined by the decree of the President that together with the state authorities we need to develop the national model of the transitional law. That is the way out and the overcome of the consequences of the warfare, of the armed conflict. This concept, which has been developed for several years together with the human rights activists and ombudsman, was given to the representation office of the Commission at the President. We have updated it, reviewed it, and we do hope that very soon we'll be able to speak more about it. And in fact, it will become the part of the plan of deoccupation and reintegration of the temporarily occupied territories, and will give very important answers onto the very important questions, beginning with how we'll live during the next day after the restoration of control at the occupied territories, who will bear responsibility for the cooperation with the occupational authorities, how will the Ukraine will protect the property which was illegally expropriated, and how authorities today provide and are providing access to education, to administrative services, and support the connections with the population. All of that is found in the roadmap. And the only challenge which I can see, and I'd like to conclude with, and which seems to me to be our challenge as the representatives of the state authorities, is the interinstitutional coordination, cooperation. And this is in particular very important. We can see lots of initiatives on the issues how we can construct the structure of reintegration and deoccupation of Crimea, and it's so nice that such professional proposals and suggestions are under negotiations, but still it is very important for us together to develop the overall common vision of the policy of reintegration and deoccupation, and for us, with our common actions, really to see some common aim which we can achieve, and for us to have a very important human dimension in that. Thank you, Daria, and now I give the final floor to Valeria Lutkovska, the Ombudsman of the Parliament of 2012-18, Institute on Human Rights. Valeria, the floor is yours. Well, you know, and for me, that today is not only about the victims, it's not only about the legal war. For me, this is about all of the citizens of Ukraine who are left on the territory of the annexed Crimea. I've been at the Crimea after the 26th of February for 2 times. Twice on the 4th of March 2014, when with my own eyes I witnessed how the armed vehicles were going along the ways of and paths of the Crimea. It was scary. And in December 2016, when I managed to come into the Simferopol prison, and I could communicate with Artem Chigoy's and other guys who were just kept there. Well, you know, the previous speakers were very right to mention that we don't want the annexation issue to be only the Crimean issue. And I need to say the same, that the reintegration issue of Crimea shouldn't concern Crimea only. This is the issue of the whole Ukraine, our issue. And as it was totally mentioned by the previous presentation, Mr. Peter Pomerantsev, thank you. We have this lack of values in our society to unite. We have this lack of values. We are not working enough with them. If you remember, about 2 or 3 years ago, The Office of Ombudsman, together with the Center of Information on Human Rights with Tatiana Pechonchik, we have conducted the review of the situation with human rights in Ukraine, the sociological survey. It was a very big number of people answering the question, what would you choose? How would you behave if you had to put up with your human rights violation in exchange with the economical welfare of your country? What would you just choose? Cheap sausage or freedom of speech? Lots of people were saying that they would choose cheap sausage. Do you know why? Because the human rights have never become a value which we're trying to achieve, which we're striving for. We're speaking about anything, politics, history, historical characters, parallels, and so on, but we're not speaking about the human rights, which have to become a uniting common value in our state, in spite of their political views. And that is when those people who objectively had agreed to have cheap sausage only, for those who have overcome this horror of occupation, which led to the decrease of all of the human rights and freedoms at the peninsula, which after that was named the Peninsula of Fear by the human rights activists, for them to understand the value of unity, because without that we can speak as much as we want and to try to speak about reintegration. But we need to reintegrate the citizens of Ukraine. And of course, valuing all those who haven't broken, who showed their position, who, as Volodymyr Paluch, hung the Ukrainian banner on his heart. It's very important. It needs to be remembered and valued by. We need to be united by the values, one of which is the human rights. Thank you. Thank you, Valeria. Thank you all for the attention. I'm afraid that we are short of time and of opportunity to conduct the full-scale discussion with the audience. That is why I would like to express gratitude to you, and I've got two announcements. At 2:30, we are awaited by Mykola Semena, and now we have lunch. I'm not sure that there is sausage there, but still we can go on with our discussions about freedom. Thank you so much. We are also waiting for the speech of Oleg Sentsov, and tonight at 7:30, during the supper, the jazz concert of Hussein Bekirov, and also there will be some time for you to communicate with each other. And now one of the happy moments of this forum, I will now announce a person who will be the next speaker, and maybe several weeks ago we couldn't even plan that. Mykola Semena is a week in Kiev, a Ukrainian journalist. In a nutshell, I will tell that I had an honor, an opportunity to get acquainted with Mykola in Crimea. In 2017, when we met, Mykola said that then it was 50 years anniversary of his first article written, half a century. And then he was already banned to work. He had a ban to work professionally. For 2 years, Mykola could work in the Crimea. Then for 3 years, he didn't have such a right officially. And in January, this unfair, illegal claim was dropped. And Mykola came back here and has something to tell to us. So please, I give the floor to you. We're incredibly happy to see you here. Good day, dear colleagues. I'm extremely grateful to the organizers for the floor and for the right to express my thoughts. Just a week ago, I was in the Crimea and I had the ban to come. I didn't have any freedom of speech, freedom of movement, and my expression of thought were under banishment, which was strictly followed by the special authorities of the occupants. And today I'm extremely grateful to the President and the employees of the Presidential Office. I'm extremely grateful to the Department of the Ombudsman of Ukraine, all the law enforcement organizations which stood for my right to come back and my right for work. In particular, the General Prosecutor's Office of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, which has done a lot, and Genichesk District Administration of Kherson region, and Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people, who made everything possible for me to come back again to my motherland, to Ukraine. I really remember very well the day of the 26th of April 2014. As a journalist, I was highlighting these and other events, and now we can already understand well the chemistry, the mechanics of those events which took place then. So I think that we need to speak about, during the whole January and February of 2014, the head of that Parliament of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, Konstantinov, was spent in Moscow, where he was trained in the special authorities, where they planned the final plan how to conduct annexation. During those days, Konstantinov went along the Verkhovna Rada, the parliament, pale and really frustrated, because he saw what were the consequences of his step. He did not fully manage the situation in the Crimea. He was transformed into the marionette, and the situation was totally managed by the Russian authorities, who wrote for Ukraine the project about the Crimea, the law drafts which we adopted later, and also adopted all the decrees about Konstantinov. And Konstantinov had only to perform. I should say that during that day, the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, the parliament of the Autonomous Republic of the Crimea, I mean the building, the premises, and also lots of infrastructure objects in Crimea, were in fact under control of the Russian special forces, which were brought to Crimea in December and January. And at the moment, such a very piquant detail, they have And Mustafa Jamilov, who is present here, said about this book that in fact this is the encyclopedia of the occupied Crimea, of the occupied territory. I'm grateful to Mustafa Aga and others who read my book for such a high assessment. It was my aim to tell the truth to the people. Of course, I could leave the Crimea instantly after the occupation, but at the moment I was working as a known correspondent in the Crimea of at least 2 editors' offices, the newspaper Day and the website Crimea Reality, so I understood that the offices need me to be there, to be located in the epicenter of the events, for me to see everything, to write everything on my own, to analyze all of that. That is why I did not even consider leaving the Crimea, because I considered that it would be one of the forms of abandonance of my professional obligations, one of the forms of capitulation. That is why I could not afford myself that. And we didn't even consider the opportunity of me leaving. Unfortunately, today, all of the empires split. I consider that there are more reasons for optimism for us. Because we need to understand that for that, we need to conduct a huge piece of work. There are 6 years which passed after the occupation of Ukraine. It's too much. In one of my materials during those years, in 2014 or 15, I don't remember, in one of my articles I wrote that we cannot afford for the Crimea to be occupied for a longer time than the suffering under occupation of the whole Ukraine during the Second World War. But 6 years, it is much more already than even the occupation during the Second World War. And we need to understand that the task of deoccupation is rather complicated and multifaceted, which has its internal and external challenges. As for the external challenges,
The first of all is that the sanctions that have been announced for the occupants, that has to be really significant. They have to be really significant. They have to really limit the opportunities of the occupants. For example, the closing of the northern Crimea water channel was a real sanction, a sufficient sanction, so they cannot still overcome the results of it even now. And the nature has not provided Crimea with the other way of providing the water and supplying the peninsula with water only by providing the water from the continental Ukraine, from Ukrainian Dnieper River. Throughout the time when I have been in Crimea, while I already was persecuted and incarcerated, I have followed how they were looking for the resolution of the water supply problem, how they have provided the additional tasks for the scientific academies and many different researchers and scientists of finding the alternative water supply. There were the personal projects and so on and so forth. They've tried to develop the project of either providing the water from the Kuban River or the Don River, but all of those projects, they were not palpable, they were not feasible. So they've decided to get from the desaltization of the water, which causes a lot of ecological outcomes. Another sanction was the civic blockade of Crimea. The civic blockade of Crimea that has been also explained in our media, There was also another sufficient sanction, was the cutout of the Crimean territory from the electricity supply. And of course, it all had its own say in overall situation in Crimea. I was also mentioning in one of my articles that even throughout the 90s, when there only was the first issue of when during the President Meshkov, there was the idea of separating Crimea from Ukraine. They also has used this issue. They wanted to declare Crimea free, and they wanted either to get out to Russian Federation, and they've also considered this option that they will be cut out from the northern Crimean water supply channel, and they will be cut out from the gas and energy supplies. So what they did, they've tried to find the very primitive ways of how to resolve those issues. For example, Mr. Mishkov thought that they can import the water with tankers from Cuba. If the electricity supply was cut out, Mr. Mishkov had offered to take the submarines from the Northern Sea and to start their nuclear power stations to produce the electricity, and thus to supply Crimea with electricity. And it's quite clear that those were very childish projects and sorts that were not really feasible, and of course they were not even possible. But the very same fact that they have considered this opportunity that the Crimea will be blockaded after that it will be declared free from Ukraine, there was a lot of things. But Ukraine has somehow didn't do that. We didn't have any additional blockades, we didn't cut out the electricity supply, but they got used to, this thought that they can continue to exploit the residents of Crimea and Crimea itself. I know that there are a couple of projects that have been developed, and I also will be following those projects on even improving the sanctions, making the sanctions stricter, making it up till the moment that this sanction will not make it impossible for the military departments to be existing in Crimea, making sanctions as that so that the state, in parentheses, the Russian institutions will not be able to exist in Crimea. The sanctions have to be sufficient and strict. And I do believe that considering all of these challenges, we should raise this notion to the global attention. We had once again appealed to the opportunities of the Budapest Memorandum. I do believe that it would be good if the Parliament of Ukraine would address, with a special note, would address all of the signees of the Budapest Memorandum to shame them once again that they haven't fulfilled their obligations. Even though that Ukraine has followed all of the needs very closely. And we should once again demand the restoration of the territorial integrity of Ukraine and deoccupation of Crimea and Donbass by any means, and returning those territories to Ukraine. I do believe that this event today should also raise the attention to the level of UN, to the level of OCE, and they also should have the corresponding decision in place that will make, for example, the government of the US, the governance of the UK, the governments of all of the international participants and international actors to raise their awareness and their responsibility in this situation, for them at least to be ashamed of what they have let to happen. This cynical violation of the international law, which it is also the violation of their rights as well as the violation of our rights, and we can no longer bear it. Because the peacemaking with the aggressors will do no positive results. The aggressor will only keep on developing their aggression further on and broadening it. I want to draw your attention to another moment that Crimea is not the final aim of Russia. Ukraine is not even the final aim of Russia. For quite a longest time already in Russian Empire, there was the so-called Greek project, which is basically incorporation of Constantinople and the Straits of the Black Sea, and this is what basically is the aim of the Russian Empire. So there's no way how you can make peace with the aggressor. They're only step by step. They are covering it up. They're step by step getting closer to their goal for a couple of centuries already. They're following their Greek project for a longer time already. Among the domestic challenges that we might face now, like, let us speak about those. 6 years have passed, but we still have a lot of people who are loyal to Ukraine. We have a lot of people, we have a lot of Crimean Tatars there who dream to be back to Ukraine, but currently they are forced to exist there. They're made to work somewhere. And it's always connected with the occupant power. They are made to take their children to kindergarten. They have to take them to the school. They have to live with those lies, with those terrible lies that is broadcasted from every television channel and media broadcaster there. And I believe that it's very tragic for the youngest generation of the Crimean residents. This is the tragedy for the children and for the generation that is currently going to kindergartens, going to schools, because they're being taught with that. On every step, they're being taught to love the Russian rule, to get used to those arrests that they see around them. They're getting used to dictatorship. They're getting used to love the Russian military rule. And they're getting used to understanding that all of the problems can be resolved through power. And what is even worse, that they are being taught to hate Ukraine. They're being taught to hate Ukraine. They're being lied about the fascist coup d'etat, about the nationalists that rule in Ukraine. They're being taught the lies about Stepan Bandera and all of the other things. It's all been thrown like that, and it's all been given to the still young consciousness of children. They only speak of Ukraine in negative ways. That is why it is very important for us to provide the effective informational work for the people who live in Crimea. Because, the Russian lies, the lies of Russian occupants has been broadcasted on every corner there. But in order to receive at least a spot, a drop of the trustworthy information on Ukraine, they should either search for it and for the longest time in the internet, or to carry the literature throughout the border that you can be prosecuted later on for, or they're listening to some other ways, or like trying to spread some information orally throughout your friends, with your friends, with your colleagues and others. But it's still not good for everyone. What we should do is that overall the Ukrainian truth, that the word of Ukrainian truth would be easy accessible there. So you do not have to fight for it. That this truth should be also surrounding the people of Crimea, and then will later on know that Ukraine is Ukraine and Kiev is taking care of them, and that Ukraine does a lot to free Crimea from Russian occupation. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you very much for your attention. So, having that said, thank you very much. We would like to invite the next participants of our next discussion. So I would like to pass the floor to the participants of the next panel. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, everyone for returning after lunch. Thank you for being out with us, because we would like to start our session on demilitarization of Crimea and the outputs of those processes. And I do hope we're about to have very interesting speakers and very interesting discussion. I'm a very strict moderator because we have very limited time and we have a lot of people who would like to speak up. So please welcome the Admiral Ihor Voronchenko. Please welcome the head of the Navy Forces of Ukraine. Please welcome Tengiz Bkhaladze, the ex-advisor of the President of Georgia. Please welcome Serhiy Kunytsin, ex-Prime Minister of Crimea. Also Rustam Umerov, the member of Ukrainian Parliament. And Christopher Daganen, the deputy head of the office of NATO in Ukraine. I hope I haven't forgotten. Oh, I have forgotten a person. Yes, I'm sorry. But I do hope that Miss Olga Skripnik will forgive me, will forgive my mistake. So I was not trying to be anti-feminist with forgetting her. So, but please welcome also Olga Skripnik, the head of the Crimean Human Rights Group. So please welcome. We're really sorry. Unfortunately, we have some of the changes. So okay, so I'll just, where should I sit? So okay, I should sit on this side. As far as you can see, we have many speakers to cover. Thus, I would like to ask all of you, you will have around 5-6 minutes for your introductory words, and I do believe I maybe start with a question for us just to understand who will emphasize which angle, which aspect of our discussion. We already talked about it slightly before, and after that we're going to have some questions covered from my side, and I will also follow the time so that we would have the questions from the audience, because I do believe that's a good point for us to start talking to the audience also. So, Admiral, I would like to start with you. If we're already speaking about demilitarization, so you have to be the first to answer. So can we have the presentation, please, also? Thank you. Good day, dear audience. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I will try to stick in time. I will try to stick in this time because I'm stepping here because I have prepared some slides because I wanted to show you some of the things on the screen. I just wanted to show you what is going on now in the Crimea. But I will start with a different thing. I would like to start with, first of all, expressing my gratitude to all of the organizers and all the participants. I'm pleased to see the familiar faces here. I once have seen those same people 6 years ago. For me, as a military man, there's always just one question till the end of my days. What would have happened if we started to use forces then in Crimea? As it has already been said, Russia was prepared beforehand. They were planning this operation in advance. They had a specific plan prepared. They had the special leaders, the leaders of the state on that time, and the people were aware of this plan. They were aware of what should happen, because this component that blocked our military divisions has been done beforehand, before February. What Ivan Lishina has said, well, there was some evidence how our forces have been relocated beforehand. We had the 4 operational divisions that were providing order in Sochi Olympics Games. They have been relocated to Kuban, but they already started relocate in Crimea. Starting from January, 810 brigades, the 810th Brigade of the Navy of Russian Federation has been occupying the critical objects, the critical premises. And the 27th of February, when there was like 6 military machines at the battalion in Gvardeyska, like what was the question mark? What military machines were there? What military vehicles were there? Did they had any markings or labelings in their places? But still, let us discuss the current topic of our panel. Up till now, if we'll speak about the security situation in the Black Sea region is very unsustainable, and we understand that we do not see the trends for its improvement. So those cancer that we see, the Transnistria, Crimea, Donbass, Ossetia, Abkhazia, those are the critical points where Russian Federation is built on. And all of their attention is being focused on those areas to project their power and project their violence for the Mediterranean areas, and to try to practice their power all over the hemisphere. Limiting the access and limiting the competition in the world is the main task of Crimea. It all started till 2013 when we had the agreement of the unified joint usage of the Azov Sea. It has limitation. The limitation for entering the Azov basins for the third parties and third countries, it was forecasted down. The very same agreement we had in 2018 in Caspia region, and 5 countries have also signed the agreement of using the sea, this water basin together, and Russia is only dealing with its own interests there. So there were the first shots, the first shelling that have been done in Syria were made from Caspia region, providing The theater of war has been started in Crimean Peninsula, and Russia is practicing the geopolitical actor. They are broadening their power and their control on Syria and northern Africa, and basically all of the hemisphere. They are trying to improve the new global alliances like Russia and Iran, and I'm not going to be elaborating on this topic for a longer time, but there are many options how it can be done. But basically reforming their main assets to reach the power around the Mediterranean region and to getting widespread throughout all of the other regions in the hemisphere. But I would like to only name you a couple of figures that speaks for itself. Out of the new equipment and out of the new arms of the Russian fleet, 60% of that have been provided to the Black Sea Fleet, 20% to the Baltic fleets, and the further on 20% has been disseminated between the Pacific Ocean fleets and the Northern Ocean fleet. So Putin is currently accumulating its attention around the Black Sea region. So what do we see now? You can see that these figures are also very not optimistic. Those are the figures built on the main figures that we can now see. So basically, throughout these 6 years, Russia has refurbished all of its fleets. There were 29 vessels before, now we have 49. 42 of them are the missile carriers. The overall strike, if we will speak about the missiles, is 75 launches, 72 launches. And if we consider the Caspian fleet also, and if we speak about the Sea Bank, Bastion, and Bulk complexes, we can only set the strike volume of 120 launches, 120 strikes. And up till 2021, we believe it will be 168 launches in overall striking capacity. Out of the 2 ships that currently have, out of this 49, they have like 7 ships which are modern, effective submarines of the Volsovanka type. A very important component is an infantry. They had the infantry, the 79th Infantry Brigade was available for them. As far as you can see, the indicators speak for themselves. So basically, by multiple times, they have grown this infantry component, the 22nd Army Corps.
And there are some forecasts that the 2nd Army Corps will be transformed into the 22nd Army. So the anti-ship complex, they never existed. Now they have the modern equipment within the 15th Brigade of anti-ship brigade. The aviation component. There used to be dislocated one military unit, one base in Gvardeyske. Now all over the Crimea we have a very powerful represented aviation component with all the types of aviation presented, both bombardiers and assaults and intelligence and all of the types. Here we can see the dismantling of the capabilities of the aviation component, air component. In fact, they created the zone of ID and I2. What does that mean? This is the under the control, the air force, space, and also the banishment to enter those regions. So they strengthened the system of the intelligence all over the water. All of those towers which we have mentioned already have been fostered by the new stations, the stations of the highlighting of the military situation. They have one ship of the 41st Brigade of the military Katers on duty, and also the special forces and the sea infantry. I do apologize for that. So, as for the anti-air defense, is re-equipped with the new complexes of S-400. All over the Crimea, they also managed to show all of those at the distance of 240 kilometers. They're able to define the aim and to get the defeat up to the borders of the Crimea, and also with the innovative radio radar stations. They've created the powerful geopolitical forepost, which is rather militarized. I do apologize, my clicker is not working. And at this slide, I wanted to show how, year by year, they had this crumbling annexation of the Black and Azov Seas. Since 2014, the platforms and our wells from the Kerch Strait, the creation of the bridge, the projection of the moving of the forces from the Caspian fleet to the aquatoria of the Azov Sea, where they have the ban for the free ship movement in the Azov Sea, and also strengthening and creation of the overall system of highlighting of the sea situation, and also in 2019 directly. We could make a conclusion that they just had rehearsals at the Azov Sea, and now they do that at the Black Sea. These are the coverage of the districts. During the multinational trainings, they've covered 4 parts. This is 1/4 of the whole Black Sea, which of course makes obstacles for the free movement of the ships. And also owners of the ships refuse to have those ways, and they are losing interest to this case. And altogether, all of that affects the economy of the state, and also the offshore and shore inhabitants, the Ukraine as it is. Russia is striving to consolidate its forces in this triangle, Caspian, Azov and the Black Sea. What's the aim of that? To cover with this umbrella the Caucasus, to make Ukraine to refuse the sea, strategically to be superior on to Ukraine and its allies in the Black Sea. And also, if we take such a geopolitical notion, that is blockage of the Chinese projects to the west. And directly, this is the movement of the forces through the Mediterranean Sea to the Far East and Asia, Middle Asia. So as for the underwater space, after the Turkish flow, Russia has installed hydroacoustic stations all over the flow, and it can see what is going on under the surface of the water. Up there in the slide you can see that from Tarkhankut they have the same limit to our troops. That is, they will know where, what is swimming and where to. We can observe such a critical component about the control onto the ships which plan to go to the Black Sea ports of Ukraine. I'm speaking about every vessel which is directing to our port. What's the most interesting here?
Call that such kind of treatment of independent countries in the 21st century is an acceptance. And unless they understand that it will cost very high political price. Today, regrettably, we are not living in the era of great leaders that make happen destroy of Berlin War or end of Cold War. We are living in the era when we all are looking for solution. We all understand that situation on the Black Sea becoming more and more dangerous. When they all understand that Georgian case or Ukrainian case, this is a threat from the entire European or Euro-Atlantic security, but it's like a limbo. We don't know what to do. So in this case, you're absolutely right. It's extremely important, our cooperation, because nobody understands better when we do our problem. So, and the scenarios how to find solutions should be elaborated by us, not somewhere abroad, but first of all, we should take this responsibility and think more what we can do, how to make the real deterrence and how to make real prevention. Thanks. I'm ready for the question.
Perfect. I was even not ready that it will be so short.
You asked to be short.
Yes.
I can speak more.
I just use after so many years moderating the sessions that you never listen what your moderator is telling you. Christopher, with a good example of Tengiz in terms of time, because two previous speakers were talking about international cooperation, definitely about NATO. And here we come that NATO also transformed after 2014 because of everything happening in the Black Sea. Where are the priorities of this transformation? Is NATO finally becoming Black Sea actor? Honestly, we couldn't say it that strong before 2014. And what is new in this NATO presence here?
Hello. Dobry den. Thank you very much for the question. I will speak slowly for the benefit of the translators as well. And I would like to convey a few messages on behalf of the NATO representation to Ukraine. Let me start by saying that Crimea needs to remain in the focus of our attention. 6 years have passed since Russia's illegal and illegitimate annexation of Crimea. And our message on behalf of NATO remains clear. We do not and we will not recognize it. From the very beginning of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, NATO has adopted a firm position of support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We've condemned the violence and insecurity in eastern Ukraine caused by Russian-backed separatists. Allies underline that the annexation of Crimea is a serious breach of international law and a major challenge to Euro-Atlantic security. Allies also have strongly condemned this act and continue to call on Russia to return control of Crimea to Ukraine. Allies continuously reiterate full support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and within its internationally recognized borders and territorial waters. Crimea is the territory of Ukraine. 6 years later, the human rights situation remains grave. These violations include extrajudicial killings, abductions, enforced disappearances, violence, arbitrary detentions, arrest, and torture. The occupying authorities have been pursuing a comprehensive policy of ethnic discrimination against the Crimean Tatars and Ukrainian communities. I say all this to convey the gravity of the situation, and then we're aware of the situation as well. Despite the 2017 order of the International Court of Justice, the Mejlis, the Crimean Tatars self-governing body, remains subject to persecution and is banned from its homeland. Allies have repeatedly urged Russia to respect the rights and freedoms of the entire local population, including the indigenous Crimean Tatars and other members of local communities. Having said this, we've repeatedly urged Russia to allow international monitoring of the human rights situation in Crimea. Allies have also called on Russia and its de facto authorities to release Ukrainian prisoners and hostages detained in Russia, Crimea, and the areas of eastern Ukraine controlled by Russia-backed militants. We've noted the release of some political prisoners, but there are many more still detained. The Russian Federation also continues its attempts to legitimize and normalize the illegal and illegitimate annexation of Crimea, including through the automatic imposition of Russian citizenship, forced population movements, conscription in the armed forces, and illegal holding of Russian election campaigns. Russia's ongoing militarization of Crimea, the Black Sea, and the Sea of Azov poses further threats to Ukraine's independence and undermines the stability of the broader region. Allies also condemned Russia's construction of the Kerch Strait Bridge between Russia and Crimea, and it represents another violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, including the infringement on its navigational rights in its territorial waters. Russia's unjustified use of military force against Ukrainian ships and naval personnel near the Sea of Azov and Kerch Strait in November 2018 was seen by allies as part of the larger pattern of Russian aggressive actions in the region. At the same time, since 2014, allies agreed on measures to enhance Ukraine's ability to provide for its own security, and NATO's level of engagement with Ukraine, both at the political level and in terms of practical cooperation and work, has been unprecedented. NATO provides extensive support for reforms through the comprehensive package of assistance to Ukraine, which was approved by allies in Warsaw in 2016. It consolidates and enhances NATO's support for Ukraine in 3 key areas, which are advisory expertise, trust funds, and capacity building programs. So speaking to your question, NATO has indeed increased its presence in the Black Sea. NATO's standing naval groups have been exercising with Ukrainian ships, improving the ability of our forces to work together. In April of last year, foreign ministers agreed to a package of measures to improve our situational awareness, including training of maritime forces and Coast Guard, port visits and exercises, and information sharing. The recent visit of the North Atlantic Council to Ukraine was a good opportunity to see these measures in action. It was a strong signal of our solidarity with Ukraine. While in Kiev, the ambassadors of the North Atlantic Council also held thematic discussions with Ukrainian civil society, one of which was related to the situation in Crimea. And this fall, NATO and Ukraine will conduct a tabletop exercise on a scenario related to hybrid threats in the Black Sea region. This is another practical example of the increased NATO support to address the challenges in the Black Sea. For NATO, a democratic and prosperous Ukraine, our long-standing partner, remains key for stability of the region. And Crimea shall remain a key focus of these efforts. So thank you for your question. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Christopher. Sergei Volodymyrychу,
Sergei Volodymyrych, let us be honest, the militarization hasn't started in 2014. And a lot of processes we were able to see, like the problems with the Russian Black Sea Fleet, we have seen many years before that. Can we just say that at some point we have just got acquainted to this situation, and that was our mistake, let us say, that we've omitted it's from our attention, that we never direct this attention of the international community to those problems that we have seen with the Russian Black Sea fleets in Crimea before 2014, and that is now the consequences of that. Maybe we didn't pay all of the efforts that we should have invested at that very moment, just to show that the problem is already there, the problem is already existing. First of all, I would like to say that I'm really pleased to see that we have Rifat Chubarov and Mustafa Jamilov and Kolya Semenov, and I also have my friend Mr. Voronchenko and many other people. I'm really pleased to see their faces here. What I want to say, when you ask me this question, that I have very, very, very limited time, but still, I've tried to analyze the situation. It will be 30 years this year as I have become the member of the parliament of the First Assembly, and I was the mayor of the Red Perekopsk city. And at that point, there were only 18 people on behalf of Crimea and 4 of Sevastopol. Out of the 24 members of parliament who represented Crimea, it was just Mr. Tsekov and Demidov. As far as I remember, we have all voted 30 years ago. We voted for the support of the State Act of the State Sovereignty of Ukraine, and by the way, I wasn't getting it into agenda of the parliament. When I'm thinking that it's 30 years ago it happened, it's really hard for me to even imagine that. Why I started with that? Because throughout this period of time, Crimea has experienced many different moments. But let us be honest, that till 2014, Ukraine and the people of Crimea, especially those who are sitting here, they managed to keep Crimea in the part of Ukraine. In 1991, when the Soviet Union has been disintegrated, we had a tremendous work as the members of the Ukrainian parliament. We had tremendous work with the pro-Ukrainian parliament, with the politicians, and In 1990, at the legal referendum in December 1990, more than 1 million votes have been given to say that Crimea is a part of Ukraine. There were no other referendums that taken place. In 1992, when we had already had the autonomous republic, when Ukraine has just started to stand up on their feet, Ukraine has been shaking. We didn't have Mr. Mishkov as the president of Crimea before that. In Kiev, we have voted in 1992 the law of delegating the different mandate between Crimea and Simferopol, and we had delegated some cultural budgeting, managing mandate for Simferopol, and Mr. Kravchuk, our cabinet, the former President Kravchuk, they had to keep Crimea the territory of Ukraine by delegating some of the mandate to that, and managed to do that. In 1994, when Mr. Mishkov has been elected as the president of Crimea by that time, as the head of the parliament of Crimea at that time, and when Crimea has been separated in a very serious way, I, with the initiative group, has contacted President Kuchma, and we have created the first experimental economic zone in the Sivash region. And as a mayor who was, first of all, under the supervision of Mr. Mishkov, and Krasnoperikopsk was the only city where he didn't win, and he hated me very much. So we created an investment pilot project, and I was at the head of the administration under Kiev's direct command, and we managed to save the north of Crimea. We had an experiment with the battalion of the National Army, and when all around we had no pension have been paid a couple of years before, we did it in our region, and people started saying, like, look at this, what Ukraine does. The western part of Ukraine is doing that. I, together with Mr. Durdinets, was going to Moscow when there was a lot of shouts that Crimea is Russian. As a mayor, I have brought them. Together with Mr. Durdinets, we have put like 24 declarations of the mayor of Kiev. They're ethnical Russians. I am ethnic Russian, but we signed up a petition that we want Crimea to stay a part of Ukraine. And in the state parliament of Russia, they were shocked when they have seen our signatures behind that petition. And we fought for Crimea to stay as part of Ukraine. And Russia didn't need us for that moment. There was Chechen war in Chechnya, #1, and the second war. Answering your question, how it all started. When there, let us say, figure Chechnya out, then we had a conflict with Tuzla. But with the Tuzla conflict, we've managed to stand up straight. We've managed to overcome our needs. When Mr. Kuchma and Mr. Putin, they went one to Brazil, other to Malaysia, and they started all of the struggles between themselves. But Ukraine has shown its teeth. We have improved to keep Tuzla with us. We stopped that madness with the 2 barges coming up to Tuzla Island. So we shown our character, we shown our grip. And what was also important for me, that there was not a single one organization from Crimea, even the pro-Russians, they never supported the actions of Russia near Tuzla. Because the Crimeans, the people of Crimea, they have thought that this is intrusion to the sovereignty of the Crimean Islands, peninsula. And we find the bulletins in Tuzla that there was the elections for the Kerch Council of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialistic Republic, that the border was on this side, not on that side. The Kuban was also in part of the USSR. And when I was the governor of Sevastopol, fronting from 2006 to 2010, and Igor Voronchikov was the head of the Coastal Guard, when the Georgian War has broken out, and we had Mr. Tenyuk coming up to me, and I can already speak about that, and he came up to me and he said, well, you know what is going on in Ossetia right now, but what if Russia will drive mad? Then we have this plan. In case of something, in case of attack, in case of the Russian attack, and we had a laugh. We had to laugh about that, how we're about to protect ourselves, what the Navy is going to be doing, what the police is going to be doing. And I had a question for him then, like, Admiral, can you please tell us, I am the sergeant of the Ukrainian army, so why in Sevastopol, and maybe I'll also be corrected, even though there was 11,000 of people in the Navy fleets of the Black Sea of Russia, so we had not a bit of a difference. So with our military men there. So I asked him a question: how are you going to protect Sevastopol with their mood if they have the infantry brigade, like two and I have 1,000 people who is the hero of Russia who has taken Chechnya, and you don't even have not a single general of Navy. They will all in captive, they will make us captive as just one brigade of Navy, and they will just capture all of our headquarters. The police will just flee. And you, Mr. Yushchenko and Mr. Ikhanurov supported us with that, and we had this confidential order to have additional dislocation of the Sevastopol and in Doneslav when our ships were only running around the basin because there was no one to protect them. But Mr. Yanukovych came to power and it all has been buried. And when we came to the parliament already, and when we had the governors of Crimea, Mr. Turchinov has asked me to become the representative of President Crimea, and I said, like, you know, those are not just single people, average people. Those are the special forces. And I went to Crimea, and I've gathered all of the people there, and I remember that I've got all of the people together in one room and asking, what are we waiting for? And I said, like, my friend General Voronchenko, and the head of the headquarters are telling me, but you know, he's that kind of like, he's like a madman because he's ready to fight back. And I said, like, yes, that's good. You are the madman because you're not ready to fight. Because when he came, he said, hey, that's great. Thank God you're here. You're the representatives of the president. You have to take the decisions in place. So we had this decision made. So I've said that we will fight with our SEALs from Feodosia. They will come and they will protect our position. And we protected our positions and we waited for the orders to come. And we could have acted if we had some more people like Voronchenko or Balan, who is the head of National Guard now. We had some of the opportunities and some of the capacities. Yes, we understand that we had the lack of the political will by that time. I've called here from Crimea and said, gather the parliament, let us have this law in the first reading and give Crimea whatever mandate they like, but not the sovereignty, because Maidan has won. We still had this situation. We had some people from Yanukovych. It's quite clear what situation we had. Let us take down this referendum. Let us do it like we did in 1992. How we did before. Delegate all of the mandate for themselves. They only needed Sebastopol. They have thought that there will be the closure of the agreement on the Black Sea Fleet. They located there, but they were afraid of the Crimean Tatars. They knew that there will be a lot of problems. They know there will be problems with energy supply, with water. They've understood that. But just because we didn't have will enough but that point to fight back, they had a bite of Ukraine and they went to Donbass. I can be speaking for quite a long time because I can never speak about it only in 5 or 6 minutes, but what really bothered me as a person who has dedicated his life to Crimea and Sebastopol, you know, my mother has died 2 years ago and I was not able to go there to the funerals. I was said that like he can go and to take part in the funerals of his mother, then we'll take him to the prison and he will disappear. I've asked Mr. President Poroshenko, where is the program of the occupation of Crimea? We don't have it by that time. We don't have it now. Like, okay, we had the decree of the president that today's day is going to be celebrated as the day of the Crimean resistance, and we hope it will be like celebrated and acknowledged in some way. But in my point of view, what is the problem of the previous power of the previous government and this current government? We don't have the systematic approach, neither to the occupation of Crimea, neither to the occupation of Donbass. Like, we don't have the strategy. Like, whatever the minister or a committee would like to do, that they do it. But a lot of people do not think about that because they don't feel the pain. But we feel the pain. And I do believe that we have to have this program that's going to be approved by the National Security and Defense Council. The program of the deoccupation of Crimea and the occupation of Donbass. You understand, there's 2 different points of it. And it has to be as iceberg. At the highest level of it, we have to say Crimea and Donbass are Ukraine, and we will get it back. And the underwater part is what the National Security Service does, what the ministries does, what each and every institution does in their direction. They should not think about it themselves. Everyone has to be responsible according to the mandate that's going to be provided to them. It might not be public because, yes, we know that might be different actions that have to be taken. Some of the people are working in The Hague. Some people example, in the other international courts, in UN, in OSCE, or the other things. Moreover, I didn't manage to get that before, and I did not still working on this. In order to do that, we need to create 2 expert councils on Crimea and Sevastopol and on Donbass, with the participation of the people who know Crimea, We have Jamalev, Chubarov, Kunitsin. We have Ombudsman Denisova, we have the judge of the Supreme Court, we have Mykola Semena, we have Varia Samara. can give you at least 10 names of the people who know what Crimea is, the very same situation on Donbass. I don't know, I've always used to tell Mr. Poroshenko, who's writing that, in what kind of institution, if they're not aware of Crimea. I know Crimea as my own hand. I'm not trying to build my own authority, but it's just life. But before we're not doing that, before we don't have this expert group, together with us thought pools from many different structures, with all those brain from the structures, if we don't have the people who know Crimea, know Sebastopol, nothing will happen. There's a lot of things that we can still discuss, but there are very serious outcomes that conclusions have to be outdrawn. What were the reasons that made us lose Crimea and Sevastopol? Sometimes people tell me, Crimea will never get back to us. But, if we will not believe that, it will not get back. But I believe that everything is possible. Whatever bells, whatever bastions they put in that land, nothing is eternal under the moon. They take it, they will return it back. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you very much, Serhiy. So Ms. Tamila Tasheva has promised us that we're going to have the strategy of the occupation in half a year. Well, a couple of days ago, she had an interview saying that. So I do believe that maybe at the next forum, we'll already be discussing not only the text of the deoccupation strategy, but we will discuss what are the practical steps that we can do and we cannot do. Ms. Olga, getting to you, demilitarization is not only the new submarine systems and fleet, it's also militarization of the society, militarize the problems that are connected to your activities as the human rights organization and human rights activists. In your opinion, in what way those aspects are currently now at the surface, currently be seen? Because we've got used to speaking about the Crimea and about the violations of the human rights, speaking of Crimean Tatar population, about people arrested or incarcerated. Well, overall, talking about the visible things. What else is going on there? Good day. I'm pleased to welcome all of you at this forum. Thank you very much for your question. I do believe that right now this is a very unusual format for us to speak about militarization together with the human rights. But I do hope that this is a good beginning that is going to be inseparable questions. We're not speaking about only freeing our territories, but also freeing and reintegrating our people. And I do believe that the victory on this war against aggression, and one thing that will help us to win in this case, is the following the human rights and following the value of the human life. Because basically the aggression of the Russian Federation is the war on values. So that is why it is important that we speak of militarization, not also in this aspect that the speakers has said, but also I will be able to provide some of the information and the humanities outline angle of militarization, because I believe that this is a strategic question, and it's good that we're starting to draw our attention to that, because the outcomes of the occupation of the Crimea is limiting the fundamental freedoms and rights, and there's a huge militarization of the civilians, and this is the problems that Ukraine should be dealing with, and Ukraine should be dealing with right now. There are some of the examples that can support this colossal problem currently, and those are what you have said about, for example, the drawing to the army, the draft to the army, and now we do not have this clear understanding among the Ukrainian society that the drawing to the army in Crimea is the international crime. And most of the measures, most of the events that Russia is currently conducting in Crimea, especially promoting the drafts, we're not speaking about the contract service, we're speaking about the drafted services, which is the international crime, and our organizations have provided the evidence for this international crime. But just for us to understand the scale and volume, we're speaking of thousands of people. And currently we can already be saying there's more than 22,000 people of Ukraine, the citizens of Ukraine, have been drafted to the army illegally throughout this occupation. It has been done involuntary, it has been done under pressure, and we have to also say that the criminal code of Russia that presupposes the criminal punishment if people are trying not to go to the Russian army, and people do not want to join the Russian forces in the army, and this also be criminally prosecuted in Crimea. We have already seen there's 83 prosecution claims against those people who do not want to join the Russian army. Those are criminal offenses.
The other moment was the militarization, and I consider that the component of this policy we need to take into consideration is the attempt of Russia to change the population, the demographic population of the Crimea, for it to be really Russian, purely Russian. This is the physical replacement of the people for those who are coming from the Russian Federation. And during the last months of 2019, at least the figure which should be rather high, at least which we can approve, 27,000 of people who just moved to the Crimea just during several months of 2019. We do understand that this figure is much higher. What can we say about the other consequences of militarization? I think one of the global and important issues for us is militarization of the children, because it has awful scales. And in fact, the whole system of Russian education, which both formal and informal, is created for the militarization of the youth. And today it was already mentioned that this system is created to demolish any reflections of Ukrainian identity. Just in several years, to have not a single person who would reflect himself or herself as a Ukrainian. And I'm not only speaking about the Ukrainian language, any reflection of Ukrainian identity. And I would add, this is not just the imposing of Russian identity, this is just the imposing of militarized Russian identity. Children are trained not only like those who need to feel themselves Russian only, they are trained as the people who must, for sure, draft for the army, because we can see that militarized education, first of all, has the aim to draft children, for the children after the school, just to dream about the only thing, either to be in the Russian army or to be in the Federal Security Bureau, FSB. It's for them just to see their only way of the future. Just imagine that daily the Crimea has different educational events, and at least 200,000 children are under impact of those events which are organized in the schools. And this is not only what we can see on the 9th of May, all those marches and parades. This is not only in March, when they have the events about that craziness about their victory and that the Crimea was illegally annexed by Russia, but I'm speaking about the daily educational events which are organized during different lessons, sports competitions, some of the contests, and so on and so forth. It is going on a daily basis, not only once or twice a year. This is a permanent and very systematized policy of Russia about the change of this identity and militarization of the whole population, in particular the children. And one more proof, which I consider to be important to be considered, we've collected lots of proofs that the events, so-called cultural sports events, which we can see in the Crimea, in fact are in the decrees of the Ministry of Defense of Russian Federation. It has nothing in common with the education, as Russia likes to report in different international institutions. They protect their right for education. No, the big amount of those events don't aim to protect the right for the education of the children. It has the aim to militarize those children and to violate their rights, because they are deprived of those opportunities to choose their identity, to choose the citizenship. I would also drive your attention to a separate category of people, the children without parents care, because in this case they don't have any rights. Mostly they are in the institutions which are totally 24/7 under control of this educational system. That is why such awful figures I can name for a long time, but I will focus in the end on what's important for us to do, both at the international level and the national one. Of course, lots of things were mentioned about the strategy of reintegration, and it is being shaped. We can see different examples of cooperation between the institutions, with the civil society, but it is compulsory to have our strategy, our program of reintegration of Ukraine. It has to take into account this component of overcoming of the consequences of militarization of the population, of this humanitarian issue. The following point: it's important for us to try to search for the mechanism how to overcome information blockade and isolation, because now the Crimean inhabitants are in this isolation. They don't have normal access to the alternative and objective information, and through the Russian and under-controlled Crimean media, they have this identity imposed on them, which I mentioned above. And a very important example, which we mentioned as well, and came back to this example for multiple times, that we need the strategy, and on the 18th of March there will be the parliamentary hearings taking place about the strategy of reintegration and deoccupation of the Crimea, and it is important for us this time to have one of the provisions to have the issue of militarization of the human rights and overcome of the consequences of the militarization of the population. So this is a very important step for us as the whole country. And lately, about the international level, we have here some international partners who support Ukraine in this issue. Of course, our main claim at the international level is deoccupation of the Crimea, for Russia to stay at this territory and to have to bear this responsibility for the crimes they committed. But of course, we can claim also different points which we claim, for instance, freeing of the political prisoners. We definitely go on mentioning about that. There should be some results. And also at the international level, we need to claim new claims for the Russian Federation. For instance, stopping the draft at the territory of the Crimea, some of the criminal prosecution against the people who don't want to be drafted to the Russian army. And also we need to claim for the ban of some of the youth militarized organizations like UNAMIA, Crimea Patriot Center and others. Russia has to stop the activities of such formations at the territory of the Crimea, and if Russia does not do that, we need to introduce newer and newer packages of sanctions, not the ones which exist already, but the new ones. This is the question for the next panel discussion, where you will speak about the international platforms and mechanisms, but such claims and such requirements have to be developed and to be in front of Russia. I will be happy to answer questions. Thank you so much, Mr. Rustem. It's logical to speak to you about the deoccupation, but of course in the context of what was mentioned today by our session. And the parliamentary hearings is a nice reason to listen to the questions. As far as we understand, in the perfect situation, in several years, we bring Crimea back, but the peninsula is very militarized. Moreover, not only the population, but the change within the enterprises which are working for the military-industrial complex of Russia. Are you ready to include those issues into the future agenda of deoccupation and reintegration? Is this strategy more humanitarian? And we will speak about that later. Well, people always consider and they want to hear about the plans and future platforms, in spite of the situation that in our state we have rather nice state institutions who need to do that and to execute that. That is why I'd like to divide my speech into 4 components. That is, first of all, we can see during the last 6 years that Russia is using its external political strategy and the campaign through some tools which are named the fuel energy complex, the cultural diplomacy, and they sell it to the world as the creation of the new international system. In spite of the situation that it just breaks and violates international rights and creates the threat and hazards for the acting international system. So if the end aim and target of Russia is not to have the system, but the obsolete simple science, just split and manage. This is the external issue of understanding. Russia needs to be understood in simpler notions than we used to do that in our discussions. Why I wanted to say that those platforms, plans and actions are so important, I'd like to focus that the state for us is the main platform. That is why in 6 years of those tests and tortures, we as the citizens have conducted two most powerful tools. Those are the state institutions, because before 2014, if we used to be formally independent, since 2014 we began to stand for our sovereignty. And we have those state institutions. I know that during the recent times they say that the state institutions are so bad and so on. I'd like to say that even I am more of a state official than a politician, because for me the state is a very important basic point. And the second point, which exists in our country and which we need to acknowledge, that is the civil society. Our enemies, our adversaries don't have civil society. Why? Because we were capable to provide our own sovereignty, the functioning of the state since 2014. This is the test. When we had political pressure onto us, the military aggression, we were able to stand for it. That is why we, together, since 2014, have fought for our sovereignty, for our independence. And it's not only the war of Ukraine. We are not only fighting for peace and for territorial integrity. We are fighting for our freedom. So the third cluster I'd like to mention are our partners. When we say that what needs to be done by our partners, I know here that we have already begun to conduct this review of international security treaties at different levels. The global one, first of all, we looked within our country, within the region, what we signed at the global level. Our aim is to get to the NATO. This is our aim, and we'd like those standards to be introduced in our country, but maybe it's not enough. I'd like to emphasize here what I mean. We, for the NATO, we can provide such a proposal or suggestion like the Black Sea security mechanism. Because in the Black Sea we have some neighbors, we have Turkey, Romania, Bulgaria, Georgia, Azerbaijan even. So we need to involve them, to engage them, and to sign the contracts, security contracts with them, because they also have the aggressor close to them, that is Russian Federation. And for that we need to discuss with our partners, both within the country, to engage more political forces for that, and to develop together the whole plan. During those 6 years after the occupation of the Crimea, this militarization of Azov and Black Sea region led to the situation that Russia has the intention to get to the Mediterranean. And it's very active there, as you can see. That is why we need to create some strategic planning. What's after that? What shall we do with that invader? I'd like to come to the military part now. Having the military and fleet and the navy of Ukraine, they have the nice strategy, the strategy of the development up to 2035. This is a very unique document which has been adapted and adjusted in a very precise way, where they defined the capabilities and the tasks for the protection of Ukraine. And according to this strategy, the sea should be considered as the way and capability to implement your potential anytime in any place. The similar strategies of development is needed with all of the types of armed forces of Ukraine. I'd like to mention here that a very important direction of the development is to provide security of the critical infrastructure. Why? Because 70% of Ukrainian export is taking place through the seaports. And the significance of the ports is the issue of the impact and the issue of economic security. Concluding, I'd like to say about the future steps. Russia occupied not only the part of the territory of the independent state, Russia has occupied the part of the democratic, free from totalitarianism world. And this territory is the motherland for my people, for the indigenous people and the Crimean Tatars. So I'd like to mention that the future of the Crimean Tatar people has the key significance to restore the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, and also the security of both the Black Sea, Baltic region, Mediterranean region as a whole. That is why sometimes I just look what's going on after 2014. We have a kind of several societal discussions, what is happening at the east of Ukraine. We begin to look at the different perspective, listening what is the Ukrainian army and who is the hero of Shukhevich. We've got lots of heroes in the Crimea who are standing for and fighting for this Ukrainian position, whom we don't know, whom we don't study. We don't teach that in the universities, but this is the future, and we need to change it. Because sometimes I say, what's the mythologization or demystification of those points? Which was mentioned before 2014, when in the West NATO is the adversary and in the South the adversary is the Crimean Tatars. For me it used to be very dangerous. And this is also the issue of security. How we teach in our educational institutions, how we teach it for our children. I'd like to emphasize that it's so important to know your history, but to know who is now is creating this oppression is much more important even now, for us to begin to study that even now. That is why. So to conclude, I'd like to say that in our state there is the parliament, which represents the citizens, and that is why I consider that it creates the rules of the game. So I do hope that we won't use any other platforms if we don't use ours. We've got lots of our platforms for that. So please come to us. If there is such an opportunity, we'll provide you with any proposals for other institutions. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, and we're going to switch to the next topic now. So, Igor Alexandrovich, I might say that one of the tasks of our strategy has already been achieved. We wanted the strategy to be read by politicians also, and we know that it's already been quoted by the politicians. So I believe that if it's going to be continuing to be used, so it's going to be a very useful document, not only for our internal use, but for the further on understanding of how we do. We have 10 minutes, so that is why I would like to ask you to have very briefly your questions with no comments, and please address your questions specifically to some people that you would like to cover those questions, and please introduce yourself for us to know who we were talking to. Good day, my name is Christina Mazer. The question to the first speaker, to the lady. In 2016, I was working in the International Children's Center Artek that has been now relocated to Pushovoditsa, and we had invited lots of diplomats, and we had a lot of people coming up and talking to us. But the thing is that this club has been closed. This club has been closed because we had this idea to create this book for the children, because every month thousands of children coming to us to learn. Artek is under the Department of the Presidential Affairs, so now it's by Mr. Zelensky. So we had an offer to have together with many offers of how we can conduct many projects. So what we need is the support of the Ministry of Culture, together with the First Lady of Ukraine, to finance those events much more, because every month we have thousands of children coming up from different regions of Ukraine in order to know and to be proud of our country. Thank you very much for the support and the lives of our children. Okay, thank you very much for this comment. Do you have any questions? I'm sorry if I'm not identifying everyone, because you have a lot of headlights. So please, the person in the second row, please. Pavlo Lukichuk, the center of this global strategy. I have a question to most of our diplomatic countries, diplomatic counterparts, but basically what we have seen now, we have seen this moment that at this very stage Russia is now building its presence in the Black Sea. It's blocking the areas, not only in the Azov Sea, but also in the western part of the Black Sea. This is the 6th year of war, and we continue to coexist with Russia in the same project as the Black Sea Harmony. No, we're not coexisting anymore. As far as I know, that we're still dealing with them. So can I have, please answer in the mic? No, the officers exchange between Russia and Turkey, yes, they have a bilateral agreement to that. We're not participating in the Black Sea Harmony now, no. So we haven't left it. We left the Black Sea 4. The Black Sea 4, starting from 2014, is not active, but Russian has the right to check out. No. According to the Black Sea Harmony, they only are checking out their own ships. So what I meant by that, they're saying that we have this ship, the rocket ship, near the towers, and we have another vessel coming up. So what they're asking the captain, what do you intend? What is the character of the shipment? And it's all being provided to them. So. And I give this information to that. It's not like they can see what is being carried there. No. So this is an additional checkout. So their influence was going to happen next. I have said intently, like, what is the distance between Tarkhankut and this tower and the Zmyiny Island to this tower? They are trying to push us aside. So throughout 2017-2018, the tower came closer to Zmyiny in 2 miles, and now it's crawling to that. Without ships, there's nothing I can do. With only one Sahaidachi ship that is currently being updated, it's not enough. The very same thing, the Corvette is not continue. I've told it one another, and will tell me we have to construct it. The working places, the jobs, 9,000 all around Ukraine, 27 enterprises working on this Corvette. We need the new ships for our fleet while we still have the officers and sailors in place. We need fleets. Okay, thank you very much. Please, the question on that side. Good day, my name is Yuri Smilyansky, the Institute of the Black Sea International Research. The question to Mr. Mironchenko and the question to Mr. Kunitsyn. And 14-15, in this period, throughout this time, in your articles and your reports, our collective has warned that the map of the Black Sea might look like you have seen that, like you have shown that. We've offered some actions to be taken to minimize some of the risks that have been taken there. Right now, it's not the worst case scenario, but still bad scenarios. But Serhiy, when you have been presenting your speech, I have just recalled the 15th of June 2016, there was the parliamentary hearing on Crimea. There was a very good presentation by Mr. Kunitsyn, recommendation that has been provided for the parliamentary hearing, the final decree. Why? None of the points that has been mentioned in this decree has been implemented. Thank you. Please, Serhiy, you can answer to that briefly. Well, I can tell you that for me, that is the same question as it is for you. In my presentation, I have said I do not understand why Mr. Poroshenko and now the current government maybe there's a different time span. They only had not 5 years, but still, I do not understand why not only the recommendations of the public hearings, but basically why, through the span of the 6 years, we haven't created the workable, feasible program, the strategy of the occupation of Crimea. I cannot answer you. As the experienced politician, I have some of my points of view in this case, but I do not know the answer. I can't answer you why we haven't implemented any of the steps, unfortunately. And I do believe that Mustafa Jamilev and Igor Voronchukov, who's just spoken, I really unfortunately, no, we don't know what hasn't been implemented. And if we don't have the strategy to follow, then you understand what kind of results we will achieve, unfortunately. Okay, thank you. The final question. Good day. Radko Vyacheslav from Donetsk, the head of the Donetsk Regional Administration. Thank you very much. It's a very interesting event. I have just had a call. I have just received a call. And there was a person calling from the occupied Donbass, and I'm really grateful to Rada channel for them for broadcasting this event, and there are people watching this broadcasting, even though there's a lot of channels that cannot be reached to this territory. I'm really grateful to Mr. Kunitsin for having this understanding that we have to have the strategies, and the strategies have to be written together with the people who were born in the regions, who are working in the regions, who know the regions. But I have a question, maybe Admiral can answer that, because first of all, I'm really grateful to you as a person who has been in the army, because you have acted according to the stated and according to the oath that you have provided to the motherland, that you have stuck to your oaths and oaths that you have given to the state, unlike any other officers. But I have a question: why the people who have betrayed Ukraine are using Ukrainian biometric passports while they're visiting Europe, while the people who have been in Donbass and Crimea, the people who have some specific status right now, why we cannot even stop them, why we cannot take their passports away? You know, this is mostly a question for the migration services of Ukraine, but I would like to say one thing, that those people who those people who have just not fulfilled their vows to Ukraine at this very point, unfortunately, there were more people I had more people from Crimea than those people from western part of Ukraine or eastern part of Ukraine. Like, for example, Mr. Berezovsky, who has now the vice admiral from the hands of Putin, he stayed in Crimea, but I'm sure he's not going abroad, because the sanctions against them as the highest leaders that have been provided against them already. That's 100% true, and they're all included into those bases. And Mr. Berezovsky, Yeliseyev, Shakura, the people who have been the heads of the fleet by that point, and not only the fleet by the point also, but we should start with Mr. Konstantinov, who has already been mentioned here. I have seen his eyes. I have seen the eyes of Mr. Mohylev on the 27th of February in the headquarters, and I have seen the eyes of Mr. Konstantinov. Mr. Mohylev, who is had been very resilient and cold-blooded, and Mr. Konstantinov, who was smiling, laughing out loud, showing out his teeth, was saying, like, let's go. And that was basically, like you have said it, and very importantly, yes, he, beforehand, before the annexation of Crimea, yes, he has been there abroad, and yes, there's many facts about who he has been working for him being the client of Kremlin, because they had him hooked. And many other people from the parliament who have stayed there. So all of them, they were working on the Russian hook when they went to headquarters. Olga, I understand that this wasn't a question to me, but I cannot keep silence when we're speaking about passports, because the questions of the passports and document provision for the people of the occupied territory, I do believe that it is a part of the deoccupation and freeing of those territories. What you have mentioned, as yes, I understand how offensive that is and appalling that is. I'm coming from Crimea, I origin from Yalta, and I have seen what was going on there and how my house was occupied. But the question is, like, if we will not provide the passport for some people, it will not help us to free those territories and to continue in the connections with Crimea. What you have said, the people who have conducted crimes against humanity, we should not be taking their passports away. They should be punished as the citizens of Ukraine. And we have this good experience of collaborating with the General Prosecutor's Office of Crimea and the people who have been the organizing the process of the occupation of Crimea, they cannot just come and take the passports because there are criminals' claims and criminals' offenses against them. But the usual average people of Crimea, they should be provided the access for the passportization, because as the previous experience has showed, of many different reasons, with the military conflicts, isolation of the people of the temporarily occupied territories will not help us in deoccupying it in any way. So we have to separate these questions. The residents and the passports, that is compulsory, and we have to facilitate it and facilitate the connections with the people of Crimea. But speaking of the criminals that you have been speaking about, we have to draw them to responsibility according to our legislation, to international humanitarian law. We have to draw them to responsibility. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have to finalize this session, and we have to give you the opportunity to rest for a bit, because we still have yet another interesting session to come, and we have a couple of additional presentations, participant speeches to come. But you can catch out our speakers during this break if you have some questions. I do hope that we've managed to show you that militarization is the multifaceted problem that is still going to be very relevant for us for many years more to come, and the international collaboration is something that we need to solve it. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for all the questions that we've had.
Я перепрошую дуже, але нас
We're terribly sorry, but we're not going to have a break now. My name is Piotr Andruseczko. I am the Polish journalist, and I would like to invite all of you to have an open discussion with the author of the book The Lost Island, the books of reports from the occupied Crimea, authored by Natalia Humaniuk. So please welcome you for the discussion. And the break will be in 15 minutes when we will finish now. So please come up and listen to the discussion.
Мікрофон. Аня, мені. Нічого. Я думаю, що треба... Ні, треба повторити, що ми зараз не перервемо.
так, я би хотів ще раз перерви не
So again, I'd like to repeat, this is not the break. Please, you're invited for the conversation with Natalia Humaniuk, the author of the book about the Crimea, and the break will be just in 15 minutes.
Це Аня просто...
Ну, вона ж да. Ну, я розумію, що це. Так. Я дуже радий.
I'm really happy to meet Natalia Humaniuk here. And honestly speaking, during all of those years, since 2014, I was waiting for the book Reports on the Crimea. It was really the lack of have such a book in Ukraine, and finally it emerged. Finally it is here. So the first question. You came to the Crimea in March 2014 for the so-called referendum. And then there were lots of journalists coming to the Crimea, both Ukrainian and foreign ones. But not so many of those journalists who came back to Ukraine later. But you came back. Why? Well, of course, I think that now we are going on with this conversation. In 2014, in the beginning, in March, I remember there were lots of us. But then, very quickly, the war began, and lots of Ukrainian and international journalists left for Donbass. And, of course, the attention was driven to something different. It seems to me that at the moment, it seemed to me that the Crimean inhabitants seemed that something incredible is going on. Something is taking place somewhere, it's rather important, and all of the forces were brought there. And I wanted to come back quicker, but I came back in May 2014. And then everybody said that we understand, we will wait it here, we'll tolerate that. And it seems to me that Donbass was also a distracting moment from Crimea. But at some moment in the book, in the introduction, you wrote that you had rather often to listen at lots of events and to hear such an opinion. I do understand it was later, after 2014. The issue of the Crimea has to be postponed. But you never left this issue. It seems to me that really this conversation that the issue of the Crimea has to be delayed, it still exists. People speak about that, especially the international media. There is a certain pity in that, because even if we do understand that Russia still goes on to speak about that, but for this Kremlin regime, it's so important to keep the Crimea. So far, it seems that this regime, while it is there, you cannot do anything. So this is the helplessness, that we can't do anything. It's felt in the world, though of course it's felt that something can be done. Like the example which is mentioned of the Baltic countries which had to wait for the 50 years for the end of the Russian Empire. This is one story, but still, it's not the end of the Second World War. So maybe we are not waiting for the Putin regime to be as the history of the Soviet Union during all those 40 years after the Second World War. But it seems to me we could hear a bit of a different point of view. It sounded like the accusation I've heard for lots of times when I came to the Crimea, that the journalists have nothing to search for there, because they cannot work there. Why do they go there? Maybe they will be manipulated there, or maybe even more. Sometimes I had to hear that as I went there, it meant that I'm cooperating with the Russian authorities. Are really the journalists able to work and perform their obligations in those complicated circumstances as it's done in the Crimea? Well, look, I think that the people present here understand that the information can be collected in the Crimea, and the most important thing for me was I'm not from the Crimea myself, I'm not from that place, so to hold some interest of the broader interest for the audience, which in fact is not dealing with the human rights only, but knows that this is the territory you remember since your childhood, which you want to be remembered by your children, to be known. So, of course, it's not that easy to work. In all of the conflicts, it's not that easy to work. And all of the authoritative modes don't give visas to the journalists. They don't allow them to come. For Taras Ibragimov, the journalist of the Radio Svoboda, I'd like to mention, he is banned to go there for 30 years, up to 2054. He is not 30 years old, but for more than half of his life, he won't be able to come back to his Crimea. Still, it seems to me that we are Ukrainians, and I'm saying that though I'm not from the Crimea, I know the Crimea better than the Russians, I understand it better, I orient there better, and of course it's better for me. I'm not that separate. In spite of some of the problems which can, of course, emerge, like the American or foreign journalist in Baghdad or Tehran, so you need to use that moment. because there are lots of mentions about the March of 2014, but the understanding what's going on now is not that substantial. You're telling in the book about the situation in the Crimea through the history of the certain people. How did you find the characters for your book? Well, look, what I also wanted to say. Lots of the heroes, in particular those who are described in the book, I met them in March 2014. So to stay with them, to go on following them, what has happened with them, how their relationship broke, how there was the change of the successful businessmen who had to, if they stayed in the principle, and their business depended on certain cooperation with the foreigners, they stopped doing that because it's not ethical. So they began, the painters, they began to sell their belongings at the markets. It seems to me that this simple change really witnesses what has happened with the people. This is the best way how we can show through the people that silent annexation, because Russia wants to show that nothing has changed. Something has changed, and so what can we do? Everything has happened already. So those stories of the continuation of the relationship with the people with whom we met was also very sorrowful for me, because I've already listening to Mr. Voronchenko, and I remembered some of the people whom I met in March 2014. Some of them changed their phone numbers, they moved. And of course, it's also important to tell what's going on with them now. Were they ready to speak to you, to communicate with you, knowing that they can be the heroes of your texts? Well, of course, this is the story. When we came to this mountain of Gasforter, where there were those so-called night wolves, it happened a year ago, when those bikers, pro-Russian bikers, all those weird elements from Berkut to all the others, gathered together closer to Sevastopol to celebrate the restoration of the empire. And you could observe and just speak. You could see the people, how they remembered, and they could recall how they occupied the Crimea. It was interesting to hear how Aksenov confessed. He just confessed that the operation was managed by Putin. Those were not secret stories. All of that happened. So, of course, those were the people who felt some risk, some threat for them, because it exists for everyone, especially for the people, especially for the politicians. We need to speak with them cautiously. And, of course, we should understand that this is not that easy. It's easy to identify them. One of the participants of the Ukrainian Cultural Center had to explain that they even stopped to create their announcements of their embroidery courses, though there is nothing special in that. But for them not to become heroes, not to make heroes of them, from the usual civilians, we need certain responsibility on how we communicate about those people. But I think they understand why they tell that. So the shock. This is the name of the first chapter of your book. So in fact, this is about the annexation itself. It seems to me it's really well reflecting, and everybody felt it, because for me the first word which I feel the association about is the shock. So did you instantly invent this name of the chapter? I think it was the shock for all of us, and working at the Ukrainian TV on air just to announce that Russia attacked Ukraine is the shocking experience. But now I've read one feedback of the Russian independent journalist, in particular about this book, because it can be found in the e-way in Russian. It seems to me it's very important to tell people beyond Ukraine what's going on there, in Latvia, Belarus, Georgia. And he said that Russia, as if they cut the tail piece by piece of the cat, they cut the freedom. So the Crimea annexation was just an instant cut of the freedom. And this is an unprecedented story of annexation of Crimea. And then the fear exists. The fear existed very quickly. I'd like to mention one example why this story of the Crimea is so universal for the whole world, and it is understandable for the Crimean inhabitants. But why I want to shout and to speak about that? I am the Ukrainian journalist, which is rather young, though I've been working at lots of its offices, but I haven't seen before how on Saturday the pro-Ukrainian meetings are conducted with yellow and blue flags, and on Sunday they have a so-called referendums under the guns. But on Saturday people called you to tell, on Sunday they were already afraid to speak out, especially those who are not politically engaged. They are already afraid. You could understand how the freedom was stolen, kidnapped, hour by hour. So it seems to me what you showed very well is the fear which is very strong among the Crimean Tatars. The memory about the deportation of 1944. Well, of course, because as I'm the international journalist, I'd like to emphasize that this forced displacement practice of those FSB curators from Bashkortostan, from the Caucasus, in spite of everything, we understand that Russia is using this play for the fears of the people which are connected with Islam, who have some radical understanding at the Middle East or at the Caucasus. And of course we know that not a single terrorist act has never happened. We can see here Mr. Mustafa Dzhemilev, who is in fact the founder of non-violent oppression. What you can teach from Gandhi or any other politicians, this is the foundation of the Crimean Tatar people. And just to replace this perception of Islamic culture as a kind of a radical one, it is taking place. This is the imposing, and I can see a huge issue in that, because really 67 people are in jail because of the cases connected with their accusations on religious prosecution. But for you personally, is Crimea a trauma? I mean the events which took place in Crimea. I'm the international journalist, so very often I have to make speeches at some international platforms about the Crimeas, and people just remember about geopolitics, about the example of the Second World War, but still it seems to me that when I'm 35 years old, it's very easy for me to explain that I've read in the books how people are sent to the Siberia, and it was about the 19th century, about the Stalin times, and now the people of the same age are sent to Siberia, and this is just literally. Secondly, I've read how for the Ukrainian language there were certain dissidents in the 60s, but I never felt it. I was going to the school during the independent times, so I couldn't imagine that you think that if you're speaking Ukrainian, you're publishing some newspaper about Lesa Ukrainka, you can't imagine it could be some risk. So it should be a kind of a sign for the broader circle of people, for anyone who was brought up in the independent Ukrainian conditions. But when you explain it to other people, do you feel understanding from them? It seems to me yes. It seems to me that with some simple stories it can be easily explained. You shouldn't separate them. There is the geopolitical dimension, there is a legal dimension, but there is the human dimension. And our task really is to explain why the history of the Crimea is universal for the whole world. And in fact, anybody can understand. Lots of the people are trying to search for some historical basis. What has happened and when? Just look at the Balkans, at this or that. But it seems to me the Crimean history and Donbass history can say that they can just occupy the country when they want. I don't want to diminish the importance of the acknowledgement of the Crimean Tatar people. This is a different context. But I mean that the reasons to speak about annexation, considering some of the historical perspectives, cannot be found. It can be used in any corner of the world with any people, and people need to understand that as well. And is there always some hope? Yes, there is always some hope. Because the end of the book this is the positive story, right? they're not that numerous, but still, the comeback to Ukraine. Yes, the end of the book is the exchange of the people which took place in September. But as I told, after the speech of Mykola Semena today, I used the phrase in the word, he is free, but he is not at home. So there is some hope. And yes, I finished my book, because the name of the book is The Lost Island, but there are two words in Ukrainian, the lost and the one we couldn't found. So when we can't find, we'll lose it for a long time, maybe subconsciously, but still you can lose it under the oppression of horror which Ukraine overcame in March 2014, where Maidan happened, the pain was there, and all of those 20 years what was taking place before that. But what was lost is much easier to be found than the ones which we have lost forever. So finally, the question, has any of your characters seen your book? Sashko Kolchenko has read the book, he corrected and clarified some of the points. We couldn't get to know some of the points because I created this book when he was in jail. I couldn't understand. Of course, I'm awaiting, as I was working with the video, and I know that everything which we could, I was restoring it word by word. And also I'd like to drive your attention to the Ukrainian military heroes. I'd like to find them, though I lost connection with some of them. So, do we hope for the sequel? Yes, I think we should go on. We should go on, and not all of the stories are told already. And really, maybe there is the stage when it won't be that easy to work in the Crimea, or maybe impossible. But that if you heard all of the speakers today, it's very important for us to have this conversation about the modern, the contemporary, because there are lots of conversations about the remembrances, the images of the Crimea of 2014. But here in Kiev, that's what I tried to do, to speak about the future. Not just to forget about it, to remember it, but to understand that 6 years is a lot. So maybe we'll be speaking about the comeback. Yes, about the comeback, but to the Crimea today, not only of the Crimea of our remembrances. Yes, the children who were born after the annexation are now going to school, so time is not on our side. Thank you so much. I do invite everyone on the 3rd of March to the presentation of the book by Natalia Humanuk at the Art Arsenal at the 6 p.m., 6:30, and I do encourage you to buy this book because it's worth it. It's worth to reading. And now we have a break, and in 15 minutes let's come back. Yes, in a quarter of an hour we are going on. Thank you so much. In fact, we're short of time, so I would happily communicate with you personally.
Republic of Crimea. Please have a seat. We have Joseph Pennington, the acting deputy chief of the U.S. mission in Ukraine to Ukraine. We have Yağmur Ahmet Güldere, the ambassador of Turkish Republic in Ukraine. Sayın Elçi Bey, buyurun. Hoş geldiniz. We have Helen Faizi, the deputy head of mission of UK in Ukraine. And we also have Louise Morsing, the deputy head of mission of Sweden. We have also the representative, the ambassador at large, Nadia Tsok, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We have Rifat Chubarov, the head of the Majlis of Crimean Tatar people, and we hope to have the Canadian ambassador here soon, but I can't see her, unfortunately. I think she'll be here soon, and she will join the panel discussions. Please have a seat. Dear panelists, let me also brief you a little bit on the format that we're going to have. So each of you will have at least 3-4 minutes for the introduction statements that you have. You are free to tell whatever you want to come up with, and then I will raise the first question of the panel discussion that will somehow be focused on the international platform on the highest political international level that will focus on Crimean issues, the idea of this platform, and if your countries would be ready to join the platform that Ukraine perhaps would host. So the first word would go to Mr. Anton Karinevich. You're welcome to open.
Thank you very much, Ms. Japar. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, it's a big pleasure to talk here today on such a representative panel with our foreign international partners on the issues of the occupation and the reintegration of Crimea. So first of all, I would like to raise several issues, and then of course, I will be free and open to any discussion and any questions. So first of all, of course, we, Ukraine, are very thankful and grateful for the international support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of our state, which is set by our international partners, in particular by the United Nations General Assembly resolution of 27th of March 2014, which supports the territorial integrity of Ukraine and which is the real basis of non-recognition policy all over the world and has set the strict rule that Crimea is Ukraine. And this is an axioma. Non-recognition policy and the need to adhere to it is very important, of course, internationally and for our state. Non-recognition of the jurisdiction of the occupying authorities over Crimea and non-recognition of all the events that are held by the occupying authorities in Crimea now. And of course, non-recognition policy goes together with the sanctions imposed by the international community, international organizations, foreign states. So that is why we are very grateful to international partners for imposing sanctions for gross violations of international law by the occupying authorities of the Russian Federation in Crimea. We are also grateful for the support to the government of Ukraine and human rights NGOs which document human rights violations, including war crimes and crimes against humanity, and monitor situation in the occupied Crimea, and also support families of political prisoners and victims of grave human rights violations. The support to human rights NGOs is crucially important, so thanks to international community for doing this. The issue of temporary occupation of Crimea is not the issue of only Ukraine, but this is the issue of the war of occupation in Europe, and it is important that the dialogue on all the questions and challenges which arose due to the temporary occupation of Crimea shall be discussed with international partners as we do here now today in this room. It is also very important to have international support to the Ukrainian resistance in Crimea, which is now represented mainly by Crimean Diocese of Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Ukraine, headed by Archbishop Clement, who really needs the support of international community to preserve his rights and the rights of his diocese. To face the challenges of the armed conflict and occupation, the President of Ukraine has, in August 2019, established the Commission on Legal Reform, which acts as a consultative body and which works on the transitional justice national model for Ukraine. The work is moving, and we will be very happy to have the assistance, the support of our international and foreign partners in drafting and in finalizing the transitional justice model for Ukraine. And of course, the support of international partners, I think, of course, Mr. Chubara will be talking about this more, is crucially important for the indigenous people of Crimean Tatar, and regarding to the gross violations of human rights committed against our friends, our Crimean Tatar indigenous people. And of course, for us, the position that every state uses the non-recognition policy is important. We are grateful to all the international partners, to USA, to partners, others, for drafting and supporting the Crimean Declaration, which was actually officially given to Mr. Jamilev some time ago. And we consider that there is a need for institutionalized dialogue on the creation, establishment of some platform, of which we will be talking later and of which Mr. Pristaiko was talking today. So this is the things which we are very much interested in. So thank you very much.
Thank you for being in line with the schedule. As far as we have both of the teams, Ukrainian and international, I will first give the word to the Ukrainian team, and then the ambassadors and the representatives of the embassies would speak up. The other word would go to Rifat Chubara, but I also want to kindly remind you that there is a translation, so just to keep your words a bit more slowly, so the translation could be done adequately. Rifat ağa, buyurunuz.
There are several stale statements which have become very usual for the human ear during the recent 6 years. One of the statements tells us that as if the issue of the freeing of Crimea is the issue of a very long period of time. Some other people can add that not only of a long period of time, but also this is an issue of the second row after Donbass. And everyone who says that, they mention logical, totally properly constructed arguments. But if we sincerely look into each other's eyes, we may say that the Crimean Tatars don't have that time left. If you want to say that the time pushes them out of the Crimea, because this is Russian policy. So whatever we say about the freeing of the Crimea and the restoration of the state sovereignty of Ukraine over the peninsula, we shouldn't forget that we are short of time if we want to bring the Crimea back together with its indigenous people. This is the first thing I'd like to mention. Secondly, this is the issue that as the question of the comeback of the Crimea is the longer period time, so the solution of the issues connected with the correction of what is going on now in the Crimea will also happen when the occupation takes place. It's a very huge mistake of our politicians, of our society. Just even yesterday, several law drafts should be adopted to instantly, with the deoccupation of the Crimea, to correct all of those ruinages which are taking place now in the occupied Crimea. As for the population, which Russia artificially replaces their own population, which they move to the Crimea, we as the state need to tell now that those people are illegally moving to the Crimea and that they have to leave the Crimea. We need to adopt the law. And thirdly, I will tell that, and then I'll have the second part of my speech if I have such an opportunity later. Everybody has the different understanding what will happen in the process of the restoration of the state sovereignty of Ukraine over the Crimea. But everybody comes to the conclusion that those won't be military actions. Which actions then? Maybe it will be some international conference under the patronage of the UN, or maybe those will be some meetings looking at the previous wars, some of the leading countries of the world coming together which can make a deal. There are no doubts that the Crimea will come back under the sovereignty of the Ukrainian state. But what the Crimea will be when it comes back again. How will those people feel who are living now at the occupied Crimea? What will be the fate of the Crimean Tatar people? Will they again overcome what they used to overcome before the occupation? You do understand that the Crimean Tatars won't allow themselves to be just an object of the consideration by other actors. We are insisting, and we will do everything possible for the fate of the Ukrainian Crimea, which comes back to the sovereignty, to be solved together with the Crimean Tatar people, because this is not just for us an area, a territory. This is our either future or our ruining, I mean the Crimea. So please consider that. Those who are sincerely together with us dealing with the restoration of the international law about the territorial integrity of the Ukrainian state. Thank you. So I give the floor to the Ms. Nadia Tsok, the Ministry of the Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. Is it working?
To speak in English as well, because this is, of course, this is for our audience, for Ukraine, but not only for Ukraine, for Ukrainian public, but to you, dear colleagues from friendly countries. This is not a new idea, to have a dedicated format where we can discuss all problem issues, all ideas, where we can agree policy towards Crimea, towards Russia, where we can, let's say, analyze what are the real possibilities, what should we do now, because everybody understands, yes, this is not for tomorrow. The occupation of Crimea, this is not for tomorrow, unfortunately. But if we want to have it after tomorrow, we need to start now, because I don't think that anybody has an idea that Mr. Putin can, in the end of his presidency, can say, okay, it was not a very good idea. It was a violation. It brought a lot of suffering, etc. Crimea should become again Ukrainian. He will never do it. But if we want future generations of Russian politicians to think about Crimea twice, because it will cost Russia more and more and more, then we have a chance to use our diplomatic methods, judicial methods, peaceful methods, to bring ourselves to some sort of conference or whatever. We will see the future process of the occupation. We are not yet there. We are in the very beginning. If you know, we started, let's say, developing this idea of a dedicated forum for Crimea in 2015. It was officially presented to different organizations. We had a lot of discussions with different people. We got certain public support, at least from the European Parliament. In two, I think, resolutions, they directly supported the Geneva Plus format. At that time, we called it Geneva Plus because we were thinking about having US and EU around the table, plus, of course, our regional partners, interested regional partners, plus participants of the Normandy format as well, because aggression against Ukraine started in Crimea, and actually in Donbass we got only a continuation of the same process. And of course, we need to think about those two processes as a single action against Ukraine. But unfortunately, of course, Russia did not agree to sit together with us to think about Crimea, and this became a kind of a point which moved somehow forward this idea, okay, maybe not now. Maybe sanctions need to be stronger. Maybe sanctions will be developed. Maybe they will, let's say, force Russia to be more persuasive, to be more, let's say, agreeable. Maybe they will become more persuasive tool. But what we have now, basically, a very rigid Russian position that Crimean issue is already resolved, no chance to get back, no agreement to even to talk about Crimea at any single fora. And unfortunately, let's say, our passive, maybe too much passive approach to this issue. We are talking a lot about Crimea. We have a lot of statements from our partners, from EU, from US, from everybody basically around the table. We have, let's say, yearly discussions in the General Assembly and those resolutions. We added militarization at the very problematic moment, issue which is interesting for everybody. But the it's not enough, basically, to change, to turn back to the issue of the occupation. If we are thinking about peaceful methods, political, diplomatic methods, we need to start doing something, not only issuing statements, because everybody understands, yes, we are thankful for your policy of non-recognition, but we need to make this policy more instrumental. We need to check the effectiveness of every single instrument of the sanctions. We need to change the whole idea of the so-called Crimean package of sanctions, because for the moment this is dedicated to the isolation of Crimea. But the problem was not in Crimea. The problem was in Moscow. We need to expand a little bit this sanction package dedicated to Crimea to Moscow. We need to include other, let's say, instruments into this sanction package, because for the moment it is, let's say, it is not empty, but a lot of sanctions which are very valuable for Crimea would be valuable for Crimea. Now, for the moment, they are in the Donbass sanction package. At least this is true about the European Union. We need somehow to bridge this gap between those two sanction processes. We need to explore the possibility how to, let's say, fight against bypassing the sanctions. We need to think about other sanctions. Because the idea from the very beginning of discussions in the EU, and I'm pretty sure in all other capitals, friendly capitals, that, okay, we start from low-level sanctions. If they do not work, we increase the level of sanctions. We made few steps, you made few steps, we are very grateful, but after certain moment, we started talking about ineffectiveness of the sanctions. Okay, what else? Do we have military methods? These are not the methods we can use. So let's talk about how to, let's say, make these sanctions more effective, increasing them. This is one of the issues. But of course, I think that we could talk, of course, around the table about what are the practical kind of ideas how to manage this process. But, you know, to talk now about transitional process, legal aspects of transition to of the process of the occupation, it is pretty premature. Let's talk about what can we do to bring Russia to the table on Crimea. And then, step by step, but I think that we need to reinforce political and economic pressure. We need to make Russia understood, Russian leadership understood that the price will be increasing, because for the moment, it's not that much effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Sok, for articulating the position of MFA. And now the introduction word goes to His Excellency Ambassador of Turkish Republic, Yağmur Bey. Buyurunuz.
Thank you, Emine Hanım, distinguished guests. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me once again. Last year, I also had the pleasure of addressing the forum on the 5th anniversary. Kırım Tatar soydaşlar Mustafa Aga, Refat Aga, salam aleyküm. It's a very meaningful and important event indeed, and as you well know, Turkey's position on Crimea has been clear since 2014. We have not recognized the annexation. We will not recognize the annexation. We recognize Ukraine in its internationally accepted borders. And this firm position was once again reiterated during President Erdogan's visit to Kyiv on February the 3rd. Now, this year, this forum is being organized within the framework of the 6th anniversary of the illegal annexation. But this is not the only anniversary that we are remembering this year. 2020, at the same time, constitutes the 76th anniversary of the Crimean Tatar deportation. So Turkish people know the past tragedies that its Crimean Tatar brothers faced. And as a country which has about 3 million, some Crimean Tatars say up to 5 million, Turkish citizens of Crimean Tatar descent, we follow all the developments in Crimea, all issues related to Crimean Tatars very closely. We are well aware of the difficulties. We find it very sad that still the leaders of the Crimean Tatar community, Mustafa Aga, Refat Aga, and others, are unable to go to their homelands. It is also very sad to see that the Meclis, Kırım Tatar Milli Meclisi, the self-representative organ of the Crimean Tatars, is banned as an extremist organization. We hope that these will change in the future. Given this difficult picture, what is Turkey doing to help Ukraine? What is Turkey doing to help Crimean Tatars? To help Ukraine on the international arena, whenever Ukraine is tabling a resolution, be it in New York or in other international centers at the headquarters of international organizations, Turkey is always co-sponsoring these resolutions. We are supporting Ukraine during the drafting process, and all our missions, permanent missions and embassies, are closely in touch on such occasions. As for assisting the Crimean Tatars, in the past, we have done multiple projects on different areas to assist Crimean Tatars through TİKA, Turkish Development Agency, and other organizations. Currently, we are again working on different projects with the Crimean Tatar leadership and the Ukrainian government on addressing issues of housing, of schooling, and of religious needs that the Crimean Tatar community faces in different parts of Ukraine. Actually, right after this panel, I will be flying to Kherson, and tomorrow, along with the Turkish Housing Agency and the Governorate of Kherson, we will be doing site surveys for construction of houses for Crimean Tatar community who had to flee the Crimean homeland and had to move to Kherson. Other than that, we are also in touch with the leadership on how to assist the Crimean Tatar NGOs here. So it's a collective effort. Turkish people, Turkish government is standing side by side with the Crimean Tatars and the Ukrainian government at this difficult time. We will keep doing so until the time when the Crimean Tatars and the Ukrainian people will once again be able to live freely and safely in their ancestral homelands. To conclude, let me recite a Crimean Tatar proverb. Doğru yolda cığılgan şalt turar. You need to find the right path to go the right direction. If you do that, even if you fall, even if you have problems while walking down that road, it won't be a problem to get back up and continue walking down that road. And in this difficult road, in these difficult times, Turkey stands ready, stands side by side with Crimean Tatars and Ukraine. Thank you.
Teşekkür ederim Sayın Elçi Bey. I hope that we will keep on tracing the right way with the help of our international partners, of course, all of the countries represented here today, Sweden, Britain, United States, and other countries. The next introduction goes to the United States, to Mr. Joseph Pennington, Acting Deputy Chief of the U.S. Mission in Ukraine.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to be here this afternoon along with my distinguished panelists. Thank you to the organizers of this important day to mark the anniversary. And thank you to M&A for leading our discussion. I'm also glad to see so many members of the international community here today alongside our Ukrainian partners, because I think it sends an important message that together we as the international community stand with Ukraine in support of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We stand with Ukraine against Russia's aggression in Donbass and Russia's illegal occupation of Crimea. And together we can reaffirm today that Crimea is Ukraine. As Secretary of State Pompeo said in his July 2018 Crimea Declaration, our unwavering position is that we reject Russia's attempted annexation of Crimea. We call on Russia to respect the principles to which it has long claimed to adhere by ending its occupation of Crimea and fully restoring Ukraine's territorial integrity. The United States will maintain sanctions against Russia until Russia returns control of Crimea to Ukraine. The United States remains firmly committed to this position. We have consistently raised Russia's aggression in Crimea around the world in order to rally international support for Ukraine. This is also to ensure that Russia's illegal occupation of Ukraine is never accepted by the international community. At the United Nations, the United States called last week upon Russia to end its campaign of intimidation against Crimean Tatars. At the OSCE, my colleagues have repeatedly placed a spotlight on Russia's human rights violations in Crimea, as was alluded to, religious persecution, political persecution, and gross violations of fundamental human rights. And here in Kyiv, just last month, Secretary Pompeo himself reiterated the United States sees that the Ukrainian struggle for freedom, democracy, and prosperity is a valiant one. He also reiterated that the United States will never recognize Russia's attempts to annex Crimea. The United States also continues to back up its words of support for Ukraine and for Crimea with action. The United States, as I said, will maintain sanctions against Russia until it returns control of Crimea to Ukraine. In fact, just yesterday, President Trump issued an official notice that enables the continuation of these sanctions. Through our assistance programs, including through USAID, The United States is partnering with Ukraine to ensure justice, accountability, and the protection of rights of displaced persons from the peninsula and Crimeans more broadly. We are also helping to enhance the broadcasting into Crimea to ensure that the people of Crimea have access to free media rather than only to Russian disinformation. We also seek out opportunities to provide support to Ukrainian civil society organizations working to support the people of Crimea, both those who remain in Crimea and those who have been displaced through Russia's aggression. As an example, I encourage all of you to visit the exhibition at Vernadsky Taurida International University, opening today, entitled Hostages of the Occupation. The U.S. Embassy was pleased to support the Crimean Tatar Resource Center's efforts to raise awareness about the desire of Crimean Tatars to live freely in Crimea. The United States continues to provide support to Ukraine more broadly, as both the governments and civil society take steps to build a stronger democracy, a more prosperous economy, and to enhance Ukraine's defense capabilities. This progress will ultimately benefit all the people of Ukraine, including in Crimea. We will continue to stand firmly with the people of Ukraine in support of Ukraine's Euro-Atlantic future, and together, Ukrainians, Americans, and our other international partners can and must continue to hold Russia accountable for its illegal actions. For its part, Russia can and must cease its illegal occupation of Crimea and respect the international order. Thank you very much. I look forward to further discussion.
Thank you, dear Joseph, for your opening remarks. And the next word goes to UK, the Deputy Chief of UK Mission in Ukraine, Madam Helen Fazy.
Thank you, Emine, and thank you to the organisers for inviting me to be part of this event today. Let me start, as my colleagues have done, by stating that the UK remains resolute in its support for Ukraine's sovereignty, independence and territorial integrity. We will not recognise Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea. We've been saying that for 6 years now, but it's worth repeating because the passage of time will not allow us to forget what Russia has done. When Russia forcibly seized Crimea in 2014, she broke the first principle of international law, that countries may not acquire territory or change borders by force. The illegal seizure of Ukrainian territory was shocking. I was halfway around the world working in our embassy in Indonesia at that time, and even so far away, in a country where in normal times people don't really give much thought to Ukraine, that was shocking. Because that law protects us all. It's an essential building block of the international rules-based system, and Russia's actions flagrantly violated a number of its own international commitments, and that continues to present a serious challenge to the international rules-based order and to Euro-Atlantic security. We are horrified at the devastating human impact that the illegal annexation has caused to the people of Crimea. Thousands of people have been forced from their homes. Many families have been separated. And the Russian government continues to commit serious human rights violations beyond its borders. There is widespread persecution of Crimean Tatars, ethnic and religious groups, and anyone in Crimea who stands against Russia's illegal actions, including through restrictions on freedom of religion, freedom of movement, and freedom of expression. That must stop. It is appalling that at least 88 Ukrainian political prisoners remain in detention in Russia and Crimea, some of them denied urgent medical assistance, because no one should be imprisoned for their political beliefs. So maintaining international pressure on Russia for its actions in Crimea is crucial, whether we're highlighting those appalling human rights abuses or reminding Russia that its blatant violation of international law just by annexing Crimea will not be tolerated. And the UK is determined that we will stay active in keeping Crimea on the international agenda through a range of activities and using the platforms that we have as members of various international organizations. We have supported human rights defenders in Crimea and in the rest of Ukraine, the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission and the Crimean Prosecutor's Office to document and to highlight abuses on the peninsula and to seek redress for victims of abuse. We regularly talk about Crimea at international platforms such as the UN, the OSCE, the Council of Europe and NATO. In particular, we've led the way in fully supporting the UN General Assembly and its resolutions on the human rights situations in Crimea and the militarization of the peninsula. We join with Ukraine around the world and with others here on this panel in working to support, to build support amongst other states for those resolutions during the General Assembly. And of course, we continue to call on Russia to adhere to them. When the UK was a member of the EU, we were part of efforts to strengthen EU sanctions in response to Russia's actions in Ukraine. We fully supported the EU when it implemented refreshed sanctions in January this year, particularly targeting individuals newly in positions of authority in Crimea. And when we bring in the UK's independent sanctions regime next year, we will be looking to carry over those Crimea-related sanctions. And we will continue to work with the US and the EU and other international partners on issues like sanctions where there is alignment in our policy. I think it's really important that we keep telling the individual stories of those affected by Russia's actions in Crimea and that we help them to ensure that their truth is heard internationally. It really matters that we don't lose sight of the human aspect. For ourselves, we regularly meet with NGOs and with families of political prisoners to hear about their situation and help us understand what more we and the international community can do to support them. And when we think about communicating to international audiences, such stories are a really powerful way of showing people why they need to keep caring about Crimea and why Crimea is going to remain a core part of the UK government's agenda. We're determined to keep Crimea in the spotlight, and we are pleased to have really strong partners amongst other embassies in Kiev, who we bring together in a coordination group on Crimea to share information and coordinate our efforts. And most of all, we will continue to stand side by side with Ukraine in reminding the world that Crimea is Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Helen. And the final introduction goes to Madam Louise Morsing. You're welcome to speak up.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, friends, it's a great honor and pleasure for being invited to such an important event, and I would also like to thank the organizers. Sweden has remained a consistent and continuous supporter of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. The illegal annexation of Crimea represents a threat to the European security order, but it is also a concern for the wider international community, since the blatant violation of international law challenges some of the key principles of the UN Charter. So, needless to say, our support to Ukraine is for our common good. We have seen the international community agreeing on this. 100 countries voted in favor of the General Assembly resolution on territorial integrity of Ukraine, which was voted for before the so-called referendum. While there is still a clear plurality supporting Crimea-related UN resolutions, we observe a regrettable trend where the number of abstentions of such votings is on the rise. Thus, our most important task is to ensure that Crimea remains high on the international agenda and that we do not accept or not sleepwalk into a situation where this situation is normalized. But this requires active efforts. We must continue raising the issue in public and also in discussions with Russia. Our message here is crystal clear. There can never ever be business as usual in relations with Russia as long as this violation of international law continues. We must remain united within the EU on our own non-recognition policy, and we must also use concrete measures, including sanctions. And of course, all these steps must be coordinated with other international partners. A very tragic result, one of many tragic results of this illegal annexation that I would like to raise, is a deteriorating human rights situation. And there are two main elements, as we see it, to this. Firstly, the occupation has severely restricted fundamental rights and freedoms on Crimea. The limitation of human rights of Crimean Tatars is rather well known, including the closure of its self-governing body, the Mejlis. There are also general evidence of severe violation of human rights and international humanitarian laws, including, for instance, forced citizenship, arbitrary detention, military conscriptions of residents of Crimea, militarization of citizens, including minors and children. Sweden will continue supporting Ukraine, and we will never ever accept the Russian occupation of Crimea. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Louise, for your crystal clear messages. And I'm also authorized on behalf of both Ukrainian state and civil society to thank all of you for your solid positions on non-recognizing the illegal occupation of Crimea. And when I refer to Ukrainian state, we really do feel the international support on different levels, starting from UN, ending up with OSCE, where we had already adopted a bunch of resolutions and declarations where we clearly state that we will never accept the occupation, and all of the messages are articulated quite vividly and strongly, I would say. But when I refer to those citizens of Ukraine who remain living in Crimea, and today we had also the speeches of those who are living in Crimea, it mostly feels like the scream that doesn't have any response, because it doesn't drastically change the situation of those remaining living in Crimea, because Russia still has an ongoing crime on an everyday basis. It's not only about the human rights violations, it's also about the war crimes, the changing the demography landscape, the conscription to the Russian army, and other crimes that are unpunished and ongoing. And this actually panel discussion is mostly about the vision and the international international efforts strengthened, what more should be done? And my first question would go to Mr. Anton Karinevich, because I know that at least 2 years ago, we as a state, and me being actually affiliated to this work, we initiated the idea of launching the platform that would be systematically and formalized, in a formalized way, launch the Crimean issue on a highest political level. That would be a kind of a platform that would ground the discussion and the issue of Crimea and the looping the Crimean situation on a highest level. And I know that your permanent representation is also, and your organ of governance has been dealing with this issue. What do you think of the international effort strengthening, and what, from your perspective, the platform could be? And could you please share your ideas on this, Mr. Anton?
Thank you very much, Ms. Jipar, for this question, which is actually one of the key questions which we are talking about here today. But first, of course, many thanks to our distinguished guests, to the support which we have in our issues regarding Crimea, and for the solid support and solid position that Crimea is Ukraine. We do believe that the situation in Crimea is not the issue only of Ukraine. That means that this is a threat for international peace and security, and this is really the situation of violations of all the fundamental rules of and principles of international law. And that means that, for instance, militarization of Crimea with heavy weaponry, with Russian soldiers, is not only the matter of Ukraine. This is a matter of security in the Black and Azov Sea regions. This means that missiles which are stated on the warships in Sevastopol can reach high distances in Eastern and Central Europe. So this is a real threat. We also see the change of demographic map of Crimea. That means that this is also a threat to at least peace in Europe, or at large peace of mankind, because the whole region is changing. The indigenous people are vanishing, and the citizens of the occupying power are going there, living there, and changing the demographic map of Crimea. Of course, we're also talking about forced citizenship, which is a very new form of, I would say, and I would call it hybrid occupation. So this is a new means which was not used so many times before in international relations. And of course, as Ms. Jipar mentioned, war crimes and crimes against humanity are of course the matter of concern of all the international community. So with all this said, we do believe that Crimea is an issue which we can cope with, as distinguished colleagues mentioned here, only together, only with common effort, and only with close cooperation with the international community. So we think that what we're going to do and what we're going to work on is something like a due diligence of all the efforts which were done on the international level, taking into account that bunch of resolutions, taking into account that bunch of different formats, meetings which existed before. And as the result, we will see what we are lacking, what do we need, and what we really can do. So this due diligence will really, I believe, show us where we can move rather fast, and where we can be efficient. As a result of this due diligence, we could launch some kind of a format. And I'm pretty sure that Mr. Pristaiko is absolutely right that this format can start without the participation of the occupying power. At first, because as distinguished colleague said, the Russian Federation considers that the issue of Crimea is closed. We believe it is not. So that is why, by launching some kind of format, meetings, whatever, in Kiev, in Central Europe, in Eastern Europe, this may start with small conferences, round tables, and then move faster and grow. So that is how we do believe we can use this opportunity. The very issue is that we have formats on Donbass. We will not talk whether they are efficient or not, but we do have this platform. Regarding Crimea, we need to start with something. We are ready to work on this issue, and the very issue why we do talk about this is that these common efforts needs to be institutionalized. This should be done permanently, on some basis. And we do believe that by completing the due diligence, we can really see how we can move fast in this direction. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Anton. I would also ask the distinguished panelists to comment on this idea of launching this kind of formalized platform to raise and keep systematically the Crimean issue, not only in the media agenda, but also on the highest political agenda. But my question would go to Rifat Chubarov now. Rifat Bey, сьогодні зранку...
So, Rifat Bey, today, this morning, all of the conversation, they're mentioning the Crimean Tatars. All the time, when we are talking about the future of Crimea, we're always speaking about the rights of the indigenous people to have the better future, and you mentioned that in your introductory speech. So the question I would like to ask you was about the expectations of Crimean Tatars from the international community. What are the maybe additional efforts that have to be provided, and what is the home task to protect the Crimean Tatars? Thank you very much for your question. There's a lot of things that we could talk about, and we could talk about it for a long time. What were the reasons that caused the Crimean occupation? And we don't have time for that, unfortunately. But I do believe that a lot of people will agree with me saying that one of the reasons of what has happened was that throughout these 23 years of Ukrainian independence, Kiev has never had this state policy for Crimea, and of including the restoration of the rights of Crimean Tatar people that have came back to their land in the very first years of the existence of Ukrainian independent state. So, restoring Crimean autonomy as yet next autonomy of the ethnical majority, what was the usual practice in the Soviet legacy, that was one of the biggest reasons that caused the situation of 2014, I believe. I do believe that in this year and a half of the working group that has been created, among the members of the Constitutional Commission of Crimea, we have worked on the 3 draft laws on amending the Constitution of Ukraine, on amending the Charter number 10, the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. And we've tried, with those amendments, we've tried to write down the essence of the Crimean autonomy, what kind of autonomy it should be. And we have identified it quite clearly based on the international law and international experience. We have said that the source of the Crimean autonomy is the right of the Crimean Tatar people for self-actualization as a part of Ukraine, and together with the Ukrainian citizens, Ukrainian people. And this formula, it gives us the understanding that we have to now outline the status of Crimea in that way, so that we will be able to provide both the rights of this indigenous people and also the right of all of those people who are going to live, who will be living and who live in the returned Crimea. I will give you a very simplified thought, and I do believe that you will agree with what I'm saying. When you are mentioning the rights of the quite big minority in the polyethnic society, and Crimean Tatars, even though they have been the traditional population of Crimea, they are still fewer in numbers. And Ukrainians, ethnic Ukrainians, there are 500,000 of people in Crimea, compared to Russians who have lived in Crimea before the occupation, who currently live, they are still the big minority. So when you're establishing the rights of these numerous minorities, it doesn't mean that you're in some way limiting the rights of those ethnic communities who are being in majority. You're trying to uplift the rights of the numerous minorities, of the minorities who have big presence, just to uplift their rights to the rights of the majority. And in our work, in our results, we have done it. We have presupposed the mechanisms in place, the legislative mechanism, legal mechanisms in place that will then represent the essence of the Crimean autonomy, and we really have hope that these changes that are going to be finalized. We also have these 2 draft laws on the status of Crimean Tatar people in Ukraine and for the indigenous peoples of Ukraine. the Lord has decided that the main three indigenous peoples that are in Ukraine, they all live in Crimean Peninsula. Those are the Kirimli, Crimean Tatars, and the Karaims. So basically, it was all very easy for us. So the main tasks for the current government that we currently have, the task for the president, the task for the government, the task for the rulers, and we have established a dialogue for that. So as fast as possible, those draft laws to be introduced for the readings of the Parliament of Ukraine. And we will have to show to all of our partners that there is the establishment of those norms to the foundations of the Crimean autonomy that finally will give the equality to all of those people living in Crimea. And they will definitely give the opportunity for us to co-manage, to govern Crimea for everyone who has the right. And of course the Ukrainian state, because Crimea is an inseparable part of Ukraine. This is the first thing that I wanted to say. And the second thing that I will say, I'll be very, very brief. Majlis and Crimea, that Majlis of the Crimean Tatars people, we really appreciate all of the initiatives that trying to be implemented on the international level. We really appreciate all of those initiatives that supporting Crimean problems or that putting Crimea back to agenda, so that you're never taking down the Crimean question from the attention of the international community. But we also have to speak about the effectiveness of those platforms. We have to speak about the efficiency of those decisions and resolutions made by many different international organizations. We are tremendously, courteously grateful to the European Parliament, to OSCE, to UN, and the General Assembly of UN. But we have to say that not a single resolution has not been taken into consideration by the Russian Federation. They're still capable to completely, fully ignore all of the decisions in place. And we have to find the new approaches, and we have already spoken of that, and I really appreciate it, I really value that you have said that we should enforce the sanctions. But all of those approaches that we are having, it's not going against our assumptions or our attitudes of how we should deoccupy Crimea. But we should use all of the mechanisms possible simultaneously. We should use all of the available mechanisms that will give Russia the opportunity to get back to the framework of the international law. Sanction, yes, we consider that taking the strictest sanctions as possible. But we have to take those actions that would promote, and I'm sorry, but I'm using this word, but we have to sometimes be the locomotives, the engines, to make the international organizations to use their own tools, to fulfill their own missions, to be effective in their mandate. Because, you know, the rule of consensus of the OSCE that actually never that takes down all of the resolutions they make, or the veto at the Security Council, the Defense Council. I'm not speaking about geopolitics now, but I just want to say that us Crimean Tatars, we believe that we have to behave in some way, so we have to make the international organization to implement the resolution that they came up with. So I want to say about our event, our measure, the international non-violence events, the World Against the Occupation and Against Violence, the Dignity Rally that is going to be held on the 3rd of December at one of the checkpoints that is on the border of Kherson region in Crimea. We will have the peaceful walk from Kherson region to the territory of the temporarily occupied Crimea. We have one goal, to make the international organizations together with us to search for the tools, to implement those decisions and resolutions you have in place. So that is why we're saying, if you don't know how to implement that into life and to implement it into practice, so come with us, come to our home, come to our house. And we're inviting the parliamentaries of national parliaments of the many countries, and we're we're also inviting the members of international organizations to join us also. And I do hope that this event will not only drive the attention of the international communities to Crimea. We know that might take one day or a couple of days. We don't need the PR. We don't need hype. We want the international organization to keep on searching meticulously. What are the mechanisms of how we can make Russia get back to the framework of international law once again? This is the final sentence from my side. I've taken a lot of your time. But if you are now going to come up and to speak in Tatarian community or in Ukrainian or in a mixed-up community, it doesn't matter. People know more answers on how to do that because they do not think of how it's complicated to get into one place, into one platform. People say, just do the embargo for the Russian energy suppliers, and they will come to us in a month. This is a very simplified approach, but why we do not speak about the embargo for the energy supply? You want to speak of sanctions? Yes, sanctions, embargo for the energy supply. We have to stand throughout this aggression, maybe through losing some of the things for ourselves, but we should stay up to that for it not to be broadened to other parts of Ukraine or the banking system of the world. It all seems like it's easy to say. I agree with your opinions. I don't want to be this person who is like a positive but a provocateur still, but we have to understand it for ourselves. If we have a resolution in place, there has to be the mechanism of its implementation. Without the specific implementation tool, it's nothing for Russia. Russia is laughing at us. We are an empty spot for Russia. I had to say that, sorry.
The only thing I know, the March of Dignity is planned for the 3rd of May, not December. Because you just said about December. Yes, the 3rd of May. Yes, the 3rd of May. I do apologize.
Address Joseph, Helen, Louise, and Yahmur Bey to comment on something that other panelists tried to shape as the platform on Crimea that would systematically, on the highest international political level, discuss the issue of Crimea. As far as you might all know, that Russian propaganda has been showering the citizens of Ukraine and citizens of Russian Federation about the fake reality where they try to reconcile the people with the status quo. And we believe that the biggest gap today within the international effort is actually within this coordination of international policy, as far as we all know that getting Crimea back is not only the Ukrainian task. So please, would you comment this issue, this idea of launching this kind of platform? Yahmur Bey, buyurun.
Thank you, Emine Hanım. Now, I obviously understand the frustration about how ineffective sometimes international organizations can be. That frustration is also shared by Turkey on some occasions, where we feel that the international community, international organizations could have acted differently, could have acted more efficiently to address our needs. But every international organization has its own mandate, has its own working principles, and has its own in-house dynamics. So we have to understand and develop a realistic approach from each organization in a tailored manner. We have to think, we have to be creative, and we have to put our own thinking into this process. On our cases, we also try to forward our feelings, forward our concerns to the international community, try to help shape a joint plan of action to address the challenges ahead of us. At this stage, obviously, international problems require a lot of effort, sometimes lots of patience and dedicated efforts, continuous efforts, in order to get to a certain point. But again, I will say that these organizations have their own mandate, and what we need to do for here on Crimea, for Turkey, in our issues, is to better understand what to expect and how to reshape these balances. Today, I think this forum, I've tried to follow it since the beginning. There were ideas, there were presentations from the leadership of Ukraine, there were ideas from military representatives, there were ideas from civilian sectors. What perhaps is the next step would be getting all this together, putting all this together and producing a common piece of action. That would probably be a good point to start. And again, I think the presence here, the words spoken by the members of the diplomatic community show to Ukraine that it is not alone in this endeavor, and we are here to support you. We are here to share our advices with you. We are here to help you solve these problems. So with that, I would be passing the mic, and if you would allow me, I wouldn't want to miss my plane to Kherson to help address Crimean Tatar community there, so with your permission, I'll have to...
Have a safe travel.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Joseph?
Thank you. So a couple things I would say. One is that I think we've all agreed, all the panel members have agreed on the importance of international unity among Ukraine and its partners and supporters, which are many, particularly on this issue. We've talked about several fora that exist, the United Nations, the OSCE platform, other gatherings such as this, whether in Ukraine, in Europe, or the US, elsewhere. We've heard some frustration that there is no magic bullet for resolving the Crimea issue in the immediate future. We understand this is going to take time. This is a matter of, somebody said, strategic patience. The important thing, I think, though, is that we maintain focus of the international community through events like this, and by showing international solidarity in every forum that is available to us. Second thing I think is important is the documentation, several of my colleagues have gotten to this, the documentation of abuses in Crimea since the illegal occupation. It's important because first of all, it addresses the very real human costs of what Russia has done. And we saw on the screen all day examples of families that have been torn apart, of people who are in prison for their beliefs. We heard about religious persecution and other abuses. Those need to be documented. We are supporting those efforts through our assistance programs, and we encourage others to do that as well. And the third thing I would say is it is absolutely critical that we as an international community, in cooperation, coordination with Ukrainian partners, do everything we can to undermine the Russian disinformation narrative on Ukraine. And it was mentioned that Ukraine considers Crimea a closed issue. It's up to all of us to insist that disinformation cannot be allowed to stand. We need to use every opportunity that we have to ensure that we make our voices heard, that Crimea's future is in Ukraine, and that we will continue to maintain sanctions and the pressure on Russia until that becomes reality.
Thank you, Helen.
We very much want to be working closely and more closely with our international partners when we're talking about Crimea, and doing that in ways that raises the profile of the issues, that shows Russia that its illegal activities and the suffering that it is causing won't be ignored. And I think there are different ways in which we can do that. And some of it is about how we work together in Kyiv and in Ukraine. And here I think we tend to be working with international partners who are very engaged and who are just as committed as we are. And you've seen some of us here today, although there are others as well. I think there are also times when, partly in response to that disinformation, we need to collectively be reaching out to other parts of the international community who for various reasons, don't see this as so much of a priority, or who might be more vulnerable to the disinformation that is coming out from Russia about Crimea. And very often the best forums for doing that are the forums that already exist and that all those countries are part of. So I'm particularly thinking about the UN, but others like the OSCE, other regional bodies are also important. So yes, we can be coming together here and as the most concerned countries with Ukraine to reinforce the ways in which we work together, and to do that ever more effectively, and to think about what additional programs, what additional actions we might take. But even though it's frustrating and even though it can seem slow, I also think it's really important that we don't lose sight of those other well-established international bodies, because they are the best ways, I think, of reaching out to the whole international community. And there can also be the forums when we're collectively able to hold Russia to account for what it's doing.
Yeah, thank you, Helen. We still have a minute more, and I invite Louise to come up with the closing remarks, actually, on the point.
Thank you, Mina. As I said before, that our most important task might be to ensure that Crimea is kept high on the international agenda. But of course, political and diplomatic rhetoric is not enough. It's very important to keep a holistic approach to Crimea, and Sweden is doing that, and I can give you a few examples of what we think is very important in this sense. It's to support the civil society and human rights interventions, as for example the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission, to raise awareness and to support advocacy campaigns. And in this regard, it's also crucial to target vulnerable groups and displaced persons. Secondly, we are participating in the EU flagship project on decentralization, the EU-LEAD. And recently, we contributed in opening 2 administrative service centers, SNAPs, close to the Crimean border, namely in Kalachak in December and in Hongar recently. And lastly, Sweden will chair the OSCE next year, 2021. And this could potentially be an additional platform and leverage to the Crimea issue. Thank you.
Let us thank you, all the dear panelists, for their important interventions and contributions, and hope to see you next year if Ukraine manages to launch this kind of platform. Пані Надія, враховуючи, що ви вже
Ms. Nadia, considering that you've spoken about this speech in the introduction speech, as we are short of time, we will focus upon the speeches. Okay, you've got 1 minute more. Ms. Nadia, you've got 1 minute more.
I just wanted to say a few words about different ideas about this fora or forum, because it looks like we are talking about different issues. Everybody understands it differently. When MFA is talking about consultation format, negotiation format, we are really thinking about some kind of formal gathering of friends of Ukraine, active friends of Ukraine, in support of our joint activity in different international organizations, in guiding this our coordinating our activity in different organizations, how to use their possibilities. But of course, we need to have some kind of more wider dimension of this format, kind of fora which could include NGOs, some politicians, I don't know, active persons around the world who can support, who can bring some ideas, basically who can support this movement. But these are different ideas which we are thinking about. So this is basically, but we invite you really to sit down around the table, let's say, in Kiev. Let's start from Kiev, from a kind of gathering of friends around the table to talk about the effectiveness, real effectiveness of this non-recognition policy, of the problems, and what can we do in different forums, in different international organizations, together, what can we do more to bring the process forward. Thank you.
Дякую, пані Надію.
Thank you, Ms. Nadia. We were trying to be timely. So for now, we are expecting for the call from the Crimea, in particular the representatives of the movement of the Crimean Solidarity. After that, we'll have the final speech by Mr. Oleg Sentsov. Thank you so much. And not only, after that, we'll have a bit more. So really, I would ask your attention. I know that you've been working for the whole day, but I think that you can understand how complicated it is even to have several minutes of video being shot, being there now in the Crimea for the people who are risking themselves. So before we hear those final speeches, we'll now giving the floor to the call from the Crimea, to the representatives of the movement of the Crimean Solidarity, which I will tell you, we're often speaking about sad things, but this is what really inspires us and gives us strength when we can see how under such complicated conditions the people whom you will see and hear now are still protecting, even on their own, without any other help. So please, pay your attention. Hello, we greet all of the participants of this forum and also all of those who can see and hear us. After the geopolitical changes of 2014 on the territory of the Crimea, the Crimean Tatars have again faced the new round of repressions 70 years after the deportation of our people in 1944. During those 6 years, on the territory of Crimea, we saw the permanent searches of hundreds of administrative fines and arrests, dozens of politically motivated criminal cases, kidnappings of the people during the White Day, any of the tortures and lots of other points. All of that demonstrates that how the authorities is just attempting to subordinate our people and all those who don't think how the authorities want to, and do everything possible using the national legislation as the anti-extremist and anti-terroristic criminal articles as a tool of the fight with such things which is dictated by the power. Today, the Crimea has created the conditions which are considered to be hybrid deportation. As the consequence, thousands of people have to leave their houses trying to search for security. Thus, the Crimean Tatars and also all of the people who are not indifferent, having seen this situation, which is going on for 6 years in the Crimea, they have begun to consolidate and to unite for the counteraction and to the oppression to that authorities' actions. Today we can see that how for each new pressure we can see the new response and counteraction. So whatever pressure we can see, whatever crimes we can see against the whole people, our people are still courageously and worthily overcoming those tests in the unity, solidarity and support of each other. During already 6 years since the beginning of 2014, the team of the lawyers and human rights activists are facing the huge number of different accusations. Those are accusations in terrorism, extremism, kidnapping of people, and also administrative cases. Those are various accusations which concern of our location closer to the places of searches or the courts and so on and so forth. All of the people who are prosecuted by those politically motivated articles, of course, are the victims of the repressions, the victims of the political repressions because of their opinions, because of their stable position. Dozens and dozens of Crimean Tatars are today jailed and incarcerated in the awful conditions. They still don't give up. And we, the team of the lawyers and human rights activists, are working today to show how unfairly those people are prosecuted and how many and numerous those cases exist for today.
Right now, we're not letting anyone down. The people are coming to every court assembly that we have. People come from 100 kilometers away, and we see how much it supports us and how much it supports the people who are being held captives. There's a big support from our people, and we feel it, that both as the guys, as the people who are the victims of these political repressions, they feel this support, and also the lawyers, the human rights activists, the streamers and activists also feel this support. I wanted to say that in the situation with the violation of human rights in Crimea throughout the recent 6 years has gone to worse, has deteriorated strongly. According to the data that we currently have, the number of the political prisoners is coming up to 89 people. Out of those, 61 persons are Crimean Tatar regions. If we only speak about the Crimean Tatars that have been accused and later have been sentenced to incarceration, then we're speaking about around 20 people. And the first thing is the so-called the Sevastopol group. It first has been comprised of 4 people. Now it has grown to University Usmanov, and others 5 of the people who are being prosecuted under this case. And overall, the overall sentence that has been provided to them is 47 years of imprisonment. If we're speaking about the Bakhchisarai group, that also comprised of 4 people, that overall together they have been convicted to 44 years of imprisonment. If we speak about the Simferopol group 1, then the 5 of them have been together convicted to 56 years of imprisonment. And we speak about Yalta group, comprised of 6 people. They have been convicted to 76 years of imprisonment. This is just the fewer figures and the fewer statistics that we have. If we speak about the children of the political prisoners, now we have 198 children, and out of them 168 people are underage children. Those are the children who lack the care of their parents, who lack the parental shoulder, who lack the guide and role model, even though their fathers are still alive, but their children are being half orphans in that, and in some way also imprisonment. I also wanted to identify the support that we have, the support, and like in what way we can support the prisoners. We would like to call everyone to support the political prisoners that we have. So every one of us, with their practical labor, with their help, can support the people, the flash mobs, the supports for the families, and even just writing the letters to the political prisoners, because it really inspires them, it really gives them the resilience to keep on going. Believe me, if every one of us will invest their efforts, it will help us, too. And we have different, really, it's a symbolic thing, it's an important date for us. You know, today is already the day of the resistance to Crimean occupation, and by this day Artem Chihos in Simferopol, he was trying to stand in the people for there no be violent conflicts, and it has been seen on the video, and he was blamed that he was actually intriguing the conflicts, and as you know, they said that black is white, white is black. Kremlin tried to still inside this situation for more than 60 days. He has been later held in prison, and now we see him free and as a member of Ukrainian parliament. So please, the floor is yours. Dear participants of the forum, you know, I was getting prepared for just to say a couple of words about what has happened before the 26th of February 2014, what happened after, but I would like to start with saying that unfortunately we do not have today one of the freed political political prisoners. Mr. Balogh, right now, he is supporting our state at the international platforms. He is supporting our state to free our Crimea. Why I wanted to drive your attention to that issue? Because he is the true Ukrainian. He is a true Ukrainian, and very frequently we have said that what we lack in Crimea is Ukraine. We lack Ukraine, and we have too much of Russia in Crimea. And the future of Crimea should be decided now, should be made now. There's a clear emphasis that we wanted to make. We have been speaking for a lot of time already, and I do believe that I'm not going to be someone new to say that. And I might slightly disagree with some of the points who might be said, but there is an important thing that we have mentioned. We have mentioned that the future of Crimea is now decided now, and we do not have the time to do that. We have to change the status of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. It's very important, but somehow it's being said from the part of the society, and I have been traveling around Ukraine for quite a long time already, and this mistake is acknowledged by many citizens of Ukraine. And right now, by having this presentation, standing here, I understand that those people, especially those people who are coming from Crimea, none of them are breaking the stereotypes for themselves and not saying that, like, we are forced again to say that it's very important for us, very important from the state itself and what happened on the 26th of February? There was a call from Majlis of Crimean Tatar people, and we have to remember that there was no other political structure that has been existing in Crimea after that. There was none single other existing political structure. The Majlis sent a call out, and the dozens of thousands of our citizens have accepted it. Throughout social media, throughout the night, they have a lot of contacts made, and we have the screenshots in those processes that have happened on the 26th of February. They are the evidential base of the so-called occupants, that on the 26th of February, we, the Majlis of Crimean Tatar people, tried to do some kind of conflicts. They also are celebrating this day, today, there, the occupants, and they want to have it the other symbolics to this day. So the people of Crimea believed they wanted to get to some kind of sacred haven. No, that's a lie. That's a lie. On the 26th of February, dozens of thousands of our citizens have strayed back towards all of those marginal organizations that have been governing in Crimea for the 20 years. The Russian community, the Kazakhs from the and other marginal, minor organizations that supported the governance of Crimea, that has been said not understanding the interests of Crimean Tatar people. Moreover, they have made the destabilizing factor out of Crimean Tatars. But we believed, as citizens of Ukraine, as indigenous people, we have done what we have had to. We didn't give the opportunity for the separatists to come up with a political decision. But during the night, something different has happened. Something happened that I do believe maybe we felt that it's possible. We felt that there is the threat of this cowardice and coward fascist Russian Federation to be happening. But we were not aware of that when the regular military divisions of army, of the special armed forces, has managed to seize all of the administrative premises around Crimea, and for 3 or 4 days we had those bandits from the Russian army driving around. So as a society at that point, that was the only way we could protest that. That's the only way we could resist that. When from Kerch to Simferopol, from Simferopol to Sevastopol, we had thousands, dozens of thousands citizens who have said, Putin, leave, Putin, go away, we haven't asked for you to come. But all those people who were supposed to follow their constitutional obligations, their military duties, they didn't manage to do that. And that is, and I'm only saying that for us to understand those mistakes and to trying to overcome those mistakes, trying to improve that. I'm just saying that a separate fight, we have spoken of strategy a lot, on the strategy on the occupation of Crimea, we have spoken a lot. Struggle for Crimea is a struggle for Ukraine. Fighting for Crimea is a fighting for Ukraine. It cannot be separated. The strategy is that we need to grow our opportunities, to grow our power throughout these 5 years. We should give this clear understanding to our partners of what we want to do. We should give them the understanding that we're ready to stand still against this enemy, that in our land we will never make a step back. And the main example from that, and the main step towards Crimea, has to be the changed amendments to the Constitution. We have no time to delay that. Thank you. Thank you, Artem Chihos. Thank you very much. And just to finalize it, I would just like to tell you that this morning, Mr. Zelensky has said that he has a jar with those bracelets, where those label is only half full. There's a lot of people have not been yet freed. And passing this floor to Oleksintsev, I would like to first of all wish to all of us, so that not in a year, but much, much earlier, we have all of the other political prisoners to return to us. And year after that, they would be here, and they already had a year as the free citizens. Oleg, the floor is yours. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I'm just seeing the number of people in the room. I do believe that not all of the people are ready to fight for Crimea till the very end. But we're continuing the struggle, we're continuing this fight. 6 years ago, the occupation of my land has started. The occupants, they have their military divisions come into Crimea. They killed my friends, they imprisoned the other friends of mine, and they continue doing that. They torture Crimean Tatars, they torture Ukrainians, they torture the Russian speakers who support Ukraine, who are the real citizens of Ukraine, who feel themselves under occupation and who wait for them to be freed. And this will definitely happen. Today, in the morning, you had President Zelensky speaking here, and he has said important and nice things about Crimea. I would agree to almost everything that he has said. He plans not a new celebration or the new holidays, there's just the day to acknowledge the resistance against the Crimean occupation. That's a good thing to happen, but what I really wanted to see, that I would like to celebrate a different holiday, the day of the deoccupation of Crimea. And when this hybrid war has started, it has started from Crimea, and as Artem Chihos has said, we felt something in the air, but we could never believe that it will be possible that Putin will do that Putin will take his army into Crimea and he will start this direct annexation, direct seizure. And we have seen some of the maneuvers that he has done, but the Russian militaries have always been in Crimea. The Black Sea Fleet was always there. But we have seen how his rhetoric has changed slightly and then stronger and stronger, how we had very pro-Russian rhetoric among the Crimean political parties, but they always were like that. But everything started to develop in a very fast pace, and it was too late to do something. Unfortunately, right now in Ukraine, I hear some things, some people saying something, I hear people speaking, and the people and politicians and even the public officers, the state officers, saying something that really reminds me of the Yanukovych time rhetorics. Unfortunately, fortunately, the revenge of our country has started to speak up. I really didn't want it turn out to be the first premise of the future occupation of all the Ukraine, because Ukrainians have made their choice, and Ukrainians do not want to get back to the situation of Yanukovych. We don't want to be the client or the satellite of Putin. And I believe that Ukrainians, they will never let this happen, and they will never make anyone do that. We will win, we will build the country that we all want to see, and we will keep on celebrating the Independence Day and the day when Crimea has been returned to us. Glory to Ukraine. So we're really grateful to Oleg for this short speech. I'm really grateful to all of the participants for today. As a citizen, I just want to thank the organizers for making this happen. The formal part of our forum, the content part of our forum of the Age of Crimea has come to an end, but we're continuing our discussions, and I do believe that a lot of people here wanted to discuss everything that you've heard with one another. So I do hope that we will continue in our discussions privately. In half an hour, there will be Hussein Bekirov's band, and it will be in half an hour late, but we already have started our dinner. This is the very time for us to discuss calmly of everything that we heard. The Age of Crimea Forum, here now, every time, every day. Thank you for your attention.